In 2014, as part of my larger project, The Walk, I set out to walk across America. At the time, I was experimenting with podcasting, and I produced podcasts all the way across America during my 5.5 months crossing the continent. This is the original, slightly remastered podcast presented in one great, big, noisy mess. Enjoy.
Hi, and welcome to the Walk.se, the ongoing podcast about becoming a minimalist vagabond and walking from Stockholm to Sydney. Yeah, lots happened since last time. This is my first podcast from the USA. I've been here for a week now, and a lot has happened since the last time. You heard my voice or read anything online? Well, I don't really know where to start. Such a lot's happened. I suppose the most important thing is that the walk is now intercontinental. Here we are in the States. We've gone to another continent. Essentially, the part 2 is well on its way, and so far it's been absolutely great. It's nice and warm outside. It's probably about 28, 30 degrees, blue skies, sunshine. Not at all like it was in Stockholm when I left there, let me say that at least. I'm really enjoying it. Started last Sunday. My sister Denise and her husband Thomas, they drove me out to Arlanda. On Sunday night. The flight was early Monday morning. I was to fly via Copenhagen down to Fort Lauderdale, and they drove me out on, as I said, on Sunday night, mainly to make it a little bit easier on Monday morning, so I didn't have to get up early to get in time to catch the flight, but also because I wanted to get the chance to stay at the Jumbo Stay, the hostel/hotel, a Boeing Jumbo that's been converted into a hostel where you can stay at Arlanda Airport in Stockholm. I'd heard some fun stuff about it, and I just wanted to try it. So I stayed there for the night, and what can I say? I mean, it's an interesting thing. It's fun to do. Not all that exciting, maybe, but that's one less thing on the bucket list. I've actually stayed for a night in a Jumbo hotel, so that's fine. I also went for a bit of a walk there during the night. Or the evening. Arlanda, being an airport, it's not the most fun place to have a walk around in, but it was all right. And I got some nice pics of the nighttime sky there. I think there's one or two shots that went out on Instagram that were quite all right. They were all taken with the mobile phone, so maybe not the highest quality, but quite okay. And then the next morning I got up and I walked into the airport, and I was flying Norwegian, and I had chosen to buy the absolutely cheapest ticket I could buy, and I found that it was really, really quite good. I was quite surprised. I searched for the cheapest ticket, and I wasn't expecting the greatest service, but the planes were great. Everything was great. I really enjoyed it. Quite surprisingly, the first part of the flight was to Copenhagen, where I had to spend 4 or 5 hours waiting at the airport for my connection to Fort Lauderdale, which I don't mind, by the way. I quite like airports. I like the feeling of airports and large train stations where it's happening and bustling and people are moving around. I like that sort of atmosphere, so I don't mind hanging around an airport for a while. The bad thing is that food and coffee is very, very expensive and often not all that crash hot. But that was okay. I enjoyed it. And then I jumped onto my connecting flight from Copenhagen to Fort Lauderdale, a 10-hour flight. And it was on one of the new Dreamliner flights with the little television screens in the seat backs. And it was great. Good service, plenty of room. I actually ended up with 3 seats to myself. There was nobody sitting next to me, so I had plenty of space. I could stretch out and relax. As I'd bought the cheapest seats I could find, I did not expect to get any food. You usually have to order food separately, and it's an extra expense. But I got food. I got both dinner and breakfast. And as I said, the service was excellent. For the price, it was a really, really good flight. I can recommend checking out Norwegian and see if they have anything going your way and see if it works out well. I landed in Fort Lauderdale on the Monday evening, and it was quite late, so I'd pre-booked a hotel. It wasn't a very good hotel, a Motel 6 in Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, okay. It was just for the night, so it was okay. I stayed there for the night, and with the intention of heading down to Miami to pick up the mule the next day. Got up the next morning, Tuesday morning, and part of the hotel package was that you got free coffee in the morning. Yeah, it doesn't sound like much, but there it is. There's free coffee. So I went in and I got some coffee, and I can tell you what, it's not coffee. The stuff they serve here is absolutely terrible. I don't really know what it is at all. I don't know what to call it. It was terrible. It's slightly brown water and doesn't even have the aroma of coffee. You know, that freshly ground bean smell that like almost instant coffee still or has. Well, this just smells like hot water. It was terrible. So I got on a bus, got into back to Fort Lauderdale airport, and jumped on the train down to Miami airport, and jumped on another bus that took me out to 25th Southwest Avenue to the DHL office there, where I was expecting to pick up the mule. And I rocked up there in mid-afternoon, asked if they had the package for me, and yep, there it was. I unpacked it there in their reception, and assembled the mule, got my stuff into it, and was ready to roll again. Everything had worked out great. I'd shipped it straight from Gibraltar, and thanks to the guys at DHL office at Gibraltar, they'd packed it and stored it and sent it away in time, and it worked really well. It was there, and I packed it up, and I was ready to rock and roll. I continued on. I had a bit of a problem then. I've been trying to find a cheap place to stay for a few days. I had a few commitments I had to fix, a few things I had to do. I had to organise some stuff. I needed to buy one or two small odds and ends. I had to get some pictures organised for some people, and I had to get a little story written, and a few things I had to do, a few commitments I hadn't sort of finished when I was in Stockholm. And I needed a place to stay for 1 or 2 nights to give me a little bit of time to do that. And unfortunately, it was high season in Miami. Everything was either really, really expensive or full, basically. I ended up finding a hotel, Extended Stay America. It was sort of at the lower price range. I got a reasonable deal, but it was still very expensive and way out of what I really wanted, what I'm looking to be spending per night to be able to make it all the way to Sydney. But I had to do it because I had to get organised, and I really didn't have much more time that night. So I booked 2 nights at the Extended Stay in Miami, and I rolled up there with the mule, started organising all my stuff. Had a few problems with the charger for my MacBook Air. For some reason, it wouldn't charge, and I was a bit worried if I was going to have a major problem with that. But it seems to, after a few days, I've had 1 or 2 problems, but now in the last 2 or 3 days, it seems to be charging all right. So hopefully that's a problem that sort of solved itself. I don't know what happened, but it's charging now, so I'm happy with that. But I got organised there, and then I went down to the local Walmart. It's a 2, maybe 3 kilometre walk from the hotel. And the poor girl in the reception was horrified that I was going to walk there. She wanted to call me a cab, but I said, yeah, no problems, I'll walk. So I wandered on down there, and it was the first time in a Walmart for a long time, and they are huge. I mean, they have everything. Walmart's the sort of place that I love to hate in a way. It's a great place. I can find a lot of stuff. I found a few things I needed, the odds and ends. You can usually get stuff at a pretty good price, but it is sort of like a shrine to an extreme commercialism, and there were people there buying stuff like there was no tomorrow, and I just couldn't believe the amount of stuff people were buying. They were loading up stuff like they were supplying a major army force. But yeah, I suppose that's the way it is. It's all good and bad. I can get the stuff I want, and I can get it at a reasonable price, but I suppose that's all part of the parcel of it being available. Don't really know how much I should say about that, but it's trying to be a minimalist and have just a basic amount of stuff. That sort of place that has just so much tends to be a bit off-putting. But I finished with that. I tried to get a card for my telephone, like a prepaid card for my telephone to get some internet time on that, but they didn't have anything in stock. And then I went back to the hotel and continued organising some stuff. Sat in the local Starbucks a large part of the next day, writing some stuff and catching up on some emails and some contacts here in America, and trying to organise a lot of stuff. Getting some pictures organised, choosing some stuff. That's when I had some even more problems with the charger, and I didn't really get all that finished. And but I didn't want to stay in Miami; it was too expensive. So I wanted to move on anyway, and hopefully give myself time a little bit further up the line to organise that. So what I did, I got online, and I tried to find a place to stay, and I actually found a camping ground in Davie. Now, Davie is just straight up north from Miami, just west of Fort Lauderdale. So I got on the campground there, and they had Wi-Fi, and they had everything. So I actually booked a place to stay there for 2 nights as well, and then did my first day's proper walking in America. And I walked up from Miami to Davie. It's something like 37-kilometre day, pretty long day, but I enjoyed it. It was a good day's walking, basically. It is. I've sort of avoided all the touristy stuff in Miami. I didn't go out to the beach, and when I walked up to Davie, I walked inland. But it's sort of like more a continuation of what I've been doing more or less all the time. I'm trying to see the the real communities that I'm walking through and not the touristy parts of them. So it was interesting, really wide, broad avenue, cars and trucks and a lot of traffic, and nice and warm, and it was a nice walk. I got up to Davie and I stayed there for one day. I walked up there. It would have been Wednesday, I suppose. Geez, I'm losing track of which day it was, and I stayed there all the next day. Finalised the final things I had to do to get some pictures off the people that I'd promised to do, and organised myself a little bit and tried to plan for my future walk. And I was planning to continue up north from Fort Lauderdale, but it was a little bit difficult. I couldn't really find a place to stay where it was cheap. It was quite difficult to find anything. I did have a nice contact with an Airbnb person, Brandy, up there in Coral Springs, but unfortunately she was booked out. She did try to solve it for me and did try to see if I could stay there anyway, but it was a little bit too cramped, so it didn't really work out. So what I decided to do was try to head from Davies, try to head northwest towards South Bay. It looked on the map, on Google Maps, it looked like it might be possible to walk beside the main road there on a little side track. And I thought that if I could do that, I might be able to make it a long walk and walk possibly all night, because there was really no place to stay along the way. And there were really it didn't look like there were any good places to camp or anything like that anyway. So I set out, I left Davie, and I stopped for a bit of a breakfast, and then I headed out and I walked along the dike and I headed out towards South Bay. And I'd walked and I kept walking and walking. It was a nice hot day, and it was good. It's quite comfortable. It wasn't too sunny. But in the afternoon, it started getting a bit cloudy, and then in the evening, it started raining. It wasn't too bad. It was just a bit of a thunderstorm. There was some lightning and some heavy rain, but as it was quite warm, the rain was almost welcome. I didn't need a shower that day. I got nicely wet and cooled down, and I enjoyed it quite well. That blew over, and I continued walking, and it was getting later and later. And then in the evening, about 8 o'clock, I suppose it would maybe a little bit, 7 or 8 o'clock, a new thunderstorm blew in. And this wasn't a joke. It was a proper thunderstorm. The wind was so fierce that the raindrops were hitting me like, I don't know, like small stones. And I had to put my hands in front of my face, and they were really, really stinging me. At one point, I actually squatted down behind the mule and used the mule as shelter, and it was really windy, and then kept going for maybe half an hour, possibly a little bit longer, 40 minutes, really, really pissing down, raining really, really hard, and I was thoroughly soaked by the end of it. Luckily, as I said, it wasn't too cold, and I dried up pretty reasonably, and then I continued to walk, and there was a beautiful sunset just afterwards, and I continued walking sort of northwest with the sunset ahead of me. And I walked till about 12 o'clock. I was intending to walk all night, but I was getting pretty tired. I walked close to 70 kilometers, and it was close to midnight. And I sort of realized suddenly that coming up just ahead, I wasn't going to be able to walk on the dike. I wasn't going to be able to walk beside the road. I'd be forced out onto the main road, and there was just no way I was going to walk on the main road at night time. It's dangerous enough during the day when you can see the oncoming traffic. There's no way I was going to walk there at night time. It's just way too dangerous. So I scouted around for a place to camp, and there wasn't really anywhere at all to camp. It was the main road going through the Everglades, and that was it. And there was some farmland here and there, scattered here and there, and that was it. So I actually ended up camping off the side of the highway. The highway is sort of slightly raised, and I managed to find a depression on the side of it, basically the side of the dike that held the highway. That was a bit lower, and that had been mowed, and I just set up camp there. It was low enough that they couldn't see me from the highway, and I just camped there. Basically, it would have been about 20 meters from the main road, and just set up camp in the middle of the night, lay down, and tried to get about 7 hours of sleep. Got up 7 o'clock the next morning. Before I packed everything together, I took a shot there, and I think that's a shot that's been out on the Facebook page. You can see it there. It looks really great. It's a really nice looking shot with the sun just rising and all the green fields, and there's a palm, and you can see the mule, and you can see the tent. And what you don't see is just off to the side is the main highway that goes right past where I'm staying there. So I packed it all up, and I continued into South Bend. South Bend's just a small place. There's really not much happening there. I stopped for some breakfast/lunch at the local Subways. A lot of people started to ask me what I was doing, where I was going, and I had a few discussions there with people. And then I continued on just on the outskirts of South Bend. There is a state recreation vehicle park, like a big campground, but it's state run, and that was quite nice. And I stayed there for the night. Reasonably cheap, well kept. They had free Wi-Fi and they had good access to everything. And as I rocked up there pretty early, I had some time to sit down and try to organise a lot of other stuff as well. I pitched a tent quite early because it was a little bit wet from the dew from the morning before. Then I got some stuff to eat, and then when I came back, I went back to the tent. There were a couple of gators just right next to it. They weren't big. It would have been 80 centimetres, maybe a metre long, something, one of the gators. I did get my little camera out, and I was trying to get a picture of one, but I only have it's a 28mm effective lens on my little compact camera, so I have to get pretty close for it to sort of become any sort of reasonable shot at all. And before I could get close enough, the gator got scared and he dived in the water and swam away. But at least now I've seen some gators, nice small ones too, so I don't have to feel afraid, which is great. I haven't seen all that many snakes. I've seen a fair bit of roadkill snake. I haven't seen any live ones yet, which is just absolutely okay by me. I don't mind. So, but apart from that, I haven't seen much wildlife. A lot of birds, but that's about the only wildlife I've seen so far. So South Bay, I got up again. I wanted to walk along the dike. There's a dike that goes from South Bay, and you can actually walk along it all the way to Clewiston. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's a construction site, so I had to walk along the main highway, which is a drag. Now, I'd been lucky, and there's a lady called Christine in Clewiston who had answered a couch surfing request that I'd made, and I was going to stay there the night. So I walked up to Clewiston, again walked up to the Walmart there, and I bought some more food that I more needed and some water that I needed, and I rocked up at Christine's place, and she, on very short notice actually, invited me to stay there for the night, and she lived in a big double-wide trailer there in Clewiston, and there were actually two other guys arriving. They were going to arrive a little bit during the night, but she'd still made space for me, so I really appreciate that. Really, really nice. And two other guys, a French guy called Sam and an American from Austin called Daniel, they rocked up a bit later, and they were on a tour around Miami on a holiday. They had a rental car, and they were staying there the night as well. And it was a nice night. We were invited to dinner with the family, and we all sat around talking for a while, and then we drove up to one of the local bars, and had a few beers with Christine, Daniel, me, and Sam, and played some pool. Well, I played a little bit of pool, mainly just watched, and it was nice. Now I've actually been at a local, I'll call it a small town bar, with the pool going on with the locals. Yeah, it was a nice atmosphere, very much like you might expect it. It was great. So thanks, Christine, for that. Really excellent. Good night. And I left there early the next morning to come here where I am now. I'm in a place called Pioneer Plantation. About, I don't really know how far. It's about 34 kilometres, headed straight out towards Fort Myers. I had booked a place through Airbnb, a place to stay here, and I'd booked to stay for one full day, like 2 nights, because I needed the rest. My feet are hurting a little bit. Not much. I've got a few blisters, though, and I wanted to take it a bit easier. But, I had a few heavy-duty days there, like a 67 or 70-kilometre day, and a couple of days with more than 30 kilometres. So I reckon I deserved a bit of a break. And the day was really hot. It must have been easy, 30 degrees, and I walked about 33 or 34 kilometres to get here. A lot of it, unfortunately, along the main road. It's not a really well-trafficked highway, but it is a main road. So there was a bit of traffic, and I had to sort of get off the shoulder every now and again, because of the heavy traffic and the big traffic rolling along there. But worked out quite well, and I rocked up here, and my host Hal was here and welcoming me, and we sat around talking, and nice day basically. I'm enjoying today. Again, catching up with all the stuff that I haven't been able to do, where I haven't been connected, and basically haven't had time. You'd think that walking, you'd have time to do everything, but walking, you can't do much while you're walking. It takes the time it takes, and you just carry on walking. I'm heading out of here early tomorrow morning, and I'm heading toward Fort Myers. It'll probably be 2 days to get there. I intend to camp somewhere along the way, and then I have found a couch surfing host in Fort Myers, so I'm going to contact her just as soon as I finish this and make sure it's okay, and I'll be rocking up there hopefully in 2 days' time, spend 1 day there, and then heading up from north from Fort Myers. There's actually another couch surfing host that I've got some contact with that hopefully I'll be able to stay with the night after that. It'll be a couple of long days walking, but I'll have the opportunity to have rest days in between, so it should be quite nice. I'm looking forward to reaching the coast again, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what it's like. Okay, that's what's happened. I mean, a lot more has happened along the way, and I thought I'd just sort of catch you up with some of the impressions I've had as well. America's really strange, or the USA, I should say. It makes me feel a bit odd. I sort of get the feeling that I don't really like it. A lot of it about it that I don't like, and it's a strange, big place, and things don't work, even though the language and everything's very similar. Things don't work quite the way you expect them to. And at the same time, people are very friendly and outgoing and connected. So it's a strange place. I sort of feel disconnected at the same time that I really appreciate all the goodwill and on a personal level, when you meet people and talk to them, they are really great. But the impersonal level before you get to that stage feels a bit off-putting, actually. Might be just a cultural thing that I haven't got into the swing of things here in America yet. We'll see what happens. I'm going to immerse myself in this place. I'm going to be here for probably 9 months before I finish my walk to the other side. So I'll have plenty of time to get used to it, I suppose, and I'll sort of keep you updated on how I feel about it. A lot of strange things happen. People have stopped me and talked to me, and everybody's been really friendly. No problems at all. One lady just yesterday when I was walking here, she stopped me and asked me if I wanted to come with her to her church for breakfast and Bible study. And I said, no, I've already got this place I'm going to, and I'm meant to be there by this afternoon, so I really haven't got the time. And she was really friendly, and she drove off and wished me goodwill. And then I caught up to her at the next intersection, and she leaned over and she gave me some money and said, look, here's a little something to keep you going, and wished me goodwill. And then she drove off. Yeah, really great. I stopped at a McDonald's in Clewiston, and there was this little lady there that shuffled over to me where I was sitting. I just stopped there for a milkshake. I know I shouldn't, but I wanted the milkshake, so I stopped there for a milkshake. And she shuffled over to me, and she was a really frail-looking old lady, and I could hardly hear what she was saying. But it turned out that she had locked herself out of her car. The keys were still in the ignition, and she'd locked the car, and she was wondering if I could possibly drive her. She'd pay me, and could I drive her to her place to pick up some spare keys? And I tried to explain that I didn't have a car, which I don't know if she really understood or not, but I tried to get that across. And I tried to steer her over to another American older couple that was sitting a few seats away to see if they could help instead. It took a little while, but she eventually got contact with the couple, and the couple made sure she got some help, and the people there at the McDonald's helped her actually open the car, so she got her keys okay, which was great. It took a little while, but eventually everybody was very helpful, and they made sure that this little old lady was okay. The one thing about that is that I get a little bit nervous when I know that I'm walking along the main highways, and I sort of really got the impression that maybe this lady shouldn't be driving a car. She was a little bit old, but hopefully everything will work out all right. There have been a lot of other small things happen. Generally, as I say, everything has been really, really great. I'm really enjoying it. It is hard to get started walking again. I haven't had much of a rest, but the short rest that I had in Stockholm not walking has made me get blisters and sore feet, and it's taken me a little while to get started again. And my sister and her husband really made sure I put on some weight when I was in Stockholm, so I've got plenty of fat to draw on again, so there's no problem with energy. But I am trying to get going and get started. I was rather anxious to get a lot of kilometres done, but now I'm starting to get in contact with people, and I'm really looking forward to maybe staying with some of these couch surfing hosts along the way. It's a much, much better way to get a view into the local community and see what's happening and see everything from a a more personal, a more real side rather than like the touristy hotel side that seems to be the side of most places that we interact with when we travel for shorter time. And one of the reasons I wanted to do this was to make sort of contact with the real America, if you can put it that way. I don't know if that's correct, but yeah, that's what I wanted to do, and that's what I still want to do, so I'm really looking forward to that. I must say that I did try couch surfing in Europe, and I met some really great people. I stayed with at 3 different places, and they were all really, really great, really, really great people. But that said, it was difficult for me to get contact with people and get places to stay, and I didn't even get an answer, and if I did get answers, they were usually negative. I think it may be because I tend to request with reasonably short notice. And I mean, people aren't expecting you, and maybe they have other plans. But already here in the USA, I've only been here a week, and I already have contact with 3 people that I might be able to stay with. I've already stayed with 1. And as I say, that's the grand total of the number of people I had in the whole of my European trip. So that looks really, really promising. I'm going to go out with my host here and have a look at some local sites here in the afternoon. And I'll try to, depending on how much internet connection I can get here, where I'm basically out in the middle of nowhere. The reception is really, really poor. But I will try to get this out there as quickly as possible. Whatever you do, like this, spread it to all your friends, and keep listening as I continue my journey across America. Welcome back to the Walk.se, the podcast about becoming a minimalist vagabond and walking from Stockholm to Sydney. This is the second podcast from the USA, and a fair bit's happened after the first week. I've now been here 2 weeks, and I'm starting to get acclimatized, starting to adjust to being in the USA, and really starting to enjoy it more and more. In large part because of all the wonderful people I'm meeting. People are very friendly, and they're helping me a lot. When I left you last time, I was staying in Pioneer Plantation, and I was staying with a gentleman called Hull. After I recorded the last podcast, we sat down and we had a long talk, and we talked about just about everything under the sun. I think we more or less touched on every subject you could possibly think of, and we had a lot of pretty interesting discussions. And then I had a reasonably early night, got some good sleep, and hopped up the next morning and headed off from Pioneer Plantation towards La Belle. It was a pretty easy walk. It wasn't very far, somewhere between 25 and 30 kilometres. After a day's resting, I was feeling pretty good, so it wasn't all that hard to get going and get walking. Along the way, just before La Belle, I actually found, not for the first time, but I found a place that rented out stretch limousines. And they had all different kinds there. They had some sort of Cadillac-looking thing with a pink stretch limo, and they had white Hummer stretch limos, and they had a pink Hummer stretch limo. I actually stopped and put the mule next to some of the limos because I wanted to take some photographs. And I hopped inside the office, and I thought, I don't want to look like a homeless guy, and I don't want him to wonder what I'm doing, so I actually wanted to go in and ask if it was okay for me to take some photos. Stood around waiting, and I was in a reception area in an office, and I could actually see the people on the other side of the office working, and I stood there for about 10 minutes and nothing happened, so I just went out again and photographed away, and no one came out and said anything, so I suppose it must have been okay. I stopped in La Belle, and I actually ended up stopping. I had planned to camp there, and I ended up staying at a cheap motel. It wasn't very good, but I just stayed there quickly. I knew I had a really, really long day ahead of me the next day, so I thought I could afford to do that, because the next day I was going to walk from La Belle to Fort Myers, or just outside Fort Myers, a suburb called Gateway, and I'd found a couch surfing host there. And I knew it was a fairly distant walk. Now, I didn't really know how far, but I knew it'd probably be at least 50 kilometres. So I got up the next morning, got started reasonably early, and only had to make a short detour back to pick up my hat that I'd forgotten. The straw hat that Hall had given me. It's a second-hand hat that he gave me to make sure that I'd keep the sun off my head and enjoy the day a little bit more. Anyway, I'd forgotten that at the motel, so I had to turn around and get it, but that was okay. I went back, got it, had to wake up the poor receptionist, because I had a 24-hour receptionist, and she was asleep, so I had to wake her up, because I'd already left my key, and get a spare key and retrieve my hat, which was just as well because I really needed it during the day. It was a hot, long day. All in all, I walked 58 kilometers. Yeah, what can I say? It was a long, hot day. I stopped for lunch at a diner, and I stopped for a thick shake at McDonald's, but I just tried to keep going to get the miles going so I could get to Gateway. Nadine, who was going to host me there as a couch surfer, and I wanted to get there before it was too late. And I actually did pretty well. I don't remember exactly what time it was by the time I got there. And as I walked into Gateway, I couldn't really help thinking about how much like a typically suburban American suburb it was. It felt like just the sort of thing we see in movies all the time. It was like a gated community, and it was all these nice houses with large garages and nice trees planted outside on the road. It felt exactly like walking into a movie scene rather than real life. Nadine welcomed me there and made me feel at home, and I stayed there one day and took it easy. She had to work the next day, but I wandered around a little bit and got a few things done, but mainly just sort of recovered from the day before. I think I needed it. I was pretty tired today. When she came back from work later that afternoon, we went out and had a quick look around Fort Myers and had dinner at a bar there. And Fort Myers seemed to be a nice little town. We say a nice little town, and apparently it's about 1 million or 1.1 million people that live in the Fort Myers area. And here in America, that's considered a small town, whereas Stockholm is just on 1 million people, which is the capital city of Sweden. So it's definitely a different scale here and everything like that. On Sunday morning, I set out early from Fort Myers because I wanted to walk to Punta Gorda, where I'd found another couch surfer that I was going to stay with. And it was a fair distance. I'm not quite sure. It was probably something like 38 kilometers or something before I finally got there. So it was a fair walk, fair hike. And I set out reasonably early, wanted to get going before it got too hot. And I walked from Gateway into Fort Myers, and I found a small cafe that was open. And I sat down, had a late breakfast there. I got some coffee and something they called a farmer's scramble, I think it was. And while I was sitting there, and naturally I had the mule with me, so I had the mule parked beside the table. The serving staff came out and they talked to me, and one of the cooks came out and talked to me, and they wondered all about what I was doing and blah, 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 and all the usual stories. Always interesting to talk with people like that. And when I went to pay, I was informed that one of the couples that had been sitting next to me had already paid my bill. But they didn't want the serving staff to tell me that they'd paid it before they'd left. So if they ever listen to this, thank you very much. And then I left the cafe and wandered up over it. There's a big bridge that goes over the waterway there at Fort Myers. And as I was halfway up the bridge, I'd almost reached the apex of the bridge, the highest point, when a lady came running up after me. Now, it turned out to be Laura, who's a journalist, and she'd read the writing on the side of the mule and became very interested in what I was doing and wanted to find out more. So she came chasing up after me, and she was all out of breath when she found me on the top of the bridge. And we stopped and had a bit of a chat. And she has given me a lot of tips, a lot of information, and has helped me a lot. She's actually trying to spread much more information about the walk around in the area as I walk. Thanks, Laura. Thanks for that a lot. And I kept going, walking away, and I was actually starting to get a bit dark by the time I approached Punta Gorda, and I was approaching Punta Gorda Airport, and I kept walking, and turned out to be a very, very long walk, much longer than I had expected. And I arrived at Larry's place, the guy that I was going to couch surf with. He lives in a converted school bus, really cool. And I arrived there just as the sun had set and darkness had fallen. And I arrived and rolled up the mule, and I stopped outside the school bus to find Larry with some of his friends sitting there enjoying some Chinese takeaway, just waiting for me. And they sat me down, made me feel very welcome, poured me some wine, and fed me some Chinese takeaway, which was great. Naturally, fell into bed reasonably early that night, and woke up the next morning and Larry was off to see his parents, and I followed along, and I met his parents, and while Larry took his mother, who unfortunately has broken her leg, off to visit the bank and run a few errands, I sat down and had a talk with his father, and his father reminisced about how during the Second World War he'd been stationed in Rockhampton, and we talked a lot about all different things about Australia and a few things, so... Yeah, it was really interesting. It was great to be able to meet some real Americans. So I'm really feeling what's happened during this second half of the week is that I'm getting into a lot more contact with the real America, the people that live here, not the touristy side, not the service side, but the people themselves. And it's been really, really great. And I hope it continues like this, but the way it's going at the moment, I really think it will, and it's excellent, actually. We then went back to the school bus, sat around talking for a while, and I actually ducked up to the local sports bar and did some emailing and some other stuff I had to get done. And while Larry went out and did some work he had to get done, and then he came back and collected me, and we drove off to visit his friends, the same friends that had been there at Larry's place for dinner the night before, and we actually had dinner at their place. And they had this really, really great outdoor area with mosquito netting and a little pond with a little waterfall, and you could sit there and enjoy the darkness and hear some of the birds, and you could hear the water rushing down the little waterfall. And it was a really great evening, and we had some great food, and we sat around talking, and before too long, it was time to head back to the school bus, try to get some sleep, and get ready for the next day. Now, I didn't actually sleep in the school bus. Larry has the school bus and a small camper van, and I actually took the camper van and slept in there, and Larry slept in the school bus. It wouldn't be really nice of me to keep him awake with my snoring, so it would be better for me to stay in the camper, actually. Next morning, I got up, had a cup of coffee with Larry, and set off my way towards Englewood. Another long walk. I'm not really sure how long. It'd be at least, I think it was something like 48 kilometers or something, but a decent walk. The weather wasn't looking really good. It was overcast, and there had been the promise of rain. It didn't look like it was going to rain, but it was very humid, and it was very overcast. And anyway, there was not much I could do about it. I set off, headed towards Englewood. I walked, I suppose, most half the day, and about... One would have been at first 12 o'clock or something, or 1 o'clock. It started raining, and then it just kept on raining. I was headed to Deborah and Larry's place in Englewood, another couch surfing couple. As I was walking along, I just kept getting wetter and wetter, and I stopped for, actually found a cafe where I was almost reluctant to walk inside because I was actually dripping wet, and I walked inside and I ordered a coffee and a hot dog just to tide me over. As I was standing at the counter, a gentleman that had seen me arrive and had seen the cart started asking me about where I was going and what I was doing. And after I'd ordered, he paid for both the hot dog and the coffee. Thank you very much. People have been very friendly. It's like the third time someone's done that for me here in America. So people are very friendly and helpful, and they get very fascinated with what I am doing. Then I set off in the rain, arrived at Deborah's and Larry's place to the... cheers of people sitting inside, and they saw me arrive, wet and bedraggled. They let me inside, and they made sure I got a hot shower and a dry change of clothes, and then we sat down to dinner with both Deborah and Larry and Gina and John, who were another couch surfing couple that were staying there at the same time. And we had a wonderful dinner and talked about everything. And it was off to bed. And then up the next morning, first a bit of a breakfast, and then some sightseeing. We've driven around Englewood and the area around it, and we've had a look at the beaches, and we went out to the beach. And apparently something you can do here in the area, and what's very popular here in the area, is to find shark's teeth. And they're actually fossilized shark's teeth. So most of them aren't white, they're actually brown or black. Apparently there's been a lot of sharks in this area prehistorically, and a lot of... Just around the Venice area, a lot of shark's teeth wash up, and people spend a lot of time searching for them. It's a local sort of pastime, or a tourist pastime, I suppose it could be as well. So we did that for a while. We found a few small ones, nothing really exciting, but we saw a lot of other people on the beach. But it was a windy day. The sea was pretty rough. We were planning to maybe go kayaking, but the sea was too rough, so we couldn't really do that. Maybe next time, but not this time. And then we had a look around the mangrove swamps, and we met some fishermen, and we saw them fishing up some fish, and one of the fish was a real mean-looking fish with really, really sharp teeth. We went and looked for some manatees, but we couldn't find any. And we just went back to Larry and Deborah's place, had a bit of a snack, and that's where I am now. And then I've sort of tried to sit down and record this. As I say, this second week has been really, really good. I've met a lot of very interesting people. I've had a lot of good conversations. I've really, really enjoyed the company of everybody, and not only the company, but experiencing the place and seeing how it works as well. I'm really glad to have met, I don't know how I should say, but I'll call it real Americans, real people that are living here and now. And from all walks of life, from people that are retired to people that are saving money to travel, to people that are all different ideas and everything. And then it's really great. It's been wonderful, really. And I'm really looking forward to it continuing like this. I've had a lot of luck with couch surfing during the last week. I've found several places to stay, and I've got a few places lined up after this. Tomorrow I hope to start walking toward up the coast, up past Venice, and I'll probably camp one night. But then after that, up a little bit further up, I've got another couch surfer to stay with. And then after that, I'm heading up towards Tampa. And I hopefully, actually the couple that's staying here might be able to put me up there when I get closer to that. When I do get up to Tampa, in the Tampa area, one thing I'm going to do is try to contact Scott Kelby from Scott Kelby Training, see if I can get a tour around the offices there. I have already emailed him, and I've got a reply that I just keep in contact and let him know when I'm in the area and to try to organise a tour. So hopefully if that works out for everyone, it'll be interesting to see that. We'll see what that's like. But as I say, I'm really enjoying it. It's been really great. Apart from a bit of rain, everything's been absolutely brilliant. And I hope it continues like this. And I hope that you continue following me on my little adventure across America as a part of my big walk from Stockholm to Sydney. And I also hope that you help me spread the word about the podcast and the Instagram feed to as many people as possible, and get it out there and get it known, and keep following. Hello, and welcome back to another edition of the Walk.se, the ongoing story about becoming a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. Well, another week in the USA, and it's been a pretty intense one. I've met a lot of interesting people, and, well, a lot's happened. I've really had a really, really great time. The week started out on Thursday when I left Englewood. I walked north from there, and the day before, one of the local TV stations had been in contact with me, and they wanted to do an interview. And as I walked up during the day, two different reporters from two different local stations actually came out, did interviews with me, asked all the usual questions, why I was doing it and how it had gone and which route I was planning to take and how many shoes I'd worn out. I've actually had, since then, quite a few people come up to me and say that they've seen me on the news. I was apparently on the local news that night. So, that was interesting. My plan for the day was to walk up to the Oscar Shearer State Park. It was a reasonable sort of walk. But when I got there, and I got there pretty late, it was a pretty hot day, and I got there reasonably late, 6 o'clock. It turned out that the park was actually full. All the camping sites were taken, and they couldn't even sit in a little small tent. So I ended up in a hotel instead, which was, even if it was comfortable, it was unnecessarily expensive. There wasn't really any place that I could camp there at all. Next day, I got up and I walked north towards Sarasota, and I was heading towards Bradenton. And in Bradenton, I was going to stay with a guy called Max that had contacted me through couch surfing and had offered me a place to stay. So he was expecting me to arrive that Friday evening. I walked past a lot of really nice scenery, some pretty nice beaches, and as I walked up through Sarasota, I walked past the Sarasota Lawn Bowling Club. And I've seen a lot of lawn bowls in my days. It's a big sport in Australia, in Sydney, and there were lawn bowls clubs everywhere, and they were generally older people playing lawn bowls in their whites and possibly enjoying a beer or two in the bar. And I slowed down a little bit, and I was checking out the people that were playing there. After a short little while, they noticed me and the wagon, and they said hello. And as I was actually leaving there, I was leaving to continue my walk, they came rushing out, and one of them recognized me from one of the news reports, invited me in, and they asked me actually if I'd played lawn bowls before, which I said I hadn't. And they started an impromptu lesson there, and they taught me how to play lawn bowls. So I got to bowl a few times, and then they invited me in for a beer, and I had a nice cold beer, and I actually got a little souvenir pin from the Sarasota Lawn Bowls Club to take with me on my continued journey. Nice little group of people and a nice little break. I continued on and arrived in Bradenton and met Max. Max is a pretty cool guy who is studying political history at the moment, and he's really interested in classical American cars, like these big American cars. And he actually has a Cougar he drives around in, which has got a gigantic hood. The next day, I stayed 2 nights with Max. So we sat around talking for the first night, and then the next day we got up and we actually went out and we went for a drive in his big Cougar, and we were cruising down the streets of Florida, of Bradenton, and they're big, wide 3 or 4 lane highways, and we were cruising down there with this great expanse of hood in front of us, and it felt very, very American. Just the sort of feeling I could imagine you sort of have watching American movies or something like that. And I had my little camera with me. I couldn't help rolling down the windows and leaning out the windows and photographing with my little camera, my little Ricoh, which is has an effective focal length of 28 millimeters, which is exactly the same focal length that Gary Winogrand was using, I believe, when he was cruising around America and photographing a lot of stuff in America on a road trip where most of the photographs were taken without him even getting out of the car. So I leaned out the window, took a few photographs, and pretended I was a famous American photographer. One of the local places that Max took me to and showed me was a place called Munchie's 420. Which is it's not much more than a takeaway food bar, and it actually started out as merely a takeaway place or a delivery place. People could ring up and order something that they wanted to eat, and it would be delivered. And it was actually started by a guy who, when he and his friends realized that there was no place to get any food deliveries from in the Bradenton, Sarasota area late at night, or rather early in the morning when you've got the munchies. And so they started this place, and they were only doing deliveries, and it's sort of grown, and now there is a little restaurant or whatever you want to call it where you can sit down and eat. The thing about this is that they serve these sandwiches, and they're called fat sandwiches, and they really are, and there's some really, really weird combinations of food. We tried one, which was essentially a bread roll with 2 cheeseburgers, mac and cheese, chicken fingers, onion hoops, spuds, and mozzarella sticks. And it's all squashed together on this roll and served in a sort of a sticky mess. Not really the sort of thing that I'd consider either healthy or really find all that appetizing. It really, really is Munchie's food. Hungover or whatever, and you want to really munch out on something, it is honestly a little bit gross. They had a lot of people there, and apparently they did quite well, and they don't advertise or anything, and yet they still expand. So a lot of people seem to like it. Sunday morning, it was time to move on again. I had ahead of me, I had the Skyways Bridge, which is a bridge that stretches across from Bradenton to Clearwater. You're not allowed to walk on it. There isn't even a walkway across this path. So if I had to walk, I would have had to walk around the long way around Tampa. But Max was kind enough to help me. We packed down the cart, the mule, put it in the back of his car, and then we drove off, and he gave me a lift over the bridge and dropped me on the other side as soon as the pathway started again. So a little bit of cheating there over the bridge, but I've made up for it in byways and wanderings already just in the last 2 days. So it was really great of Max to drop me over there, first to let me stay, and then to drop me over there. He got up early on a Sunday morning to do it, so that was great. Really appreciated. and I had a destination to walk to. I was walking to Clearwater Beach. Now, I didn't really know what Clearwater Beach was, apart from a destination, and I looked at it on the map, and it looked like just a little place out there, and it actually turned out to be a bit of a resort town. Like, there were a lot of hotels and beaches and surf shops and a real sort of a beach resort town area. The reason I was heading there was that earlier in the week, a guy called Stephen had reached out to me on Facebook. I'm not quite sure how he'd found me, if he'd seen the TV news thing or read an article, or if he'd found me somewhere else, but he had found out about the walk, and he offered me a place to stay if I was in the Clearwater area, and which I thought was absolutely great. And I got back to him and I said, yeah, great, I just don't quite know when I will be there as yet, but that would be absolutely great if we could organise that. And when I got back to him a bit later on and could tell him when I would be arriving, it turned out that he couldn't put me up because he had to go away to work. Now, and that would have been great just by itself. I mean, the offer was very kind, but he actually went out of his way to get in contact with his sister, who worked at a hotel called the Camelot Resort at Clearwater Beach, and they organised for me to stay 2 nights there at the Camelot Resort, which was really great. So I stayed there for 2 nights. I arrived reasonably late that Sunday evening, and then I stayed there, and during the day on Sunday I went for a long walk along the beach and checked out what do you check out when you walk along the beach? And it was a nice sunny day, and I also managed to get a bit of washing done, a bit of stuff I had to get done, get organised, catch up a little bit of the emailing. Had a really, really nice day wandering around in the Clearwater Beach area. Then on Tuesday, it was time to set off again. I didn't really have a long way to walk. I was still going to actually be in Clearwater, but closer to a place called Safety Harbour, where I was going to stay with Gina and John, a couch surfing couple that I had met earlier when I was staying in Englewood. They were actually staying there at the same time. I met them there. You've seen them on some of the pictures from the last post. They're the couple there that are searching for shark's teeth. They invited me to stay with them if I came up through Clearwater, which was absolutely great for me. And I was going to walk to their place, which wasn't very far away from Clearwater Beach, but I was going to take a bit of a detour. I was going to go via Kelby Training, which was in the area, slightly closer towards Tampa. And I'd been emailing for a few days, trying to get into contact with someone there so that I could come and visit. Kelby Training, they produce a lot of material for photography and Photoshop, and they do workshops and videos and all sorts of stuff. And I've used a lot of their materials when I worked as a teacher before, and I've seen a lot of their tutorials on the net and bought some of their DVDs and books and stuff. I decided even before I left Sweden that if I had the chance, I would try to visit their studio, basically see where it all happens and how it gets done. I was lucky. I eventually got hold of a guy called Levi Adams, and he promised he'd help me and he'd show me around when I got there. So I arrived there at 2 o'clock. I was actually a bit early. I was probably there about 1:30, 1:45. And Levi was still on his lunch break. He took me in and sat me down on the couch and asked me to wait while he finished his lunch. I had the mule with me. We put the mule to one side and I sat down and had to wait. And while I was waiting, RC Conception came by and he saw the mule and he started asking me what I was doing and where I was going, and eventually asked me all about the walk and what it was all about. He was pretty fascinated by it all, and he actually took over the tour and showed me around the studio and introduced me to all the people there and showed me where everything happens, where they do everything. There are different studios, there are video studios and there are photo studios, and all the people there, all the editors and all the people that work on editing video and everything. It was a pretty big operation. He cleaned out one of the studios there and actually got both me and the mule to pose for some pictures that we'll see if they hopefully turn up on his blog in the next day or two. Neither Scott Kelby or Matt Kloskowski were there at the time, but RC invited me back the next day to attend a live session of The Grid, one of the programs that the Kelby Training Group or Kelby One put out, to be in the audience and to watch that as it happened live, and also get a chance to meet both Scott and Matt. I then left Gina and John's place. Oh, and I might add, by the way, that when I walked to Kelby Training, I got caught in another one of these Florida thunderstorms. I was walking for about half an hour in something that was like, it was worse than a shower. I might as well have been swimming. So when I arrived at Kelby Training, I was soaked to the skin. But it looks like that might be something I might have to get used to here, especially here in Florida. The thunderstorms have rolled through a few times, and when it rains properly. But I dried out when I was in Kelby training, and I left there and headed over to Gina and John's place. It was about a 2-hour walk. I got there in time to go with them to a couch surfing meeting. Gina had organised a couch surfing meeting where all the local couch surfing hosts got together and met each other and exchanged experiences and told stories about what had happened, about their travels and what it was like being a couch surfing host, how they had couch surfed somewhere else before. It was all very interesting. It was a real mix of people, all walks of life, all ages. The one common thing they all had was they all liked meeting people and enjoyed meeting people and wanted to meet people and liked traveling. So it was a perfect mix of people. The meeting was held at the Taco Bus, which is a bus parked outside a building, and they served tacos. So, and we had a nice taco, sat around talking for hours with different people, explaining where I'd been and hearing what other people had done and where they'd been. And there was a couple that turned up there that had lived in Boulder in Colorado for 18 years, and they had a lot of stories to tell me about that. I'm even more looking forward to reaching Boulder if I get there in time before it gets too cold. Sounds like it's going to be a really, really exciting place to visit. And then after that, we went back to Gina and John's place, and I had a really good night's sleep. I was really needed. I was quite tired. I got up Wednesday, which is today when I'm recording this, and I spent most of the morning with Gina and John being shown around Safety Harbour and Dunedin, and then even we went out to Tarpoon Bay, I think it's called, and found a really, really nice Greek restaurant there that served an excellent salad, and we had a nice lunch there. And then it was off again to Kelby training to watch the live recording of the grid. Met a few more people, said hello to Scott and Matt, and really made me realise all my ums and ahs here as I talk to you, how much work I have to do with this live speaking, this podcasting gig. That they were really professional, the guys that were on there, like Scott and Matt. They just rocked in and then they just started talking, and it all sounded pretty good, pretty natural, pretty good, not a lot of ums and ahs and thinking, and it just flowed really, really well. So that's something that I'm really going to have to practice a lot. I'm recording this late at night, and I'm going to edit it and see if I can get it up there tonight, so there'll be something for you to listen to tomorrow. And so I basically try to keep to the weekly schedule that I have, as much as I can at least. And tomorrow it's up early in the morning and back on the road again, heading north. I really need to head north, get up towards Perry or Tallahassee, so I can start heading west again. Although it's been a very, very interesting 3 weeks here so far, and I've met a lot of interesting people, and I have had a chance to do a lot of interesting things, at this rate, I'm not really going to get across America too quickly. So in the coming week or two, I really hope to put some more kilometres under my feet, make the miles go. So I really need to get moving. I think so far in the 3 weeks, I've walked something like 450 kilometres, which isn't really a lot. So I need to sort of up that mileage quite a bit. What I've been doing is I've been staying with people, couch surfing with people, and been walking one day and then resting a day with people. And in a way, it feels more natural and better. I mean, when you couch surf with someone, they're offering their time and their energy, and you want to give something in return. Just turning up, couch surfing one night and then leaving the next morning can feel a little bit rude, basically. But we'll see what happens now. I really do have to cover a greater distance in the coming couple of weeks. Otherwise, I'll never get across this large country. But there it is. There's so much more to come. I'm having a great time, really enjoying it. People are extremely friendly and helpful. It couldn't be much better at all. Maybe a few less thunderstorms, but that's about the only thing. At least it's warm when it rains here, so it's not that bad. Keep following me. The adventure continues. There's a long, long, long way to go. Hello and welcome to the Walk.se, the ongoing story about trying to become a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. This is a pretty important podcast. I finally walked far enough north along the Florida Peninsula to be able to start heading west. And I can't really describe how good that feels. I've been heading north now for quite a while. Well, it's the wrong way. I should be heading west. If anything, I should be heading south. So it'll feel good. Feel good to be able to start heading west now. So tomorrow I'll start heading west. It's been a good week's walking since I spoke to you last. And I've actually started to cover some distance at last. I haven't had that much success using couch surfing, but in a way that's caused me to keep moving and get some more miles done, so that might not have been a bad thing. I've more or less followed US 19 from Clearwater, but started out on the Pinellas Trail out of Clearwater up to Tarpon Springs. The Pinellas Trail is a nice walk, and it's a cycle path with no traffic, and there are other walkers and cyclists, and you get to meet them and you can talk to them. I was actually stopped several times on the trail by people who wondered what I was up to, and it's always nice to stop and have a bit of a chat to people and find out about who they are and answer some of their questions. More than one person that stopped and talked to me wondered if I had seen the flip-flop man. Apparently, there's an older man, probably in his 70s they say, that runs up and down the trail in flip-flops. And some days he apparently covers up to 60 miles a day. Would have been an interesting character to meet, but unfortunately I missed him. The day I passed through there, he wasn't anywhere to be seen. The weather has been very reasonable, but I have had a few days of rain. In fact, I was walking through some all-day drizzle one day along the US 19 when all of a sudden a car pulled over and a lady jumped out and offered me an umbrella. "You should not be walking all day in the rain and getting wet," she said. "Take this. I've got plenty of others at home." I almost didn't have time to thank her before she was gone again. In fact, the week has been another one that has shown the generosity and helpfulness of people here. I stayed at a hotel in Crystal River, and when I woke up, there was a card taped to my room door. It's from a guest that had seen me in the mule checking in the night before, and after having had a look at the website, decided to give me a donation, along with a card wishing me well and a great journey. Thanks, Abby. Really appreciate it, and I would have loved to have been able to thank you in person. I did not only receive an umbrella along the road, a lady from Clearwater, who'd seen me on the news, doubled back to give me a donation and wish me well as well. A lot of people have been waving, and even the trucks along the road seem to be starting to recognise me. Some of them must be passing me several times a day. Walking along the US 19 is interesting. In the beginning, it was just a continuous strip mall. Shops, and then some more shops. It's difficult to even try to imagine the amount of consumerism that is necessary to keep all these commercial establishments running, but then the traffic along the road gives a clue to the size of the consumer base. The traffic is more or less continuous, and there are cars and trucks whizzing by all the time. Which brings me to a rather odd reflection about trucks in the USA. It seems that they have to have a hood, preferably a large one. In all my miles along the road in Europe, more or less all the trucks I saw there were flat-fronted, but here they all have gigantic hoods. Naturally, there are some other brands here than in Europe, but even the Volvos I've seen here are the models with long, large hoods. In fact, the Volvos here with the hoods are often the smallest trucks. They're often the big Macs and that are pretty gigantic. And apparently that's just the way a truck is supposed to look here in the States. Even the school buses have hoods. It all looks rather old-fashioned to me, but then space saving does not seem to be a consideration here in the same way as it is in Europe. Another reflection is the amount of pawn shops there are along the road. Not porn, but pawn, as in we buy gold. There is one, if not two, every mile or so, usually in combination with gun sales. I don't know how they all make money, but people must be selling or borrowing on their stuff a lot to support that many shops. Next thing I noticed that might seem strange for a European is all the advertisements for lawyers. The injury and liability lawyer ads are almost as common as the pawn shops along the road. Not really sure what that says about American society, but it does give reason to pause and reflect a bit. Once I got above Crystal River, the strip mall started disappearing and the road became more and more desolate. Still a fair bit of traffic, but less and less buildings and more forest and swamp beside the road. I almost witnessed an accident the other day. A small van coming towards me veered into the lane outside it, forcing the van that was already there to drift out onto the grass in the median strip where it started fishtailing. The driver caught the first slide, came back onto the tarmac, and for some reason then went out onto the grass again. I was just standing there, trying to decide which way to jump if I had to, but the driver finally regained control and we could all continue on our way. The first driver didn't even seem to notice a thing, but I've got a small feeling that the other driver made sure to make him or her aware of what had happened a bit further on up the road. The last few days have been a hot slog along the side of the road with swamp forest on both sides. In fact, it was difficult to find a place to camp between Cross City and Perry, but the only open shop and service station in Tenille just happened to be beside a campground, and the campground had a shower, which was great. Tomorrow I finally get to start on my way west. I'll be heading towards Crawfordville, which I hope to reach on Sunday evening. And if I do, I'll be able to meet up with Sheila, the girl who I met in Spain. She told me then that she was going to do a cross-USA cycle trip with a group of women, and after checking the itinerary, it looks like our routes will intersect in Crawfordville of all places. Now I'm going to get this up on the blog, then as soon as I've done that, I'm going to get some sleep, so I'll be fit and ready tomorrow. After all, tomorrow will be the start of my westward push across America, and I'm really looking forward to it. Keep listening, and remember, keep walking. Welcome to another podcast from the walk.se, the ongoing story about becoming a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. I'm in Tallahassee at the moment, sheltering from the rain, sitting in our house with a very, very kindly couch surfing host that I will introduce you to shortly. And he will actually have the honour of being the first ever guest on one of the Walks podcasts. Last time I left you, I was in Perry. I was on my way to Crawfordville, which turned out, for me anyway, to be a 2-day walk. And one of those days was a long, hot day with no place to rest or stop because there's been a lot of rain in this area lately and the water table is quite high, which means that the forests on the side of the road are quite flooded. Which also means that there are a lot of bugs and mosquitoes. So you don't want to go off the main road into the forest because you get eaten alive, basically. Anyway, I left Perry. Actually, that first day was a long day. I think I walked something like 55 kilometers that day, mainly because I couldn't find a place to stop before I'd walked that distance. And even then, it was about 8 o'clock in the evening when the sun was setting, when I finally found a place that I could stop. And it was a tiny little roadway that sort of veered off the main road. And there was a small gate there that I could just pass through. And about 100 yards up there in the middle of the scrub, I basically camped on the road, hoping that there wouldn't be any cars coming. There was a lot of scrub on the road, and there was a gate, so I figured I would be pretty safe to camp there. Put the tent up almost in the dark and locked the mule up outside and crawled inside to get a bit of a sleep. And I was reasonably tired, so I sort of started drifting off pretty quickly when all of a sudden there were a lot of noise from outside the tent, at least what I considered to be a lot of noise when I was lying inside the tent. Some sort of animal was shuffling around outside through the scrub. It was making a lot of noise. I didn't know what it was, and I couldn't see out through the tent what it was, so I tried to scare it away by shouting out, but nothing much happened, really. Whatever it was continued around the tent for the next hour or so. I eventually fell asleep, woke up in the morning, and when I came out and had a look, my guess is that it was an armadillo that had sort of disturbed me the night before, because there were a few new holes around the tent where something had been burrowing, and the only animal that I know in the area that does that is the armadillo. And I've seen a lot of the armadillos as roadkill along the roads as well, so it seemed pretty logical. I wasn't really worried in the tent. I didn't think there were any animals there that were going to harm me. Having grown up in Australia, I'm not all that really scared of alligators. Alligators are just sort of a very, very small, weak version of a crocodile. So I'm not too worried about them. Maybe I shouldn't be too tough about that. But at the moment, I wasn't too worried anyway. I got up the next morning, packed my stuff together and headed off towards Crawfordville, where I was to meet Sheila. Sheila, who I met in Spain. If you've been following me in my wanderings through Europe, you'll know that I met Sheila outside of Calpe on the Spanish coast. And she said at that time that she was coming to America to do a cross-America bicycle tour. When I checked our schedules the other day, I sort of realised that if I was to head towards Crawfordville, I would be there on the same night that they were going to be there. So I actually booked into the same hotel where they would be, contacted Sheila and said that I'd turn up there. And she answered back, glad to hear from me, and said that she'd organise and book with their cook that I'd be able to eat with them. So that was great. I had about 30 kilometres to go before I got to Crawfordville. 30 kilometres in a day is pretty easy, especially when you get started early, which you always do when you sleep in the tent. You wake up when the sun rises and you get up and you get going pretty quickly. So I headed off and I took it pretty easy. Again, there wasn't much to see along the road. It was pretty much just forest and swamp along the road, nothing else there at all. But I eventually reached a service station that... Oh, actually, after stopping to ask my first interaction with a policeman here in the USA, I stopped and asked a state trooper who was standing alongside the road trying to catch speeding cars if there was a diner or some place to eat somewhere up along the road. And he informed me that there was a service station that had a Subways in it, just sort of a couple of miles up the road. I wandered up there, found the Subways and went in for something to eat, basically. Just before I went in, 3 ladies on bicycles came up. They all screamed out, "Oh, it's Max," or Max. They all said Max. "It's Max." And it turned out that Sheila told everybody in the whole cycling group, and there's about 30-odd people cycling, that I was turning up and I was more or less a little bit famous there. So everybody was on the lookout for me. They were having their rest day. This was a Sunday. They were having their rest day. And there wasn't a lot to see around the hotel, so a couple of them had decided to go cycling off to the lighthouse and to the coast to do a bit of sightseeing, and they found me there at the service station. After a bit of breakfast, I continued on and eventually arrived to another small service station, which was probably about 10 kilometres before the hotel. And I stopped there for some ice cream, actually, and met another of the ladies who also recognised me. I'm really famous by this stage. I arrived reasonably early, about 3 o'clock maybe, at the hotel, checked in, had a nice warm shower, said hello to Sheila. Sheila actually rode out and met me for the last kilometre. Had a shower, washed some clothes, got a few little bits and things done that I had to get done, and then at 4:30 it was time for drinks and cocktails in one of the rooms. So we met there, and with about half the group, I think, 15, 16 women there, and drank some red wine, had some fruit, talked to the people, and answered all the usual questions. It was quite nice. It was very, very nice, and they were all very interested, and it was really interesting getting to hear their story about their journey. They'd started off in San Diego and are more or less travelling the route that I will be walking. So it was very interesting to see how they had found it, even though they were going on bikes and were much, much quicker than I will be on foot. One problem I've had, it's not a great problem, but I have been wanting to get hold of the association called the Adventure Cycling Association that put out a series of maps for different cycle routes. And there's a cycle route called the Southern Tier, which is more or less the route that I'm going to walk towards San Diego. Unfortunately, most of their maps are not sold in shops. They're only sold on the internet, and you get them sent to an address. But as I'm walking all the time, I don't have a steady an address they could send it to, and I'd have to organise with a hotel or a couch surfing host or someone that knew that I was arriving in a few days and get them sent there. And when I started talking about that with the ladies there, one of them quickly said that, "Oh, you can have my maps." They all had a full set of maps for the Southern Tier, and one of them said that, "Oh, I'm not going to use it anymore." So they gave me the whole set. So now I'm all set up. I've got maps from almost from here, from Tallahassee all the way to San Diego, if I choose to follow the Southern Tier. So that's really great. Then we all headed off to dinner and met the rest of the group, and they introduced me to everyone, and we had chicken tacos and salad, and a really enjoyable evening. Everybody was off to bed, everybody was tired, and it was an early night. Next morning, it was breakfast with everybody. I got up and took some photos of them as they left, and they set off towards Perry, and I set off towards Tallahassee. I had been trying to decide the day before if I was going to head towards Tallahassee, which is more or less straight north from Crawfordville, which is in the wrong direction if I want to reach San Diego, or if I was going to head along the coast and end up in Panama City following the coast all the way around. But I had been in contact with a couch surfing host here, Bill, and I wanted to meet him, and I wanted to come up to Tallahassee. So I decided that, well, I won't worry too much about the coast. I'll be able to follow the coast from Panama City and I'll be able to follow the coast all the way to Mobile, or how do you say it, Bill? Mobile, okay, there you are. The proper pronunciation there. So I decided to head up toward Tallahassee. It was a long, reasonably hot day. I can't remember exactly how far it was. It was like 30 or 40 kilometers. It was more than, I think it was closer to 38 kilometers or something. And I actually arrived after a few telephone calls with Bill. I arrived at his home and he hadn't arrived from work yet. And I sat down, and I only just sat down and relaxed when Bill turned up. And Bill, and I'll introduce him now, Mr. Bill Davis, my host here in Tallahassee. I've now spent, 3 days here, Bill?
Yeah. I think it's 3 days, three good days.
3 very good days, and Bill has been extremely generous and helpful and shown me around and introduced me to his friends. I had a really great time, and the reason that I've stayed here for 3 days, I was only intending to stay 2 nights, 1 full day, is that the area all around here, from Pensacola all the way to up here, has had a lot of rain. And in Pensacola, they've had, 24 inches of rain in 48 hours, wasn't it?
In 15 hours.
In 15 hours. Oh, that's a lot of rain.
Historical proportions.
Yeah. Roads are washed away, and gas mains have burst, and there's a lot of stuff. And it's been a pretty wet few days, so I've actually been able to relax, and Bill's been taking me around in his car, which is a lot better than walking in the rain. Thanks, Bill.
Well, it's been my pleasure to show you Tallahassee and a little bit of North Florida.
We've had a good few days. A few things have happened. We started off the first night by going and having Mexican.
We did. We had a very good Mexican meal, an opportunity to get to know each other a little bit, which was a real pleasure. So it gave me a chance to ask you all of the usual questions and hear your answers. And I don't know if they were the usual answers, but they were pleasing to the ear and soul.
Well, I think by this stage, my answers probably are starting to get a little bit standardized. But when you talk to someone for longer than just a few minutes, it always gets a bit more complex and involved, and there are different nuances of everything. So, and I think we've had time to talk quite a bit during these few days. So, and you'll also hear probably, we're sitting at Bill's dining room table, and you'll hear some noises, and it's us sipping some Scotch whiskey. And then the next morning, what did we do then?
I don't really know. Well, we went.
Well, I actually went. You drove. We went for breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
The local place up here.
We went on a tour of some of the what I would say some of the alternative culture things here out of the mainstream. We looked at food cooperative, the bicycle cooperative.
Yeah, the bicycle cooperative. That's right. We were planning or thinking about. Bill had suggested we go on a river cruise. But there were so many thunderstorms, and apparently the cruises go even if it's raining, but when the thunderstorms and there's lightning, they don't go. So called a few times and checked through the day, but it wasn't on. What we actually did end up doing, which I found very interesting, is I got a very, very nice tour of the political and justice system in Tallahassee, or in Florida, I should say.
That's right. That's one of the highlights of Tallahassee, being the state capital. We have all 3 of the branches of the state government are located here. We got a chance to see all 3. And indeed, one of them was in full force of operation. We got to see a bit of the goings on.
Yeah, some of the political machinations behind the scene.
Yes. And then the lobbyists and things like that. The people talking in the elevator in an obscure fashion about it,
What was going on? It was a what was that session called?
Well, we saw the legislative branch of the government. There's 3 branches, and the legislative branch is similar in some ways maybe to the House of Parliament, and this is called the House of Representatives. We came in there near the last day of their session. They were on May 1st. They discontinued for about 8 months. So they were in a hurry to consider and pass as many laws as the majority wished to have enacted. And so we observed that the minority asking questions in an effort to clarify what they thought was perhaps the true intent of the law. So it was entertaining for sure.
And then we headed over to the courthouse.
The Florida Supreme Court.
The Florida Supreme Court. Gee, that sounds really...
It is very, very important.
Yeah.
Florida is a very large state, and under the U.S. system of government, a great deal of what goes on in people's daily lives is decided at the state level. And the Florida Supreme Court is the ultimate arbiter of the legality of how the laws are implemented, or even if the statutes that the House of Representatives enacts are legal under the Florida Constitution. Yeah. That was a lot of fun going in there, going through the security and going to the library in the Florida Supreme Court, seeing all their old things.
And the library there was very interesting. You had talked previously when we'd been talking, you'd mentioned that there's a book there from, do you remember the date that book was from?
No, I don't, but it was clearly before the United States Civil War. Yeah. It had to have been around 1840 or 1830.
And I've actually got a picture of it. I'll post that on the blog, and the people that are watching this through or listening to this through Acast will be able to see it. It's a picture of a ledger book where they actually take up the different assets of, was it the whole...
Of the entire state of Florida.
The entire state of Florida. And they list assets as in land and machinery and how many people live here and blah, blah. And they put a monetary value on the slaves. Interesting thing, maybe not, I don't know about interesting is the right word, but the thing is that the monetary value of the slaves was higher than the value of the land.
That's right.
Yeah.
It was really astounding to see. And of course, with inflation, we have to adjust, but they valued, as I recall, all of the land in Florida as something like $19 million, and all of the slaves as $25 million, approximately $500 per slave. They didn't say per person because they didn't want to think of them, I suppose, as people. But when I had seen that before one time with the curator of the library, he observed, he said, well, no wonder they fought a war if they saw the slaves as being worth more than all the land in their state in those days, that being, of course, the Civil War.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting to see. So I will post the picture of that book. So it should be on there.
And you remember we went by the governor's house.
We did, yes.
The governor's mansion. Yeah. And looked and crept around and kind of went beyond the gate into the oldest, the governor's mansion from before the Civil War.
Yeah. Actually felt a little bit illegal there. There were big sort of roadblocks, but they were only to keep cars out, so it was totally okay to
perfectly
walk in.
Legal. It just didn't look that way, but it was.
And we also went up into the top floor of the new building.
Yes, we did. 22 stories up, but much higher really because it's on top of the hill. And we were doing a lot of these inside things, of course, because of the
staying
weather.
Out of the rain.
But we could see. On a clear day, we would have been able to see all the way to the coast of Florida and see the lighthouse at the Gulf of Mexico from the Tallahassee capital. But instead we saw all those trees, and which were beautiful from the top in the misty rain.
And then we went down. Did we go to the coffee house after that?
We went to the coffee house because we wanted a little pick us up, a little caffeine.
Yeah, we needed that.
We needed that on a rainy day. Mm-hmm. And that was very pleasant. All the bohemian people mixed in with the students studying for their final exams at the university nearby.
Yeah, it's very obvious that Tallahassee is a political and a university town or college town because it's very quiet at the moment. There's a large transient population with the politicians and lobbyists and people working with that, and they are sort of closing down at the moment.
They're in their last days, and the lobbyists and their support staff, and they all go back down to the big cities of Florida. And the students are finishing their final exams or they're graduating, and they're going to be going away. They are going away, so it's a sort of a quiet time is coming, is actually emerging here, and very little traffic is compared to the more active time.
It's a nice town. It's actually got some hills, which is the first time I've seen that in Florida. It's been very flat, which makes nice walking with the mule, naturally, but becomes a little bit boring. And there are some nice green hills. There's proper pine trees, and there's
The oak trees with the Spanish moss hanging down.
Oak trees with the Spanish moss, which looks very southern to anyone who's ever watched American movies. That and the marshes beside the road also very southern to anyone who's sort of been watching many American movies. And then we went to dinner, didn't we?
We did.
And we had a bit of a snafu there, and something happened.
Oh, yes, that's right. That was entertaining. Social snafus and things.
We got locked out of the house.
Yes, we did. Yes, there was some work being done on the house, and my very top secret stash key, the backup of all keys, was not in place. Just with the confusion with all of us here, you and I, we managed to lock ourselves out, and we realized it just as we went out the door.
We closed the door,
and then we went to meet a friend for dinner who was very excited to meet you, Matt, and we were going to have our conversation because she very much wanted to ask you, the usual questions, and lo and behold, we ran into some business acquaintance. They joined us, and we didn't talk as much. We didn't really get to those questions, did we?
No, and your friend Terry that wanted to meet me didn't really get a chance to ask the questions she wanted to ask.
No, she did not.
Oh, well.
But it was fun. It was fun. It was kind of fun in a way.
It was an interesting evening, definitely.
Yeah. We came back to the locked house, and we had the locksmiths come. That was
it was interesting. We actually, you had arranged by phone for the locksmiths to come and open the door, and so we got the lawn chairs out, and we're sitting outside in the front of the house waiting for them to arrive. So that was quite interesting.
It was nice fresh air, and if you have a good spirit, or you adapt a good spirit, I should say, you can make a lot of things fun that otherwise would be stressful. We did.
Oh, but that turned out well. So, and then the next day, I was planning to leave.
That's right.
But the weather, that's when the really bad weather came through.
We keep looking at the radar, and these horrible-looking red bands of storm are making their way across the what we call the panhandle of Florida in our direction. And, no one wants to start out into the teeth of a storm. And so glad to have you stay.
Yeah, it's been great.
I've really enjoyed talking to you about just about everything that we've talked about. I very early on was interested in a lot of the technical things. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
One of my early questions was backpack. Why do you have the mule versus the backpack? Is that a usual question?
Yes, in some ways, because most people generally assume if they don't see the mule, if they just sort of hear about the project, about the walk, they assume that I have a backpack. I don't know if they often ask straight out why the mule, but it sort of comes up somehow in the discussion, and it's
Well, I really enjoyed learning about that. Now, you remember Terry. So Terry, who did not have an opportunity to ask the usual questions and whatever ones she had, so she organized
the lunch the next day.
Another meeting for lunch.
So we
brought some other people so they could ask the questions.
The usual question. No. It actually wasn't a usual question. It was a deeper question. And we met at a Cuban cafe, and I had a Cuban sandwich. It was a very nice Cuban sandwich and then beans and rice. So it was a nice lunch. Do you remember the question?
I do, and it was interesting. A young woman who professed to do a lot of backpacking, and you want me to discuss questions in some detail because it was a good, really good question.
Absolutely.
She had, I believe, read an article or talked to someone or heard about someone who had served 2 tours of duty in the war in Afghanistan, and of course, I won't say of course, but had experienced a lot of psychologically traumatic things, and returned to the United States, to society, and was found that by going on a difficult backpacking hike, say on the Appalachian Trail, found this to be curative, found it to be an experience where he could confront his experiences and process them and actually overcome what might settle into being post-traumatic stress disorder or something, which probably a pretty common phenomenon. So she asked you if for you this was that kind of experience. She went further, though. She was more specific, I think. She said, what do you think about? That was it. Yeah. What do you think? Was this an unusual question? She said, I'm asking you that too. But what her question was, what do you think about? What goes through your mind when you're out there for this time walking? She asked that question in the context of confronting one's demons.
Yeah. And it's a good question.
It was a great question.
And we had a bit of a discussion about it. I don't really know if I've ever written so much about it on the blog, but when you walk for such a long time, you invariably start thinking about everything. You think about everything you've ever done, everything you've ever wanted to do, and you rethink it, and you think about how you handled situations and how you could have done differently and blah, 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 blah. You know, you rehash everything in your whole life. And I think in most cases, it is a sort of forced meditation that is very, very beneficial in most cases, unless you're the sort of person that gets hooked up in minutiae and can't sort of let things go. I think it's sort of a very beneficial meditation form or a way to work through your inner demons. But then I also said that I'm not sure, and this would just be interesting. It would be interesting to hear what the friends that know me a little bit better would say about this. That I don't feel that I've changed such a lot by doing this walk. I think that I have a reasonably stable personality and character, and I don't really have a lot of inner demons that I've sort of had to work with while doing this. I've been able to more just try to relax into it in another way. And that's the way I see it, and it'd be really interesting to see if my friends see it another way.
Well, you know, I loved that question. Actually, I love the answer. I really thought that was great because, you know, one of the things you did say was that your experiences in life, and I'm saying perhaps, or maybe you mentioned in my childhood or whatever, you didn't have these traumatic events as others might have had. You know, you didn't have some horrible things occur in your childhood, or you didn't have to go to war and fight in the trenches and things like that. And so I think you said that I don't confront demons on the walk. But then you said, I think you think about everything you've ever done and everything that you want to do, which is a very healthy thing and a pleasant thing and a pleasing thing. And then you have a meditation. So, because I think there might be people who would imagine that someone who is on the walk like that you're on is out to prove a point, which is not the case. I observed that directly, or is out promoting a cause, but really some other thing is going on there, and I don't think that's happening. But I think that you're just going on this wonderful long walk that happens to afford you the opportunity to meditate and not ruminate.
No.
You know, I think that's what you were saying earlier. Yeah. You were outside of yourself. You're not centered in. You have to be outside because you're literally outside. Yeah. And you have the mule ahead of you and you have bumps in the road, literally, and need to think about where you're going to stay the night. When we were talking about fishing earlier, it's similar in the sense that you're focused on the task. Yeah. Somehow the task is a liberation from rumination, to make a nice rhyme.
It is. And it becomes very central and very easy. The things that have to be decided are very, very now. They have to be done now, and they have to be decided, and they're very physical. They're very there's not a lot of leeway. It just has to be decided, and you just do it, and it's very much living in the moment. So that's
good exercise.
It is good exercise, I think. I don't know that I'm all that great at it yet. I think I would have thought by this time that I would have been even better at living in the moment than I am. And I think I've mentioned that a few times before, that it is difficult. It's a difficult sort of stage of mine to reach. And I'm not sure. I think it's one of the things I want to be able to do before the walk's finished. But I've got another 1.5 to 2 years to go, so I've got some more practice time there.
Well, it reminds me of a few minutes ago, before we did this podcast, I referred to a film called Buddha, you know, and it makes me think that perhaps you'll complete your walk and say, okay, it's really the walk of life. You know, there's a song by Dire Straits, The Walk of Life. Yeah. And I think what you're doing is sort of, if you will, a minimal version of the walk of life. You know. You're short. It's a metaphor. This is I was saying to you earlier, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to say this on your podcast. I think that what you're doing is a service to others who are aware or choose to be aware of what you're doing. And this is why people are supportive of it. They want to help you do it. You were wondering, well, why do people want to donate or quote unquote or support you on this? And well, why do they don't? They may not know. We may not know. But I think that you represent, or I should say, your task, and your exercising of that task represents metaphorically or concretely. I mean, a lot of people like to go on this walk. A lot of people would like to have this experience. So I don't want to read too much into it. I've been talking too much at this point, but it is metaphorically and, in fact, actually, in some respects, a sort of a spiritual exercise.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd choose the spiritual label.
Quotes around that. Let's put quotes around that, because I'm not a religious person, I will confess.
Yeah. But there is definitely a pilgrimage type of feeling around it, definitely. Definitely. Yeah. So
we don't expect you to come back with any stone tablets with some commandments, please.
That's good, because stone tablets are heavy. And I don't want to carry more than necessary. I'm a minimalist.
It will be a one-word commandment. You can focus on that, please.
Yeah, be good. Yeah, there it is.
Be good, have fun.
There it is. It isn't really more complicated than that. Be good. Oh, geez, I just realized that that's a Google's thing, isn't it?
No, don't tell me that. I always say, be good, have fun.
Yeah, but Google has a motto like that.
Okay, well, let's forget that for now.
Okay. But then we continued on and had a nice evening. We came back here and took it easy for a while, and then we... what did we do then? We actually went to, we went down to a scuba graduation party.
We did.
Yeah.
Went to a scuba class graduation party at a professor's house, an instructor's house.
One, your instructor that you learned to scuba dive from?
That taught me, and he teaches most people who start something new like that are younger people. Yeah. And but he taught me late in life, and because I just found him here at the university where he was positioned, and so it was a happy coincidence. He likes to have some of the older people come back when he's having a graduation party, and he knew you were visiting because I'd posted on the internet something about my couch surfing guest.
That was interesting. It was nice.
Yeah, it was a nice thing.
We were there for an hour or an hour and a half,
and had some nice munchies and talked to some people. Some people very excited because they learned how to breathe underwater.
Yeah, exactly.
Be weightless.
Yeah. Oh, it's fun, scuba diving. I have never been certified, but I have scuba dived a little bit. But I have snorkeled quite a lot. So, I know the feeling. It's great. And then we went to cat night.
We went to cat night. We really were cognizant that it was going to be cat night. We thought it was going to be more science night. Yeah. But we knew it was going to be the science about cats.
Yeah, it was going to be. Apparently, it's called, what was it called? The place? The
place is called Waterworks.
Waterworks, and they have a science night where they have different speakers come and talk on different scientific subjects, and it can vary greatly. And they have also on Wednesdays they have cat night.
Cat night, yes. Science night was usually on Tuesday. Yeah. And on Wednesday they have regularly a cat night.
And cat night is they actually show on the big screen a selection of funny cat videos from YouTube.
Yes.
And they were actually quite funny.
They were. Of course, there must be a billion. Yeah. So the curator, if you will, the proprietor of the place, culls out the finest of them and edits them down to their essence and plays them. I've never been there, but we got to experience cat night after science night transition.
And they'd moved the science night to Wednesday, and because they were going to have somebody come and talk about cats, and there was a local veterinary came in and gave a talk about cats, and it wasn't very motivating. She just rabbled there was a lot of facts, and it was blah, blah, blah.
So it wasn't high science.
Yeah, that wasn't the funniest part, but it was an interesting night. And then we left there, and we went to a comedy club.
We went to a comedy club, no cover, in other words, it didn't cost anything to get in. No. It was all free. Anyone can go up and try out their stand-up comedy by sort of registering with the host. So we got to see...
Well, when we got in there, the first thing that mattered, we walked in the door and we hear somebody saying, "Now, is abortion genocide?" And then he started from there.
He started from there, and that was the highlight of the comedy. Like a lot of comedy, I guess it was semantics, but juxtaposed, and frankly, that discussion was kind of funny with the irony, but...
There was a mix of the quality. Some of it was pretty poor, and some of it was all right, and some of it was quite fun. Now, unfortunately, the headliner, the last act of the night, she bombed, didn't she?
Yeah, she bombed. But what I like about those is generally, even if they're not funny, it's amusing to watch.
Yeah,
because you do have there's a lot of diversity, socioeconomic diversity, some age diversity. Yeah. Mostly they were younger. All eager to, I think all of them seemed eager to make it in the profession. But yes, the last one bombed. But
you'd seen her before, and
I had seen her before. She's been better, and that's why she was the last one, because she'd been better before they were giving her the opportunity to close.
And she didn't utilize it.
No, it was... well, we were ready to hit the road when she concluded.
And your friend Tim, we'd met him at Waterworks
at Cat Night.
And he had his car didn't start, so he had to walk from Waterworks down to the comedy club. What was it called? The bar?
Oh, Birds. Birds. I have to say the whole name. That's very important to say the entire name, because it's Birds Aphrodisiac Oyster Bar.
That's right.
Because and the oysters there are not especially aphrodisiac-ish, but oysters generally are reputed to be that. So they took that name.
And he had tried to call us, or call you.
He had tried to call.
And you thought you'd left your phone in the car. But anyway, he walked up and we were able to help him start. You had started cables in the car.
We went back to the waterworks where his car was.
And it started up first.
It started outside now the waterworks, by the way, we remember the windows in waterworks.
Yeah, with the water running down them.
Yeah.
It wasn't really necessary yesterday.
No, but that's true. But part of the affect of this place is like it's a tiki bar. Yeah. Everything inside has, straw roofs or something like it.
And I should clarify that a tiki bar is something that I found out what it is here in the sense coming here to Florida. It means it's an outside bar, the sort of bar that you have around a pool or something in it. Yeah,
maybe with palm fronds.
Palm fronds and straw
roof made of
something
leaves.
Like that, yeah. So that the interior is done up with straw and leaves, and it looks like
with running water on the windows. Yeah. But it was, as you said, it's been raining every day, almost all day since you arrived here.
And then we couldn't find your phone. And we drove back home here, and I tried to call your phone, and nothing happened.
We went back.
We went back to the
I went inside, and I said, "I believe I left my phone here." And they said they really didn't think so. Right?
Mm-hmm. And then we came back here, and I tried to call the phone, and nothing much happened. And then all of a sudden, I got a call from your telephone. And it was actually somebody at Waterworks.
A customer.
A customer had found it and had called the last number to call it. Said they were there, and you took off and went and got it.
Okay, took off and went and got it. And went in there, and the first person I saw was the staff person who said, "We don't have it." Yeah. But then I said, Michelle or whoever it was who talked to you. Yeah. It was all lickety split. Boy, I tell you, it's been quite a time. Everything, we've had a few obstacles, overcome them all quite well.
I really like the diversity of what we've done from the different places we've been to, from the Supreme Court to a stand-up comedy bar. I mean, it's great. It's a great diversity. We've done everything.
We saw the governor's mansion, the Supreme Court, and the House of Representatives, and we saw Cat Night at Waterworks and free open microphone almost stand-up comedy at Bird's Aphrodisiac Oyster Bar.
I mean, we've gone from the High Court Supreme Judge,
Supreme Court Justice,
actually calling out, "Hello, Bill, how are you?" to listening to a lady complain about how fresh batteries in her dildo's too much.
I think I repressed most of her routine. But that was remarkable to have the Chief Justice say, hey, Bill, over the railing in the court. And we went through security there. Yeah. That was good. That was fun. Yeah. I digress for a minute there, but it's been a great visit. I've really enjoyed having you here.
Oh, thanks. It's been great being here. And I have to say, you've been a very gracious host. It's been excellent. So, and we'll see tomorrow. We don't know. You might not be rid of me yet. I'll have to check the weather tomorrow.
I don't know.
As it is now, I will start walking tomorrow, even if it's raining, as long as it looks like there's no thunderstorms coming through, because I've been here way too long now. I want to get some miles done.
You must be restless.
I'm getting restless. You know, in the one place for 2 or 3 days in a row, that's a long time.
You have a little bit of a walk ahead of you, don't you?
Yeah, and that's actually interesting. On Monday, I hope now, if I walk reasonably well, to be reaching Panama City on Monday evening, and Monday is day 365 of the walk. Tuesday morning, the walk turns 1 year old. It's a big moment in time for all of humanity.
I wish I could be there with you to toast you on your way with a good, stiff cup of coffee.
Yeah. So hopefully, weather permitting, tomorrow morning I am going to get up, and tomorrow morning it will be Friday morning. Yes, it's Thursday today. So I'll get up Friday morning, and it's the 2nd of May tomorrow, and make my way towards Panama City. Well, thanks for everything, Bill. It's been really, really great. And what a great first guest.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. And remember, keep walking. Welcome to the Walk.se, the podcast about walking from Stockholm to Sydney while trying to become a minimalist vagabond. Today is a very special podcast. Today, the mule and I celebrate 1 year on the road. On the 6th of May 2013, exactly 1 year ago, I woke up in my small apartment in Stockholm, rolled my sleeping mattress up, packed my sleeping bag, packed the little of my gear that I still have, packed it into the mule, rolled outside, locked the door, and put the keys in the mail slot and started off. Headed off down to Lisa's Cafe for a nice breakfast with some friends, and then set off south on the start of what has really become a great journey and an adventure. And although I have to say it hasn't sort of been exactly like I planned it, I suppose anything you do that with this sort of big journey, it always turns out slightly different than you might plan. But overall, it's great. What can I say? And I think if you've followed me, if you've followed the blog, and if you've followed the new podcast, I think you will realize that I've had a great time and I am enjoying myself, and I really wouldn't wish to be doing anything else at the moment. It is really, really great. I'm in Panama City at the moment, staying with Russell, a friend of Terry and Bill's from Tallahassee. They organised for me to arrive here and stay here, which was really, really great. I am spending the day trying to catch up on some emails, getting this podcast done. I've had 4 days of walking that have been very interesting. Met some new friends, taught some people to throw a boomerang, which is all very, very fun. It's I don't know, you may have seen in pictures before. I don't think I've talked about it before, but I actually have a boomerang with me. It's mounted on the inside of the aluminium box that's on the mule, and I've had it out once or possibly twice and thrown it before, but not really with anybody else. And now I met a family in Bluntstown, and I actually had an opportunity to show them how it works and get them to throw it, which was fun, which was one of the reasons why I decided to bring it. It's a conversation piece, and it always shows a little bit of, I don't know, Australian culture, I suppose. We had fun trying to throw it anyway, which was great. And I had one wet day at the start where I walked through a fair bit of rain, but it dried out towards the evening when I camped, so that was all right. Otherwise, it's been very wet, and as I walk between Tallahassee and Panama City, the water table has been very, very high. I can see that in a couple of places. I actually stopped and had a look at a resting area. I was beside a river, and the tables were underwater. The water was flooding slightly. And it sort of reminded me of the test walk in Sweden. I did the test walk in the summer of 2012 in Sweden, which was the wettest summer in Sweden for more than 100 years. And one of the photos from that walk, and the one that I actually used as the cover or the introduction photo for the exhibition that I had afterwards, showed a picnic table underwater at a camping ground in Sweden. And it sort of reminded me a bit of that. I don't know if it's me or what it is, but maybe if there is somewhere that it's having a drought, maybe they should invite me over for a walk and see if I can solve the problems. We'll see what happens. I'll be heading west, and I've heard that in California they have had some very dry weather, and it's been a drought there for a long time, so maybe I'll just be able to bring some water with me when I head over there. The last day that I walked from Youngstown to Panama City. It was actually quite surprising. I was feeling really well the 3 days up until that, but that last day was a little bit hard. I've got a bit of a blister on one of my toes, my little toe on my right foot. I always had problems with my right foot. It's a bit deformed, I could say, and it actually gets quite squashed in toes. So I tend to get a few blisters in shoes. Sorry, so I tend to get a few blisters on my toes. And when you have one, you don't walk properly. You sort of take that into consideration, and you don't have a proper stride, and it sort of it beats you up a little bit extra. And it was also quite warm. It had been warm for 2 or 3 days, and it was warm again. And I think I sort of neglected to drink enough. I'm a bit poor at drinking enough water. I usually drink a lot of coffee, and when I don't drink the coffee, I sort of miss out on drinking enough, I think. So it's something that I'm going to have to concentrate a lot more going forward, because I am going to be heading into some very, very warm weather, and by the time I get to Texas and then head across there, it's going to be in the middle of summer, and I'm going to be walking through some very dry areas with some long, long stretches of road where there's no shade and there's no place to stop and rest. So I'm going to have to make sure that I carry enough water, and that not only carry it, but I consume enough water to carry me through. It's been an epic year, and I use that word because when I started working on this project, I had a bit of a reference group that I asked about what they thought about the project and what they thought the name might be and how I might go about doing it. And the working name for the project was actually Walkabout, which is reasonable. I mean, a lot of people realise that this is a sort of walkabout for me. That was a working name for the project, but when I decided to register a domain and start the blog for the walk, well, naturally, Walkabout was taken. It's one of those names that a lot of people use for different things. I had to scout around and try to find a name that I could register a domain for that sort of was nice, simple, and explained what it was all about. I actually emailed a range of suggestions to my reference group, and the walk was the one that I think most people reacted to as being nice, concise, explanatory, easy to remember, and actually one of the answers was very clear. He said, use the walk. It's an epic name. It's something that people will remember. And not only is it an epic name, it's been an epic journey so far. I mean, I'm sitting here at my computer and I'm sort of scrolling through some of the things that have happened during the last year and looking at some of the blog posts. And I mean, it's been a year. It's been an intense year. I've done a lot of kilometers, if nothing else. And I've met a lot of people, and I've been to a lot of places. In many ways, I feel that the year has gone very, very quickly. I think that's sort of the reaction. I spoke to a few people just the other day, and they said, oh, what, a year already? That's quick. And that's the sort of feeling I have myself. It's gone very, very quickly. It's been an intense year. But at the same time, as I sit down and I look at all the posts and where I've been and all the people that I've met, I sort of realise how much I've managed to fit into this year. There are memories for many lives just during this year. I've got a lot of stuff there, and well, I just can't really express how much of a great year it's been so far. One thing I would really like to take the opportunity to do is thank everybody that's been in contact with me or the walk in any way during and even before the year. I mean, there have been so many people that have helped me in various ways. Have been friends and colleagues and family, and that have supported me and helped me with organising it and getting the ideas sorted out before the actual project, and then the huge number of people that have helped me along the way, and it's so great. I mean, it's everything from my best personal friends to my family to colleagues and friends that have supported me, and the people I've met along the road, old friends and new friends that I've met along the road, and friends of friends, and people have helped me that have been, or the friends of cousins of my friends, and they've all sort of rallied together and have helped me in different situations. And one of the great things about the walk is, although I've got a reasonably positive frame of mind, and I love to travel, and I know that I meet great people when I travel. It's even so, after a year on the road, my take on humanity and my feeling towards everybody has gotten even better. I've met so many fabulous people. A lot of people have asked me if I've ever felt threatened or if I've ever been in any bad situations. And, well, touch wood, 1 year down, no, never. I've only had positive experiences, and it's really incredible. The walk itself, what should I say about the walk? I mean, it started out very much as a project where I thought it was going to be one thing, and as with all projects like this, it turns out to be slightly different. There are a few things that have made me sort of reconsider a little bit what the walk is about and how I go about it. The basic premise has always been that it's a lifestyle change, and I am experimenting with becoming a minimalist and a vagabond. Now, minimalist, not having too much stuff. This is a continuation of my downsizing. I've been downsizing since 2009. I think I would be the time I could say that I started downsizing properly. That was before the walk as an idea itself was born, but I mean, the downsizing, the minimalism has sort of fed into the walk. I'm now at the stage where I basically only own the stuff that I can fit on the mule. I do have one or two other things. I've got my one suit, and I've got maybe 2 boxes of personal memorabilia that are stored with some friends, my sister in Sweden. But that's it. Apart from that, I'd have to say that I really have become a minimalist. I don't have a lot of stuff. In fact, I have nearly no stuff, which is the point. And as to becoming a vagabond, I haven't had my own place to live for the whole year. I did spend some time at my sister's place, thank you, when I was working in Stockholm. But apart from that, I've sort of been more or less on the road and living either in the tent or as a couch surfer or at hotels or hostels. And I'm just trying to get by and staying on the road. Hey, it's working. I'm quite happy. I'm happy with the minimalist aspect, and I'm happy with the vagabond aspect. One thing that has become different from the way I envisioned the walk from the beginning, I was very much looking to the walk to be a photographic project. I thought I would take a lot of pictures. I thought I would stop and document things. I thought I might even stop and produce some stories along the way, and that hasn't really happened. A number of reasons why, and I'm not really sure if the reasons make sense or not, but I've actually found that the creative process, I mean, I get a lot of time to walk, and I get a lot of time to think, and I get a lot of time to reflect and consider things, but actually being creatively productive and producing stuff is harder than I thought it would be. It takes a lot more time. I've found that even though I've had a lot of ideas, I spend a lot of time walking, and it takes a lot of my energy, and I don't really feel like doing too much outside of that. The walk was always envisioned to take a long time, which is why I chose to walk originally. I mean, I could have gone by bicycle, or I could have hitchhiked or taken buses or something to do the same trip. One of the reasons I chose to walk was I wanted it to take a long time, and it does. I mean, to actually get somewhere while walking, I walk on average probably between 8 and 12 hours a day that I actually engage in walking, apart from rest days, and that's a long time. and it doesn't leave a lot of energy for other stuff. And it actually takes more energy than I thought it would, which has sort of been a bit of a disappointment. But at the same time, it is what it is. The walk is about learning how to live and produce in this sort of environment and lifestyle. Although the concept of the walk itself is really great, and I love it. One of the things that stops me from slowing down and maybe doing stories of where I am and maybe even enjoying it as much as I could is the fact that I have a destination. I think that is something that when I did the test walk, considered one of the things that I should have learned from that is that I should not have a destination. I should just sort of be a vagabond on the move, moving where my interests take me. At the same time, the fact that I have a destination and it is such a long way away and that I have to walk there is a good thing, because it's actually forcing me to adopt the lifestyle properly. I can't sort of opt out of it and I can't take the easy way out. I've come to see the walk more as a reset. You know, if you've got your old computer and it's starting to slow down and things are happening and there's a lot of stuff in the memory and you need to really clear it, and you do a force reset, you know, where you hold the power button down for a long time and it restarts. I've almost sort of come to see the walk as that. For me, it's a restart. I'm actually forcing myself to maybe not do as much as I had planned originally, and take the walking and the time for reflection and or everything I see along the way with me into my new life as a minimalist vagabond, which will probably start, the more productive stage of it will start as I see now when I reach Sydney, when I've completed the walk itself and start living the walk as a lifestyle, as a minimalist vagabond. I don't know if that will remain true. I mean, we've only been on the road for a year. It's a long time, a year. But I have somewhere between 1.5 and 2 years to go before I reach Sydney, the way it's looking at the moment. And, well, a lot can change. I mean, what happens and what I experience along the way can change a lot. And the time I feel that I can put towards being productive and producing creative content can change quite a fair bit. So we'll have to see what happens there. I'm not sure where I'm going to end up. It'll be very interesting. The fact that I am not feeling as productive, and I actually feel in some ways that I have a destination I'm heading to, has led me to maybe reconsider some of the route I will take through America. Up until now, I've always said that I will be heading up towards Colorado to Boulder, which is a city that has an intense amount of adventure racing, triathlon, ultra running, mountain bike sports and all that sort of stuff that I'm very interested in. But I feel that if I head up there, I will not be able to stay there for a long time, because the season will be, it'll start getting cold enough to head over the Rocky Mountains before it gets too cold. So I've actually started to consider the possibility of just heading straight across the southern part of the United States, straight across to San Diego, and not worrying about going up to Boulder. And not because I don't want to go to Boulder, but because I realized that it might be a much smarter option to return to Boulder at a later date. I have to continue living after I've made my way to Sydney, and my ambition and my hope is that I will be able to continue living as a vagabond, which will see me moving to a few different cities around the world, and one of those would definitely be Boulder. And I think at the moment, my idea is that if I let that go for now and leave that as a future option, I can return to Boulder and spend a month or two there instead and get a lot more out of it. I won't decide yet. I've said that I'll decide the route when I get to Austin. In Austin, Texas, I'll decide which way to head, if I head up towards Colorado or if I head across Texas. It'll be a very nice hot walk there. I'm going to have to acclimatize to the heat quite a lot, carry a lot of water, drink a lot, and it's going to be a very hot walk across the southern part of the USA. Yes, I'll be doing it basically during summer, so it'll be an interesting experiment. It'll definitely prepare me for for the section across Australia when I'll be heading from the freeways across towards Rockhampton, and which will also be a a long, desolate, hot walk, a little bit depending on what time I do it. But that will certainly prepare me a little bit for that section when I get to it. I have now walked more than 1,000 kilometers here in the USA, from Miami up to Panama City. In total, I've walked more than 7,000 kilometers at this stage. It's a long way. So if you ever get the question, how far can you walk in one day? Well, the answer is you can walk from Stockholm in Sweden to Panama City in Florida, the USA. 1 year's walking. The walking itself is going quite well. I have some problems with shoes. It's not really the shoes' fault as such. It's my feet, my right foot, as I've said before, is very broad, and most shoes tend to squash my feet together a fair bit. Sandals, flip-flops, simple shoes work the best for me because they allow my toes to spread out the way they should, and I don't get blisters in between them. The problem is finding good ones. That's a constant thing I'm working on. I've sort of I wear out maybe one pair of shoes a month on average. So I'll go through a fair few shoes. Apart from that, my health is really, really great. I feel really well, and I'm really enjoying everything, actually, the walking. That's not to say that it isn't difficult at times. You walk between 8 to 12 hours a day, and I think you'll find that you will get tired in certain stages, but that's fine. That's a part of it. Still haven't reached that stage at any time where I've sort of considered, what the hell am I doing? Why am I doing it? So it's still always, even though that some stages I have been tired and I have been sort of very tired at some stages, I've never really reached a stage where I regret what I'm doing, and I still wake up every morning more or less wanting to get on the road and continue onwards. I've lost some weight, which is great. At this stage, it's difficult to weigh oneself perfectly here, but I would say that I have probably lost somewhere between 15 and 18 kilograms since I started. It's a lot of weight, but it sounds probably a bit more than you would expect, mainly because the last 6 months that I was staying in Sweden, I just decided that I could eat whatever I want because I'm going to lose weight anyway when I start walking. Which was true and which was happened, but it's still a decision that I kind of regret. It's not a healthy way to treat your body. It would have been much better to remain at a healthy weight and then just make sure I get the amount of calories I need when I walk in a way, rather than stock up beforehand. I mean, it's not as if I'm on an Everest expedition or a polar expedition where it might be difficult to get enough calories to sustain me through the day. So I kind of regret that I did that. I'm now getting down to what I consider a healthy weight. I've still got, I'd like to probably lose another 8 kilos or something to feel really, really well and become a lean, mean walking machine. But that is something that I'm going to start working on from today, actually, or from tomorrow. Today I'm going to celebrate a little bit. I'm going to have a beer or two, maybe even a pizza or something slightly unhealthy, but to celebrate the day. But starting tomorrow, I'm going to concentrate a little bit more on my diet, which might prove a little bit difficult here in America. It is incredible how difficult it is to find produce that doesn't have added sugar here. I subscribe to the school that you should eat wholesome food, whole natural food that is as unprocessed as possible. That again can be difficult here. I mean, there are a lot of fast food places and they produce a lot of stuff, but it's actually quite difficult to get a good salad. You can get hamburger and fries everywhere, but a good salad is something that can be difficult to find, strangely enough. So I'll have to probably, even more than before, buy my own vegetables and stuff in a supermarket and sort of make my own salad. That is something I did last summer walking through, especially through France. I concentrated on making what I call healthy sandwiches, a minimum of bread, but a maximum of salads and meats and content, and I quite enjoyed that. It's something I'm going to try to get back to. As a matter of fact, I hope to possibly be on another podcast. There is a podcast called The Angriest Trainer that Vinny Totoric does, and he's a proponent of the no sugar, no grain, NSNG style of eating, and we'll see what happens. We've been in a little bit of contact. I might to be doing a little guest appearance on his podcast and telling people how it works to try to have a NSNG diet while walking across America. Now, a lot of these, when you try to eat in a special way, and I don't really like to call it a diet because it's more of a style of eating. When you do try to adopt a certain style, be it being a vegan or a vegetarian or a NSNG or a high-fat, low-carbohydrate diet or really anything, it is difficult when you have to source your food as you go. And it would be a lot easier if I was living in a mobile home or I had my car and I could sort of carry a lot of food. But I tend to source my food almost daily, as I don't want to carry too much, and also because I want to eat fresh food. I do eat a lot of nuts. That works great, sustains me, and I like it too, so that's great. And I always have my emergency food, which is peanut butter, which I can always eat. I can eat peanut butter straight from the jar if I have. And a jar of peanut butter contains a lot of energy, so it's a really, really good emergency food, easy to carry, and it will last a long time. I've started using chia seeds. I haven't really had much of a chance to evaluate how they work yet, but I'm going to do that. So essentially, from tomorrow, I am going no sugar, no grains as far as I can, and I'm going to lose those last 8 kilos I want to lose before I reach San Diego. So when I'm in San Diego, in the way it looks at the moment, if I head straight across towards the end of September, then I will definitely be a lean, mean walking machine. I think that's about it. I don't really know what to add. A lot of things have happened. I've had a brilliant year. I'm looking forward to another brilliant year as I progress. I just hope you all continue following me, follow my adventures as I head across America, and then eventually down to Asia, and then finally, if I get that far, to Australia. It's been a really, really awesome year. Thank you, everybody that's been involved in any way. Now, I wish I could just name you all, but there are so many people that have been involved and have helped me along the way here. There is absolutely no way I could name you all, and I would be so afraid of missing somebody's name, which would be terrible. I think you all know who you are, and thanks heaps. I just don't know how I can express my gratitude enough. Keep listening, and whatever you do, keep walking. Hello, and welcome back to another podcast from the Walk.se. The ongoing story about becoming a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. When I left you last, I was in Panama City and I was just celebrating 1 year on the walk. It's been a little bit more than a week since then. Well, a few things have happened. I'm slowly making my way west across America. As I walk, I think I've mentioned before that I listen to a lot of podcasts and audio books. Generally, I have, although I think I mentioned in the last podcast that I am a little bit surprised at the lack of time I have to produce any creative work myself, I do have a lot of time to listen to other people, which I suppose in a way is very, very gratifying. I take the time for myself to listen, to learn and get a lot of information from a lot of different places. And I've got another year to walk, and as I walk I'm finding more and more podcasts that I like to listen to, finding a lot of interesting information, reflections about everything from, well, all the things I'm interested in, everything from fitness to philosophy to travel to, well, basically anything at all. I really wanted to start this podcast with a quote that I found I found through one of the podcasts I'm listening to at the moment. I should say that I think I will in a future podcast. I'm not quite sure when, but in a future podcast, I'll try to make a list of the podcasts I'm listening to, the ones that sort of stick with me, that I will continue to listen to, and that I think have good, interesting content, and I'll post that somewhere. But that'll be a future segment. But one of the podcasts I've found recently that actually my couch surfing host Bill put me onto is a podcast called Fitness Behaviour by Bevan James Isles, a New Zealand guy. In one of the earlier episodes, he quotes a quote that's from Steve Jobs. And Steve Jobs is probably one of the most quoted persons out there. There are a lot of quotes there, but he quotes one on one of his podcasts that I actually really like. And I thought I'd start the podcast today with that. And it goes like this. Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in a square hole, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. But the only thing you can't do is ignore them because they change things. They push the human race forward, and while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius, because the ones who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do. Now, I really like that quote. It resonated with me when I heard it, and I hope you like it. It's, as I said, a Steve Jobs quote, which I don't know if that's a positive or a negative, but there it is. And I think it's true. We have to push boundaries. You don't always have to be crazy to push the boundaries, but when you do, I think a lot of people can think of you as crazy. I think one of the things that I might say is one of my failings is that I am not a round peg in a square hole. I've always been more of a plasticine peg that fits into any hole he gets put into. So maybe I should have been a bit more rebellious. Maybe I should have tried to do a bit stranger things before I turned 50, but who knows? I've got the chance to continue now. But I don't really want to say too much about that quote, other than just to have it in there. Yeah, it's something to think about, isn't it? As I said, Panama City, I enjoyed a nice dinner there with my host Russell and his girlfriend. Then the next morning, it was time to head off again, and I headed off across Panama Beach, walking. I was heading towards Pensacola, where I was hoping to stay with another couch surfing host when I arrived there. And Pensacola is a good 4-day walk, I think, to get there. And I walked along Panama Beach, and I spent a lot of time walking along the beach. It's quite interesting, and saw a lot of strange things. Panama Beach, as opposed to Panama City, is a little bit more touristy, and there were a lot of theme parks and big hotels and stuff like that. Not as charming as Panama City, but nice and interesting to see. Among other things, I saw there was a house that was turned upside down. Looked like it'd been torn up by a tornado or something. Wonderworks it was called. And I also ran into a couple there that were pushing a shopping trolley. That was their cart. They didn't have as good a mule as I have, and they were trying to get some money together to leave Panama Beach after a weekend or something there, partying, and they'd run out of money, and they were trying to get some money together to get a bus ticket and leave. I walked a fair while that first day, and I actually ended up camping in a state park. And as I came, well, I don't remember the mileage, but I think I did something like 55 kilometres or something that day, and I arrived at the state park quite late. It would have been 8:30 or something, so I arrived basically after sunset. And as I was walking into the state park, I had a really brilliant sunset, so it was really nice. Long day's walk, tiring, but beautiful scenery. One problem that happened really the next day was that for the first time in a long time, I decided to use my sandals, my Merrell sandals, with ordinary socks, not toe socks. Toe socks are the little socks with small pockets for your individual toes. And I really like them because they stop any chafing between the toes without the need to lubricate or tape or anything between the toes. And I went for a walk, almost walked that full next day without any toe socks, and I ended up with a great big blister on my big toe. My right foot is where I always have all my problems, and that was a bit of a hassle. Couldn't really do much about it though. It was a big blister, and it sort of slowed me up for the next few days walking, because even though I started using toe socks again, that blister still hurt when I was walking. But no, couldn't do much about it. Should really have known better before I started walking, but there it is. And then I headed up towards Pensacola, and I arrived in Pensacola. And it was a long walk, the last walk into Pensacola. I arrived quite late at Jason's place, a couch surfing host that had very kindly decided to put me up. And I arrived there and found that he had another couch surfing guest there, a girl called Jocelyn, that was there to... she was staying there while she was finishing her scuba diving accreditation to get her license. We talked for a while and we went out for a beer. I'll post a picture that the Jocelyn, or someone actually, one of the other guests took with Jocelyn's camera while we were out drinking our beer, and it's a black and white shot, and you'll see Jocelyn and you'll see Jason and you'll see me, and you see that I look very tired, and I was. This is like, would have been about 9:30, 10 o'clock possibly even a little bit later. And after walking at least 55 kilometers during that, and it was a long, hot day. So, yeah, the reason I'm looking tired is because I am tired. I stayed with Jason the next day, and we took it easy. We actually went out and did a few things, and he wanted me to take a picture of him on his bike. He's got a new bike, and so we did that. And then I actually had been invited earlier to stay with a couple in Mobile in Alabama, and I got in contact with them to check that offer was still on the cards, and it was. They actually wondered if I could arrive so I could stay here for Saturday when they were having a few friends over, and they would like to meet me. And so I actually stayed a day longer with Jason. He was real kind, let me stay a day longer, no problem at all, before I headed out toward Mobile. Oh, and actually, and I should add, on the day that I walked to Pensacola, I actually ran into two people on my way there. And for the first time during my whole walk, I ran into two other people that are doing a long walk themselves. I stopped at a Starbucks to get a coffee. I wanted to get a good, strong coffee. And sitting outside there were these two hippie-looking guys enjoying some coffee. And when they saw the cart, they immediately started asking me some questions. Well, it turned out that they had been walking from San Francisco and were walking ocean to ocean across America, and that had been out for a year in the same period as I had. They were doing a bit rougher than I am, and they seemed to be really enjoying it, taking it easy, getting along, and they seemed to be reasonably happy that they were getting towards the end of their big trip. I sat talking with them for a while, even though I knew I had a long distance to walk that day. It was so interesting to meet somebody that was doing the same thing as I was, that I stayed there and talked with them for a while, I don't know, maybe an hour. It was only just before I left that I realized that I should have been recording that. So what I did is I got out the recorder, and I did a little quick little interview, or I wouldn't call it an interview, but we talked a little bit on it, and I'll put that up now, and this is what we said. Here I am, Gulf Breeze, Florida, and I've just met the first two real walkers I've met on the trip, and here they are.
Hello. Hello, world.
Hello, world. Yeah.
I'm Elliot.
Elliot?
Yeah.
My name's Graham.
Graham and Elliot. How long have you been going?
It's been over a year. It's almost been a year and 2 months. March 15th we left. It's been just about 3,000 miles. We plan to do maybe 3,200, 3,300 by the time the walk is up, which will have been a route starting in San Francisco, California, right with our boots dipped in the Pacific Ocean. All the way through until we're thinking Fort Augustine.
Fort Augustine,
so,
yeah.
Which is where the southern tier starts.
Yeah,
we had heard.
Yeah. And it's been an ocean to ocean basically idea.
Yeah, that was the idea. Even when we started, some of the ideas were, well, we could go to the Gulf and we could call it there. It wasn't until I started researching into I guess the logistics or what it means to other people to walk as a pilgrimage or a form of transportation, and you see that people really get into it and take the time to set out an entire route and set the time aside and do it.
I felt ocean to ocean was personally much better. Some people will say, "Oh, so you're going to Florida?" And it's like, no, I'm going to the ocean because I'm not really interested in specific political borders or boundaries. Like the idea of Florida is not as grand or enigmatic as the ocean itself. It's got a lot more.
The Atlantic is pretty tangible, sort of.
That's a distinct border. While the border of Alabama and Mississippi is triviality.
Yeah. It doesn't really make any difference, does it? No.
Great.
Well, as I said, you guys are the first real walkers I've met in a year of traveling.
Likewise.
Yeah. Isn't that pretty incredible, though? That there are more people walking, because in a way, isn't that the most simple way we can get started?
Yeah, people will always do what's easy and practical and what's convenient, and there's a lot to be said about that.
I don't know if it's pessimistic or realistic expectation of society, and that's that 1 out of 10 people are actually don't know, realized or awake and open to doing things outside the grain, and then everyone else is to lesser or greater extents just tied into reproducing and feeding themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, there are certain basic sort of biological drives we all have that we also have. We want to reproduce, and we want to eat, and we want to have a certain amount of safety. But then on top of that, we've got all the cultural, the social sort of schooling that we get to get us into like career and stuff, and how we value ourselves by what we own and all that sort of stuff. It's a pretty big sort of thing, and most people don't look outside that, do they?
I find that
No.
it's really necessary to get that outside perspective, and the best way to do it is stripping away all the conveniences. I find that the things that are most convenient, I don't know, refrigerators, cars, microwaves, the like, are some of the most destructive forces that we've come up with. And sometimes you gotta get the raw and what people would call the bad or the pain. You gotta experience it to have a broader perspective, and after that you can relay it onto your life.
Yeah, it's great. It's been really cool meeting you guys, because, as I said, the first people that are walking, and you're doing it properly and they're enjoying it. That's really excellent.
Yeah.
What was the name of your blog? You had a blog.
Yeah. stillmoreglorious.blogspot.com.
And we'll be able to see the finish on there very shortly, I imagine. All right.
Yeah.
What's the plan?
I suppose. Gosh. I suppose by the time I get back to a home, I'll be able to wrap it up with the last photos, and I suppose a sort of credit roll. We've done a couple short videos so far. We plan on doing one more. This one will have a bit more content, and putting them together, and that's where you'll be able to see it all. So.
Oh, that's so cool. I put a link to it on the site too, so we can get people over there looking at it. Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
And good luck with the walking.
Likewise.
Thanks. Yeah, interesting, eh? Check out their website. It'll be interesting to see. I'm going to check it out myself soon, see if it gets updated with the last portion, and then we'll be interesting to see when they finish and when they actually arrive at the Atlantic Ocean. Back to Pensacola, and on Tuesday morning, on Monday, the day I stayed extra, Jason had to work, but I went with him into town, and while he was working, I sort of walked around town, had a look at a few stores, had a look at some sites, and tried to update some stuff on the website, tried to organise a few things, get up to date with emails, and I found a sporting store that sold shoes, and I always check then if I can get woolen toe socks, which seem to be very, very hard to get, and they didn't have any, but I checked out some other stuff, and we had a nice outdoor store, and then I found a running store called Running Wild, and they had some really, really great looking shoes, and they were a shoe that has an extremely wide toe box. As you saw in one of the previous pictures, one of the problems I have with shoes is they always squash my toes together because I have large toes. Wide foot and large toes is not a good combination, but they had these shoes called Ultra, Altra, and they had an extremely wide shoe box. So I tried a pair of them on, and the pair that they had, I felt were too soft. I don't want too much cushioning. I want a more of a minimalistic style sole. But the salesman there was very kind. We talked a lot, and he admired my Zero Sandal shoes, or Zero Shoes sandals, and my minimalist sandals that I walk around with during the day. And he actually went out the back and found another pair of another model that had a thinner sole that didn't sort of have as much cushioning. It was very much a more minimalistic shoe with a zero drop, like almost flat, that didn't lift the heel at all. I tried them out, and I even went so far as to remove the insole, and found that they were really great. So I ended up buying them. Expensive, especially as I know that I wear out shoes pretty quickly, but a nice comfortable shoe is difficult for me to get. So I was quite happy to get them, and spending money that I don't really have, but I have to have shoes to walk. One problem is I did have an ambition from when I was in France, when I actually ordered my Zero Shoes sandals, that I would be able to transition into using them all the time, but I haven't really been able to do that. They are an extremely thin sandal, and although they fit well and they really give a nice feel, they are a little bit too thin, and the prolonged beating I'm giving my shoes when I walk as much as I walk every day, I haven't really been able to transition into using them all the time. In some ways, I almost hope that I will be able to do that, because it would make things a little bit easier on the shoe front. And now that I'm here in Southern America and it's nice and warm, I can use sandals all the time again. I'll just have to see how that goes. I'm not quite sure. And now that I've found these Ultra shoes, they might be a really good compromise that I can use, because they offer a little bit more protection, a little bit more cushioning under the sole, so I can use those. And I have my Merrell sandals that I've actually modified. My Merrell sandals are just an ordinary sandal, and like all sandals, or like most sandals, they have a portion that holds your toes in a little bit. And what I've actually done is I've cut that away to open it up. So I've got the rear ankle strap, and I have a strap heading across my foot from the big toe across. But the section that actually goes forward to my little toe, I've cut off, giving myself a bit more room. And once I did that modification, they have become a lot more comfortable, and I can walk in those all day. So I've actually got some good walking gear that I know that I can walk in, and that I can walk in now for extended periods. I started using the Ultra shoes the first day. I walked 53 kilometers without a blister, or any sort of complication at all, which is pretty good going. It's straight out of the box, start using them, and not a problem. And I do tend to generate blisters, but that worked quite well. And that was on the Tuesday morning. I got a lift, me and the mule got a lift with Jason into Pensacola from his house, and I started in Pensacola on the Southern Tier bicycle route, which I'm basically following now, and headed off with Mobile being the destination, hopefully, and I was planning to do that in 3 days. As it turned out, that was probably a little bit optimistic, and it ended up being 3 long days. It was a 53-kilometer day, and then a 50-kilometer day, followed by another 53-kilometer day. So I should have really done it in 4 days, but poor planning by me, poor reading of the map, and poor addition. Somehow I don't really know what happened, but I did something wrong there when I calculated the distance anyway. But anyway, I got a ride with Jason in, and I set off in my new shoes, and I headed off along Southwest Pensacola, and I walked down through State Park, Gulf State Park to Gulf Shores, and I actually ended up camping that first night in the Gulf State Park. Next day, I started from the Gulf State Park with the intention of making it to Dolphin Island and camping in there. There's a campground on Dolphin Island side. There's a ferry that goes between Fort Morgan and Dolphin Island, and I was intending to make the ferry, cross over, and stay in Dolphin Island, and then have a long, big last day walk to Mobile the next day. But it wasn't the nicest day of walking. It was very wet, had a lot of rain, a lot of thunderstorms. And as anyone who's done a bit of walking knows, one of the worst things for your feet is walking in wet shoes and wet socks. Any tendency to blister or anything like that actually gets a lot worse. And I was quite impressed with my new shoes that I survived that full day. Again, I think to a large portion because I was wearing toe socks without getting any serious blistering or even making the blister I already had any worse. So that worked out quite well. But there was a lot of water everywhere. Certain parts of the road were flooded, and I walked past parts in Fort Morgan where you almost needed a boat to get to the different houses. I was walking along the road, and certain sections there were big signs that said water on the road, and you had to slow down and take it carefully. Most of the time, most of the traffic was pretty cautious when they saw me on the road, because I had to more or less sometimes get into the middle of the road, then quickly walk a section and get off the side of the road to let them pass. But somehow there were some people that couldn't understand that when they went through the water quickly, they splashed me. And then they were even all, some of them, I remember one guy particularly, he came driving along, went right through a puddle, splashing water everywhere, sitting there talking in his mobile phone, and then he looked totally shocked when I gave him the finger. I don't know what to say about that. When I arrived at Dolphin Island, at Fort Morgan, there's a ferry there that goes once every hour and a half, but it had been closed off during the middle of the day because of all the thunderstorms. But luckily enough, they had resumed service again, and I unfortunately missed the second last ferry, the one that leaves at 5:45, and I had to wait to the one that leaves at 7:15 in the evening. I had an hour and a bit sitting around there, and I talked to the guy in the I bought some coffee and I spoke to a guy who works there, and just generally took it easy and tried to plan out the next days and dried out the tent a little bit. It had stopped raining by this stage, and it was a nice evening. And then I actually had a very, very nice ride on the ferry across Mobile Bay Sound. Or Mobile Bay, it's just called Mobile Bay, and past some natural gas platforms that there, and there was a very, very nice cloud formations, and the sun was setting, so it was beautiful colours and beautiful cloud formations, and just a nice trip across the bay, basically. And I ended up arriving just in time to check into the campground and to stay at the campground there for the night. And the next morning I was up very early. I'd set the alarm clock to 6 o'clock, jumped up early, packed all my stuff together and started heading out because I knew I had a long day's walk ahead of me. Google Maps said it was something like 53 kilometers, and I wanted to get started reasonably early so I could take a few breaks later on the evening when I knew it was going to get hotter. I headed out. I had a nice day walking. I walked across the Dolphin Island Bridge, which is a bridge they've built, sort of a causeway and a bridge. And unfortunately, I had a strong headwind all the way heading up there, which made it even harder. But as soon as I arrived on the mainland on the other side, the wind died down, and I had a reasonably nice day's walking that wasn't too hot. It was sunny, but it wasn't exceedingly hot. So it was a nice day's walking. And I finally turned up here in Mobile to visit the people that put me up here, Michael and Maria, and they very kindly offered to put me up here. They actually got in contact with me through the website after having seen me on the news when I was actually featured on the news about a month ago when I was in where was it? I can't even remember now where it was. They had dinner waiting for me and a nice place to sleep, and I had a nice shower and I had a nice night's rest. And now I'm taking a nice, easy rest day and waiting for some of their family to arrive this afternoon. And we're going to eat crayfish, which will be great. Tomorrow I intend to do a bit more sightseeing, and then on Sunday, the way it looks at the moment, I will be getting started again, heading west again. I will basically be following the Southern Tier cycle trail from here, the way it looks at the moment anyway, and we'll be heading sort of west, and we'll be walking above New Orleans. But I hope to be staying with some people just above New Orleans, and hope to be able to get into New Orleans to do a bit of sightseeing when I do that. I'm not quite sure. It's probably a week's walking for me to get there, so don't think I will be doing another update on the podcast before I get to that stage. But you never know. You never know what happens. Everything's very flexible, as you know, with the walk, and just about anything can happen. My blister's healing up all right. I love my new shoes. I love the whole concept of the walk and what I'm doing, and I'm really enjoying it. People are nice and friendly, and what can I say? Enjoy life and keep walking. Welcome to yet another podcast from the walk.se, the ongoing story about becoming a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. Last time I left you, I just arrived in Mobile. I had a great time there. I stayed there for a couple of days, enjoyed some really, really great southern hospitality from Maria and Michael there. I recorded the last podcast on the Friday during the day. That Friday evening, they had some of their family, their sons and daughters and grandchildren come around, and we had a traditional shrimp boil. A great big pot. We put in some onions and potatoes and sausages, some spices, and then boil it all up. Finally, in the last sort of 5 minutes or so, you put some shrimp in and you serve it all up and eat it. And it was a great thing, traditional thing, and we also had crayfish with that as well. And they actually had something that I haven't seen before. Crayfish for me isn't all that strange because we eat crayfish in Sweden as well, but they actually had a nice impact molded plastic table that you just set it right on top of a garbage tin, and you got 4 places where you could pour crayfish into small little indentation plate-like things, and you had little holders for your beer or your drink or whatever you were drinking, and you could just throw the rubbish from the crayfish, and they generate a lot of rubbish, straight in the middle, down the hole, and you could just sit around it, enjoy some crayfish, have a beer or a drink or whatever you were drinking, and just throw the rubbish straight in the bin. Never seen one of those before. During the crayfish parties in Sweden, probably wouldn't be a bad idea to have something similar. It would certainly got rid of all the rubbish pretty quickly. And then we had the shrimp boil, which was nice too. So it was a pretty traditional and nice. It was nice to meet their family. It was a nice, pleasant evening all around. Saturday, we went sightseeing in Mobile. Went into the city centre of the town and had a walk around and had a look around the farmers market that was there. It was Saturday mornings, it was a farmers market. Quite nice. Mobile was a nice little town. The centre of town seemed to be a little bit empty, but they seemed to be trying to rejuvenate it, so it was quite nice. And we walked around, and in one of the parks there, they actually had parking meters they'd been repurposed them. Instead of using them as parking meters, they had them around this park, and you could actually put money in them, and the money went straight to helping homeless people in the area, which was a pretty cool idea. They also had a big board, sort of a blackboard, where you could write what you wanted to do before you die. And I naturally had to write something there, and I think you can all guess what I wrote there. After that, we went out and had a nice bit of lunch, and then came back to prepare for a group of people coming in the evening. It was part of their church group, and they were all going to come and have some eat and a little party and play a few games in the evening. To prove to be a very, very nice, relaxing evening, meeting a few new people, talking about all sorts of stuff, showing off the cart, enjoying some good food, playing some games, everything from Trivial Pursuit to throwing beanbags into a hole and getting points for it. So it was a nice, pleasant evening, and we finished off, or the food finished off with some homemade ice cream. It was actually hand-churned by yours truly, at least partially anyway. It was quite nice. But Sunday morning, it was time to head off again. I had to get west, so I actually get to the other side of this gigantic country at some time. It was a long day's walking, and I ended up getting just past Wade. It was actually quite difficult to find anywhere to camp because of all the recent rain. All the forests were more like swamps and forests, and all the area around there was no really, really good place to camp. Thought I saw some places on the map that might have been okay, but they turned out to be much too wet. And I kept walking along the road and trying to find some place, and it was getting darker and darker, and I finally just had to go down, and I've actually found a boat launching ramp where I could camp. And I actually camped right on the edge of the swamp with just enough room for the tent and not far from the highway. It felt a little bit odd maybe camping there, but it turned out quite nice. I mean, I just camped there from 8 o'clock in the evening when the sun sets till 7 o'clock in the morning, so it doesn't really make all that much difference. What was interesting, though, I had to get the tent set up really, really quickly because there were a lot of bugs and they were really, really getting to me. I got the tent set up and I hopped in and I lay down and I was listening to all the sounds, and there was a lot of really strange sounds, a lot of croaking and birds and frogs, and I don't know what everything was making noise in that swamp. And I kind of regret, I should have really thought of getting the recorder out and recording all the sound, because there were a lot of sound. But I spent most of the evening listening to all the sounds around me, and I eventually fell asleep somewhere in the night and woke up in the early morning, packed it all up, and set off again. Another day's warm walking, still heading west and basically trying to follow the Southern Tier cycle route. There wasn't a lot of services along the way, but I managed to find a few things to eat and managed to get some coffee, and I headed on. Towards the end of the day, it was reasonably early in the evening. It was about 4 or 5 o'clock. I happened up on a clearing in one of the forests, and the forest had actually gotten a little bit drier, and the ground was drier. It was more like a pine forest plantation that I was walking through. And a little road led into a small clearing in one of these pine forest plantations, and it appeared to have been cleared for beehives. That there had been a lot of beehives. I could see sort of residue from beehives there, but now it was all empty, and it was a perfect little campsite for me. So I rolled in there and pitched up the tent, and it was quite a warm day. So I actually tried to use just the inner tent and then use my tarp as a sun shield above that to get the air moving a little bit better, and so that the tent didn't get quite as hot. It was still quite warm in the tent though. But it was a nice, perfect little campsite, and I could just relax there, and I read a little bit and relaxed and took it quite easy. Next day, I headed on, and I reached Saucier. As I headed into town there, I found what it was. And this was actually a little bit off the southern tier route, because I could see on the map that there were no services anywhere, and I actually wanted to get into a small town to get something to eat and a cup of coffee. There was an RV campsite there, and it wasn't a huge campsite, but it looked pretty well tended and clean, and it was right next to the highway. I thought, oh, well, I haven't had a shower for a while, 3 days, and it's been hot days walking, and I was probably, starting to smell a fair bit. Even though I'd been washing myself off every night, I still imagined that my clothes and I was starting to stink a fair bit. So I thought, I'll see if I can check in there, and I can have a shower, and then I can just grab something to eat in the little town that was there. But despite the fact that there was nice grassy places there, and it was more or less empty, the RV site, when I rocked in there and asked the lady in the reception if I could sort of camp there for the night, she said, no, we don't do tents. And I was a little bit surprised, but I didn't really feel like arguing with her, because I couldn't understand how somebody that's running a small campground, admittedly for RV sites, but that was almost empty, wouldn't want to make some money by selling me a campsite for the night. But there you go. So what I did, I walked 200 yards up the road, actually closer to the center of town, and just behind some trees, there was a pine tree plantation, and I snuck in there and put the tent up and spent the night there instead. It didn't cost me anything, and it was quite all right, and it was just far enough off the road and in the forest that no one could see me. Next morning, I hopped up and got some breakfast. More coffee was the most important part there, at the local service station, and then headed off. I was back heading towards the Southern Tier cycle route again, and I'd planned to walk to a place called Rogers Lake, which was marked as having a really nice, I didn't know at that time, but it marked as having a campsite. So I walked a long hot day, and arrived at Rogers Lake, and turned out that it was a little community with small houses, no shops or anything, but they actually had a small campground, just a primitive small grass campground that was only meant for bikers, cross-country bikers. It was a special sort of campground that the lady that lives there had wanted to. She was approached by the people that make the Southern Tier cycle route maps, the American Adventure Cycling Association or something it's called, and she'd agreed to do that because she felt that was quite nice. So she liked meeting and talking to a lot of the bikers that came through, and she asked me, when I went in and asked if I could camp there for the night, she said, well, it's for are you bicycling? I was looking pretty hot, so I said, I think she more or less assumed that I was riding a bicycle, and I said, no, I'm actually walking. I said, oh, well, that's okay then. So I could stay there for the night, and it was quite cheap, and the best thing about it was that I could have a shower for the first time in 4 days. So that felt really, really good. Mrs. Ella Rogers, the lady that runs the place, was a nice old lady, and she offered to make me coffee the next morning. So I hopped up the next morning, started packing all my stuff together, and then came down and had a nice cup of coffee in the morning, and then sat talking to Mrs. Rogers there for a while before I headed off. That day actually proved to be quite a difficult day. I wasn't planning on walking very far. It was only about 20 miles into Poplarville. Keep saying Popularville for some reason, but it's called Poplarville. As I said, it was only 20 miles. It should have been a reasonably easy day, but I was having a hard time, and I was actually, I think I was starting to get a little bit dehydrated. The days had been reasonably hot leading up to this, and I had been concentrating on drinking a lot of water, but I apparently needed even more, so I concentrated on drinking a lot of water during the day. Eventually, I'm more tired than I really should have been. I arrived in Poplarville, there I go, saying the wrong thing again, and found the campsite that was marked on the map there. And that proved to be a very, very nice, it was a Hacienda RV campgrounds, and I rolled in there and paid my $10 to stay there for the night. the gentleman looked at me and asked what I was doing, and I started talking about walking, how I was walking, and how it had been hot, and he wondered if I had enough to drink, and I said, yeah, I've got water. I had a big gallon jar of water that I was going to carry around with me and force myself to drink during the evening. And he said, well, look, go and have a look in the fridge over there and get out one of those jars. And I went over and I got a small jar out, and it was a light yellow liquid, and it was in a jar, like an ordinary jam jar. And he said, now drink that. And it turned out to be a mixture of apple juice and cider and a few other things and moonshine. And it was a nice, sweet little pick-me-up. And I sat there in the cool of his office, enjoying the drink, talking for a little while. And it was rather fitting that on the front of his desk he had a sign that it says, nice is important, which it definitely is. So he was just being a real gentleman and just relaxing there for a while. It was really, really nice. Because nice matters, the sign says, actually. Next day, I walked to Bogalusa, and I didn't really find a good place to camp there. Bogalusa wasn't the nicest sort of town, so I just got a cheap hotel room there for the night. I was feeling a little bit lazy, but I was feeling a lot better. It was a nice walk in there, and I'd been drinking a lot, and I actually felt a lot better that day. Next day, it was off from Bogalusa towards Franklinton. Again, it wasn't a real long walk, a little bit more than 20 miles. It was a nice day's walking. I was quite enjoying it. I stopped in Franklinton to get something to eat, and just coming out of the western edge of town, there's a bridge over a river, and as I crossed, it was still reasonably early in the afternoon, but I thought, this would be a perfect campsite. I'd be able to wash myself in the river, and there were some green places to camp on, so I thought, this would be a nice site. I could probably just stay there for the night, so I rolled down off the bridge down into the site, and there were a few people splashing around the river going there for a swim, and I sort of went off to one side under the bridge, and I actually found another guy there. I walked up to him, and we said hello, and we started talking a little bit, and it turned out to be Jeff. He was a homeless guy, and before long I found out that he'd actually been more or less living under this bridge for 4 years. He'd been working that day and just got back from work, and he was just sitting down and relaxing, and he'd bought a couple of beers, and he was just going to have a beer and relax before he had a wash in the river and settle down for the evening. And so he offered me a beer, and we sat there talking for a while. He wondered what I was doing, and I said that, well, I explained what was going on, and he invited me to stay. He said, well, you might as well just camp out here for the night, and no one ever hassles me down here, he says. People are very nice, so just stay here for the night. I think he quite enjoyed having a bit of company to talk to, so yeah, I camped down there for the night, and we sat there, and he actually produced from out of the bushes. He produced some cooking utensils and a gas stove, and he'd bought a couple of steaks, so he made us some steaks, and we sat there drinking a few beers, talking about everything. I offered to pitch in, for the beer and that, and he actually said that no, you're my guest here, and so I'm going to pay for this. You're not going to pay for anything. That you are my guest here under the bridge. How's that for Southern hospitality, eh? We spent the evening talking just about everything and eventually fell asleep. In the morning, we got up, and on the other side of the bridge, we walked back to the other side and had some coffee at the local McDonald's there for breakfast. And when we were sitting there talking, I was about to head off, and I thought, well, what I really should do, haven't been really good at recording other people, getting them here on the podcast. So I thought I asked Jeff if it would be all right if he could tell the story of how he lost his home in Hurricane Katrina. And he was quite happy to do that. So what we did is we walked back over the bridge down into the shade, and recorded a small, I wouldn't call it an interview, but a small little story where Jeff tells what happened when Katrina came through and how he lost his home. Now, the sound quality is not that great. It was recorded on the side of the highway. There's a lot of background noise, and you can actually hear crickets and insects in the background all the time. But don't worry about that. It's an interesting story, and here it is. I'm here in Franklinton with my new buddy Jeff. And I just met him yesterday, and he's been really hospitable. We've hung out during the night, and we've had a couple of beers, and we just had a bit of breakfast, enjoyed ourselves, and we've been talking about everything, haven't we?
Yeah, man, we sure have, man.
Yeah, and one of the things we started talking about was how you lost your house in Katrina. And I was thinking maybe you could tell us a bit about that.
Oh, yeah, man. Let me tell you, like I say, when Katrina first started, it started on a Sunday. I took my mom to dialysis.
Yeah.
The state police had the interstate, man. It wouldn't let nobody get off of it, so I had to take all back roads to get my mom there. It took her about 4 hours to get out of dialysis.
Yeah.
You know, I had one of my nephews, had a friend of mine, his dog, my mom, my little sister, and then my other nephew, him, his wife, and his stepson. About, I don't know, I guess it was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It just started drizzling, you know, it got a little cloudy.
Yeah.
You know, no problem, you know, and it sun would come out, a little cloudy, sun would come out, started drizzling a little bit. So then once my mom got out of dialysis, you know, I loaded her back up in the van, and it kind of, somebody just started spraying like a light sprinkle at the time. So my other little sister had called us on the phone, you know, and said, look, y'all come up here, talking about here in Franklin.
Yeah.
We said, okay, well, we headed that way. You know, as soon as we can get everything all done down here, we coming. So we all loaded up, came here to Franklinton. By the time we got to my little sisters, you know, it started kind of coming down a little bit harder.
Yeah.
The wind started blowing a little bit. So we packed all up, you know. She lived in a little one-bedroom shack.
Yeah.
Okay? And, well, I'll tell you about that in a little while. But anyway, like I say, man, we loaded up. We came through Franklinton here. They had the police everywhere out here, you know. So then we turned up kind of northerly to where we went. We went down there to Tyler, Mississippi.
Yeah.
Tylertown, Mississippi is the name of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and then we stopped at this park, you know, and then started pouring, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wind started blowing, and so we gathered our stuff up, and we took on off. And man, like I say, when had my little sister, my nephew, and me, you know, I mean, that's how we were on the highway, you know.
Yeah.
My
Following each
nephew,
other,
yeah, we were just all following each other. Dude, all of a sudden, I'm looking through the rear view mirror, and I could see trees just falling behind us. That's when I got on the phone and called my little sister. I said, look, because I didn't have my nephew's number in front of me, you know. And I called my little sister. I said, look, you need to call little Wesley, which he was my nephew. I told him, I said, look, you need to call him and tell him he needs to speed it up. You need to speed it up, because behind us, it's coming.
Yeah.
And man, like I say, trees were just coming down, bro.
Yeah.
You know, and man, so we went a little bit further west, you know, and it sort of like calmed down a little bit. So, you know, then all of a sudden it started picking back up a little bit. So we went a little bit further. We stopped at this other park. And it was, like I say, it was semi kind of cloudy and kind of sunny, you know. We're standing inside while in this ranger thing, so, and we was watching the television. So the woman told us, look, we're closing the park down because Katrina's coming this way, too. Dude, look, we all loaded back up, and man, look, we had to dodge trees, all kinds of crap, and I'm like, man. So after we went a little bit further, the weather started getting pretty decent. Then we turned back toward the south, you know. Once we turned back toward the south, the sky went open again, bro.
Again,
yeah. And man, it was like, oh man, this is a big mistake. We all driving down the highway trying to hold our steering wheel, dodging trees and laying in the road and stuff like that. And so police, we kind of, I guess you'd call it a semi-town, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it was a little bitty, a little bitty, a little smaller than this place, you know? And so the police stopped us and made us go to the school. Yeah. Me and my nephew and my buddy and of course his dog was with him. Yeah. We were sitting out in front of school while my mom and my sisters and my other nephew and all them were in the school there, you know? Me, I'm sitting there, like I say, bro, wind gets blowing. All of a sudden, I see this tree rocking back and forth, back and forth. Then, man, all of a sudden, I saw that second. I walked in there. I got my mom, So come on, we getting out of here. I don't care what these police say.
Mm-hmm.
So I loaded my mom up, got my little sister and all them. We took on off.
Yeah.
We got a little bit further. Finally, it started kind of calming down, some. And it's like, oh, okay, this storm's got to be over. 'Cause basically what I was trying to do, I was basically trying to go around it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then what I was going to do, I was going to come back up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Once it passed.
Behind it.
You know what I'm saying? But man, that didn't work out.
Didn't work.
No, man, look. Dude, right there off of 16, okay, we coming back down 16.
Yeah.
There are trees laying everywhere.
Yeah.
So we turned to like down on Highway 10, like going to my little sister's. They had people out there on tractors, chainsaws, just cutting a path to where people can get through. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm like, shh. But man, I tell you what, after Katrina, it got somewhat hot.
How long did it take before you managed to get back to your house?
Well, let's see. I stayed there at my little sister's for 2 weeks, okay, after Katrina.
Yeah.
Okay, so, because they wasn't letting nobody back in St. Tammany Parish right now.
It was all locked down, wasn't it?
Yeah, everything was all locked down.
Yeah.
So, so I was there for 2 weeks. Finally they opened St. Tammany Parish back up.
Yeah.
Then, so I said, well, I'm going to go home and check on the house. I told my mom, for my mom to stay there and all that stuff, and so me, my nephew, and my little girl and my son made it back then, and then, so we took off, and like I say, man, we had to cut ourselves in, you know what I'm saying, down the road, because they had light poles everywhere, that fall, and they just had all kinds of crap. And I got back to my house, and stuff, and I had a big old giant pine tree sitting dead center of my house.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying, dude?
Not much you can do with it.
That's it, man. It just really ain't much you could do about it.
The house was gone.
But look, I'm gonna tell you what. If people don't believe Katrina was a bitch,
Yeah, it was.
I ain't never seen a bitch before.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that ain't no kidding, man. No kidding.
And the bad news, you were telling me before that you couldn't get anything on insurance because they said it was flood damage.
Insurance. Yeah. Insurance company wouldn't give nobody nothing. Man, they were screwing people left and right, man.
Yeah.
After that storm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not easy, is it?
Look, as long as you had tons of money, man, why do you think I'm living under this damn bridge?
Yeah, that's
because of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Me and
That's all. That was your savings, wasn't it? The house.
I'm a poor man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm living under a damn bridge, bro. Been here for 4 years. I mean, it's man. I just don't know what to tell you about shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Not much to say, is there?
No, man. And then that shit over there in New Orleans, the Lower Ninth Ward.
Mm-hmm. What was that?
That where a lot of people were dying and stuff. Man, they were shooting at the rescue helicopters.
Yeah.
You know that? You know why? They wanted to get in them drugstores.
Okay. That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah. That's not good at all, man. I'm like, what a bunch of idiots. Man, the military is trying to bring in water and food, shit like that.
Time like that, everybody's got to pull together, do the right thing, don't they? Yeah.
Man, look, you should have seen, man, the pictures. I mean, if you ever go find you a movie on Katrina.
Yeah, I've seen some
and just
pictures.
watch.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Where people were swimming in water where they had shit floating around. You know what I'm saying? And urine and all that.
Well, everything went bad, didn't it? Nothing worked. No, everything was backed up. And,
Shit. Thank God. What got me is I had a swimming pool.
Okay.
You know, one of them big blue blow-up swimming pools.
Yeah, one of those bubbles.
Yeah, had water in it. Mm-hmm. That's how we flushed our toilet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
I mean, I'm like, man, I wonder why Katrina didn't take this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's strange.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah,
it takes the house.
I mean, it was just sitting there.
It was just sitting there. Yeah.
You know, I'm like, well, I mean, I got 3 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
I got a bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen left.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? On the whole damn house.
Mm-hmm. But the house eventually got condemned, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
St. Tammany Parish condemned it.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I done?
No.
Look, right after that, see, they had a hearing down there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they sent this guy from the parish, okay, take pictures. My cousin and all them, they were out there. I said, Mo, watch this. Kevin Davis was our parish president down there. I said, Mo, watch this. Hey, man, come here. So, you know, he's standing around taking pictures of our place. Beep, beep. Take this back to Kevin Davis and tell him kiss my ass.
So you gave him a moon.
Oh, did I? Look. My cousins and all them, look. My cousin, my nephew, all them said, man, dude, look, I pulled my drawers down, the whole 9 yards, bro. Tell Kevin Davis he can kiss this for me, you know. And then 2 weeks later, you know, they gave me a court date to come down there. So I brought my older sister, and I told my older sister what I done. So the old guy, he was there.
Yeah.
See, my older sister didn't believe it.
Okay.
What I done. She said, no, you didn't. You didn't do that.
Didn't do that.
So the old guy walks up and said, yeah, I remember you. And he walked, and my older sister standing right next to me. He said, look. He said, when you walk in there, don't pull your pants down and tell them to kiss your ass. Because these people will put you in jail.
It won't help.
You know? And my older sister, you crazy son of a bitch, you did do that. I said, yep, I sure the hell did.
Sure did,
You know? But yeah, man, look, my older sister, though, I'm like, God, man. But you know, I if they'd have given me the insurance money, I could have rebuilt right there. What you gonna do?
Mate, thanks for sharing your story anyway, mate. And thanks for your time and your hospitality. Yeah.
No problem.
Really appreciate it. And you know,
No
like
problem.
I said, you know, you catch up with me wherever I am, and I'm
on Facebook. Now you got my number too. So, you know.
Thanks, mate.
Oh yeah. No problem, my friend, no problem. You know?
Well, there it is. I said goodbye to Jeff, and I headed out. I actually knew where I was leaving, walking to. That next day, I was walking to Amet City. I'd already made contact with a friend of mine, Milka. Her sister lives there with her family, and I was heading there to spend a day, maybe even a rest day there. And that's where I am at the moment. I'm here in their house on outside Amet City in the forest, and just spent some time recording this, trying to relax a little bit today. I don't have an internet connection out here, so we'll see if this goes up live today or tomorrow or maybe the next day, but it'll be out there on the blog podcast in the next day or two, I would imagine. It won't take too long. I'm enjoying some great hospitality here, just relaxing, trying to take it easy, getting some clothes washed, which will be absolutely great. From here, I am not sure if I'm going to head towards Baton Rouge or if I'm going to head above Baton Rouge, heading out towards Houston. A few interesting things happening. I received an email from a guy that I don't really know that's been following me for a while, and we've been exchanging emails. A guy called Charlie. He's planning a bit of a walk himself, a bit of an adventure to collect money for charities for wells in Africa, and he said he might be able to come out and join me in Houston and walk with me for 2 or 3 weeks, that'd be interesting. He's very welcome. I'll let you know what happens. We'll see what happens if he turns up or not, and that would actually be quite good, because it's going to be heading out from Houston towards Austin and then out towards the west is going to be the start of the warmest and hottest period of the walk. The planning hasn't been really great. I'm going to end up walking through Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona in the high heat of the summer. So that's it's not the best bit of planning. It will be good exercise and good training to check out the possibilities of walking through the desert parts of Australia that will be coming up later on in the walk. So I suppose there's always that. But anyway, so it might be good to have some company there in the beginning of that hot season to make sure that everything works correctly. As always, I hope everything's going great for everybody, but I'm feeling great. I'm slowly heading west. As always, enjoy life and keep walking. Welcome to yet another podcast from the walk.se. the ongoing story about becoming a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. When I left you last, I was staying with Chris and Terry and their two boys in just outside Emmett City, and I was having a bit of a rest day, recording the last podcast, getting a few things watched and catching up with a few things. But I mean, the rest days, they go by pretty quickly, and on Tuesday it was time for me to continue on, and I continued west, walking into Emmett City. It was about a 10-mile walk, I think it would have been, maybe around there, into Emmett City. I'd been walking for a couple of hours, something like that, a bit more maybe, 3 hours, when I was walking along the main road, and a car drove past, and there was a guy in there, and he was waving at me, and I wasn't really sure what he wanted, but he drove on past, and then he waved me into a driveway that he'd driven into, and I thought, oh, well, somebody that's sort of wondering what the walk is about and what I'm doing, walking along the road with my cart. So I followed him into the driveway, and he invited me into his house, and we started talking. I noticed pretty much straight away that he wasn't the most socially skilled person. In fact, I'd have to say that, he was probably missing a few marbles, if you know what I mean. And the other thing that became obvious reasonably quickly was that he was interested in offering me more than just a cup of water. I quickly pointed out that I'm not turned on by men, and after that the conversation sort of died out, and a few minutes later I was back on the road walking in towards Emmett City. One more experience richer, let's say. I reached Emmett City, and I managed to find an internet connection that worked. I'd been having a few problems getting the last podcast uploaded because I needed a connection that is reasonably stable in order to upload everything. And I finally found that the local subways, of all places, had a nice stable connection, and I actually managed to get everything uploaded, and then I was able to finally continue on westward as always. It was a reasonably long and warm day, and it started raining in the afternoon, but it cleared up again after about an hour or so. I had been offered a place to possibly camp, but I didn't quite reach that far that night. And as the sun was setting, I started looking around for a decent campsite, and I finally managed to find a place that almost looked like a park. And behind some trees in this park that was just on the side of the road, I found a little space. I don't need much space for my little tent, but I found a bit of space where I could basically hide the cart from the road and pitch the tent. And I was only intending to stop there for the night, planning to more or less be gone early morning. So it looked completely okay to stay there for the night. And I managed to pitch the tent, and more or less as soon as I'd got it all up and crawled inside, it started raining. And then it just kept on raining, and it rained reasonably heavily, and then it rained some more. I did manage to get some sleep amongst all the noise from the rain. It is quite soothing, actually, lying in the tent listening to the rain. And when I woke up next morning, it was still raining, and this is what it sounded like. It's Wednesday, the 28th of May, and I'm stuck in the tent. Last night I left Emmett City and walking towards Baton Rouge. Walked almost 50 kilometers last night, and it was actually getting reasonably dark, and I found a small park, I think you'd almost call it, on the side of the road, and I set the tent up behind some trees, and it's almost visible from the road, but I'm hiding behind a small tree, and I more or less only just set everything up, and it started to rain, and it hasn't stopped. So it's now 11 o'clock the next morning, and I'm basically just waiting for the rain to let off a little bit. I have no idea. It doesn't look like it will, and I might even be stuck here all day. I spent the whole day in the tent, avoiding the rain, listening to podcasts and audiobooks and reading. In fact, I only left the tent once to go to the toilet and get some food out of the mule. Apart from that, my little tent is a little bit too small to spend a full day in, but we managed and I didn't get wet. So although it wasn't the most comfortable day, it was quite all right. And the next day it finally cleared up a bit and I was able to pack everything up, soaking wet. But I was then still able to pack it all up and head into Baton Rouge. It was a long walk, but I was in luck because I was actually heading to an expat Swedish photographer's place, Anna-Karin. She had invited me to stay with her husband Joe and their two boys, and I got in contact with her a little bit late, mainly because I didn't have any coverage where I was camping, and I'd only been able to get in contact with her that morning, and she'd said that I was quite welcome to come and stay with them, which was great, but they were going to a dinner party that evening, and it was a dinner party with a group of people, and she suggested I come along and that they'd be interested in meeting me and I'd be able to meet a few people. The problem was that it was at 5:30, so I really needed to make it to their place by 5 o'clock, which meant that I had to hurry up a fair bit. Well, but I managed to do it. I managed to get there, have a bit of a shower, and then I was off to this dinner party. And it was a great evening, actually. I enjoyed meeting a lot of new people and learning a bit about Baton Rouge and the area around there, and generally just had a great time. I got to eat some good food and drink a few beers. I mean, it can't be too bad, can it? The next day was spent largely drying out the tent and also washing my little air mattress. I've got a little air mattress that I sleep on. It's nice and comfortable, packs up nice and small. The only thing is it's been very hot here in America, and sleeping in the tent, some of the nights when you actually sleep in the tent, if you hop in the tent a little bit early, it's very hot and you get pretty sweaty. And that mattress actually starts, let's just say it stinks. So I took the opportunity and washed it with some detergent or with some shampoo actually to get some of the stink out of it. So it'll actually be a lot more comfortable after that. In the afternoon, I was taken sightseeing around Baton Rouge. And Baton Rouge was a nice town. It's very much a university town and an industrial town combined. It's got the Louisiana State University. It was very interesting. And actually, Joe, who I was staying with, Anna-Karin's husband, is actually a tuba professor of all things. Very interesting. But we went sightseeing, and amongst other things, we visited Mike. Now, Mike is apparently a pretty common tourist attraction in Baton Rouge. He is the live mascot of the Louisiana State University. And they actually have a tiger cage, well, not a cage, he actually has quite a large area with both water and grass and everything we can walk around in. But you can actually stop there by the university and you can stop and have a look at Mike. He's a live tiger. I don't know what sort of tiger he was. I didn't really read up on that, but he is one in a lineage. As the tigers get old and die, they're replaced. So this was Mike number, I don't remember, it was number 6, I believe it was actually, that they're up to now. There were a few other people there photographing Mike, and he, as I said, he's a bit of a tourist attraction. I wouldn't say that he has it any worse there than any other tiger in captivity. I mean, I think it looked like he was quite well looked after. But even so, the whole sort of concept of having a tiger in a cage, it doesn't really do a lot for me, let's say that. I spent some time talking with Anna-Karin and Joe. We had some nice, interesting discussions, and then Saturday morning, it was time to set off again, as always, heading west, so to finally make it to the other side of America. I had a bit of difficulty crossing the Mississippi because the bridges are quite narrow, and a lot of the bridges here aren't built with any thought to pedestrian traffic at all. So I had to walk in one of the roadways. Luckily, it was Saturday, reasonably early, not a hell of a lot of traffic, and it was a 2 lanes heading west, so it wasn't too bad. There was a lot of room for traffic to pass me quite safely, and I did manage to get over the bridge safely. And since then, I've basically been moving steadily west, and I'm now in Eunice, and I'm having a bit of a half a rest day in order to get this podcast done. And to be honest, it's not only to get this podcast done, it's to get a little bit of rest and to get properly rehydrated again. It hasn't been extremely hot. It's been sort of around 30 degrees, a little bit below, and some days a little bit more. But it's been very, very humid, and I'm losing a lot of water through perspiration. And in fact, it's been pretty difficult to drink enough water every day to get hydrated. I don't have any problem carrying the amount of water, but just physically drinking it and reminding yourself that you have to drink all the time has been a little bit difficult. I haven't become dehydrated at any stage, but there are a couple of times where I've had to realize that I need to drink more. And this is only the start. It's going to get hotter from here. Even though the temperature will increase as I reach Texas, I hope the humidity will actually decrease. And I think they will sort of compensate a little bit for each other. The high humidity makes you sweat all the time. I mean, I get up in the morning and I start walking, and after half an hour my t-shirt's absolutely soaked the way it is at the moment. We'll see what it's like as I move further west. I have been told that it will get drier and it'll be another sort of heat. And the drier is actually probably feels a little bit easier to endure. I'll see what it feels like. The problem then might be getting chapped lips and skin drying out and so forth. But we'll see what it's like as we go. Either way, this will be very good practice. The coming 2 months will going to be an extremely good practice for the more or less desert regions of the Northern Territory and Queensland that I will be passing through hopefully in about a year or so. I've had some further news from Charlie. He will be joining me in Austin, it looks like, at the end of this month, and that's where I hope to be in about 3 weeks or so, towards the end of this month, which means there'll be some serious bit of walking to do in the coming weeks. But, I'm still enjoying it, and although it isn't all that exciting, just trudging along what's basically a road cutting through the countryside, and the countryside doesn't really change all that much at the moment. It's still quite interesting, and I'm looking forward to heading into Texas. I haven't really quite decided if I'm going to stop in Houston as it is. I might do that. I think I'm going to need another rest day. Then I'm probably about a week or so away from Houston, maybe a bit more. I haven't really checked the mileage. Apart from that, just keep following my continued adventures, and whatever you do, just remember to keep walking. Hello and welcome to yet another podcast from the walk.se. As I hope you all know by now, this is the ongoing chronicles about my walking from Stockholm to Sydney while trying to become a minimalist vagabond. I was in Eunice last time I did a podcast, and I walked from Eunice to Kinder and then from Kinder to Lake Charles. 2 very hot days. Not super long. They were, actually one of them was quite long. It was about 44 kilometres one day and 55 kilometres the next day. So I suppose they were quite reasonable walks, but they were very hot. In fact, it's been very hot and humid here, which is not surprising this time of the year here. But although it has been hot and humid, I am quite surprised that it's working out quite well. I do have to take it a bit easier, walk a bit slower, make sure to drink a lot of water. That's the point, isn't it? And it's all good exercise for when I get to the warmer parts of Australia. Crossing through Central Australia is definitely going to be an adventure. So I'm getting a bit of practice in for that, which is great. A couple of things have happened. A couple of important things have happened since the last podcast. One of them is that when I arrived in Lake Charles, I had a rest day there in order to celebrate my birthday. So I'm another year older. I wouldn't say I'm another year wiser, but, we'll see how that works out in the long run. It was great to be there, to have a hotel room for a couple of days and kick back a little bit, relax. And I received a lot of congratulations on Facebook and email and everything, and I just want to take the chance to thank everybody. The 6th of June marks not only my birthday, it's also the Swedish National Day, but it also marks my walking for 2 years. It was actually 2 years ago, on the 6th of June, that I started out on the test walk, which was a walk I did for 2 months during the summer of 2012 in Sweden, in order to test some equipment, test myself, and to make doubly sure that the walk was something that I was both able and wanting to do. I got some great answers from the test walk, both equipment-wise and about myself. I suppose the most important thing was that I was very, very motivated to continue after those 2 months walking. It was very difficult to sort of go back to living an ordinary life and working and concentrating on everything else. In fact, now, in the last 2 years, I have walked 10,000 kilometres. Most of that on the walk proper, about a bit more than 8,000 kilometres, and about 1,800 kilometres on the test walk. But, that's a fair distance, 10,000 kilometres in 2 years. And in fact, in about a month or two, probably about 2 months, I will be celebrating 10,000 kilometres on the walk itself. As you know, if you've been following me from the beginning, I was sort of celebrating every 1,000 kilometres or so that I passed when I was walking through Europe. And I got to 1,000 and 2,000. I always sort of put a post up and an Instagram photo. But I sort of stopped that around the 4,000 kilometre mark, I think. Well, but I think now the next big mark is going to be when we get to 10,000 kilometres. It should be, I'd say, about 2 months away. It'll be an interesting mark. It's a fair distance. It will be something to have accomplished, so I'm quite looking forward to that. All in all, I've now spent about 2.5 years living with the walk as a project. It was in the Christmas and New Year break of 2011-2012. I was actually away on holidays. I was in Cyprus and I was staying in a hotel there, and I actually sat down and decided that I might be able to do something with this crazy idea that I had kicking around in my head for the last 6 months or so, that I actually might want to do the walk, actually walk the way I'd been sort of thinking about it. That was where it actually changed from a crazy idea that I'd sort of mentioned to a few people to me sitting down and actually writing a project description and mailing it out to a select few people to get their input and see what happened. In many ways, essentially since then, 2.5 years ago, I have been living with the walk as a project and as probably one of the most important parts of my life. I mean, everything I've been doing since then has been more or less leading up to the walk itself. I've had a few questions about the walk from a few people that have interviewed me and a few people I've met. And one of the questions I've had several times is if I have changed as a person due to the walk or because of the walk. And I really have to say that I don't think I have changed all that much. I'm pretty much the same person. I do not think my values or intentions are the same. In fact, I have changed. In fact, if I look back at some of the early videos and some of the early posts I've known, I'm sort of quite surprised how what I want to do and the values and how I want this to work actually have remained quite the same. Now, how I might be able to do things have changed, and I've certainly learned a lot by doing this, but the core values and intentions have all remained the same, and I don't really feel I've changed all that much. What might have changed, and what I think which is probably a good thing, which is one of the reasons I wanted to do the walk, is that I am living closer to my core intentions. I am actually trying to live the way I want to live and do the things I want to do in a more deliberate manner than I probably have been at any other time in my life before. Although I've changed and done a lot of things through my life, I've let very much chance steer me along in different ways, and I think I've now sort of feel that I've taken more charge of where I'm going, and I'll see where it's leading and what it's going to do. It seems pretty strange because I'm doing this walk, which is a pretty sort of a flexible, non-conformist type walk, but it might seem strange that I'm saying that I'm living more deliberately, but I'm actually doing what I want. So I feel that I'm living much more deliberately than I have previously. I had a great time in Lake Charles. I was quite lucky. I did some shopping during the day, and for my birthday I bought myself a water cooler. And I think it's one of the best things I've done on the walk here so far. It's a water cooler with a big opening that you can put ice in and then fill it with water. And it's only like half a gallon. It's not very big. It's like 2 litres. But it does mean that I can buy some crushed ice at the different service stations and everything I pass. And I can actually have a cool drink of water. And it sort of keeps the water cool almost all day. Cool water is a lot more palatable than warm water when you're out walking in the heat. And it's probably one of the best birthday presents I've given myself for a long time. Nice and simple, and it really works well. I also had a haircut. I'd been getting a bit, my hair, I haven't had a haircut since I was in Sweden in, 2.5, 3 months ago. Although that my hair wasn't long, because I cut it quite short when I was in Sweden, I decided it was time to have a haircut, celebrate my birthday, and I had a bit of a beard going on, and I went into a barber shop, and it turned out to be only coloured people in there, and I was the only white guy there, and it was quite interesting. My barber wanted me to keep the beard. He said he could do some really, really interesting stuff with it, but I was pretty tired of it and I just wanted to cut off. So he gave me a really good haircut, and it was an interesting situation, and it was quite cool actually. In the evening, I was lucky in Lake Charles. They had a sort of a street party thing going on, and there was some live music. There was a beer for sale, and there were people hanging around, and I kicked back in the evening, enjoyed a beer or two, listened to some live music, and just generally relaxed. Didn't really talk to all that many people. I mainly just took it easy, but I really enjoyed the atmosphere, and it was a great birthday celebration. Then, next day it was time to hit the road again. Lake Charles was actually a bit of a out of the way, or it wasn't out of the way, but it was became a bit of a detour, because to get past Lake Charles, to go further west, I actually had to came from the north to go down towards Lake Charles, and I had to go north again to leave Lake Charles, because I wasn't able to walk over the bridges of the main highways in Lake Charles. I actually had to go up a little bit before I could go west again. So it became a bit of a detour. Doesn't really matter. But I walked the first day from Lake Charles. It was a hot day, and I walked a fair sort of distance, and probably closer to 45, 50 kilometres that day. It was a pretty long day. I was going along quite well, and in the afternoon I was walking along the road, and unfortunately the roads vary a lot. The road there wasn't the best sort of road. The best sort of road's got a nice big shoulder to walk on. And unfortunately, where I was walking now, the shoulder wasn't that great. When there was a lot of traffic, I had to sort of step out off the road, which makes it a bit of a stop-start situation during the day. And it gets quite irritating, actually. But I was heading along, and I was starting to get a little bit late in the afternoon. I was starting to think about a place to stop, and when a gentleman came out and met me on the side of the road, and he had some water, cold water with him, and I stopped and talked with him, and his wife had apparently seen me on the road a little bit earlier, and she was inside making me a sandwich, and we talked for a little bit, and they actually invited me in to have a bit of a dip in their pool, which was great. Late afternoon, long hot day. What could be better than having a swim in the pool, cold drink, and then they sent me on my way with some water, some food, some ice, refreshed. And I headed off. I had about another 2 hours to go that day before it became too dark to walk, and I wasn't sure where I was going to stay. And I ended up eventually camped beside a drainage ditch. This drainage ditch sort of headed off from the main road, and I sort of walked down it for about 1 kilometre until I couldn't see the road, so I thought that'd be pretty safe there. And I set up the tent, and it's hot. That time, not even like this is 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, and it's quite hot. But there are so many bugs around, and then I get bitten a lot by the bugs. They really love me for some reason. I must have really, really sweet blood or something. They really bite me a lot, and they break out in all these little lumps and things. So I try to avoid the bugs as much as possible. So I had to sleep in the tent. Now I only put up the tent is a 2-part tent. It's got an inner tent and an outer fly, and I only put up the inner tent. But even so, it's very, very hot in the tent. I put it up there on the drainage ditch and crawled inside, and I'm lying there on my little air mattress, and the sweat just rolls off you. It's almost like being in a sauna. But the option of lying outside among the bugs was even worse, so I stuck it out, and as the night cooled down, it became quite all right. But then I was falling asleep. I heard a noise. It was an engine noise, and all of a sudden a set of lights were coming towards me. I could see them through the tent. An all-terrain vehicle, an ATV, a little four-wheel thing, they're quite common here, came up past the tent, and a little way before the tent, I heard a sort of a boombox playing some country music, and they turned it off, and then they slowly eased past the tent. I could hear some people talking. I didn't hear much, so I thought, oh, well, here someone's going to stop and complain about me being here or something, but nothing happened, and they just sort of continued past and continued on. I thought, oh, great, and tried to get back to sleep again. But then about an hour again later, I think it was the same ATV came past again. And this time it slowed down a lot more, and I could actually hear some of the people talking. It sounded to be two young girls or boys, and they were wondering what the tent was and if there was someone in it, and they slowed down, and I moved inside the tent, and then I heard someone say, oh, there's someone there, and they sort of... They didn't take off, but they definitely didn't stop. They kept going. I think they were more frightened of me than I was of them, definitely. And I was a little bit worried that there might be someone coming to check out who I was, but nothing much happened, so I just stayed there for the night. Got up in the morning and headed off towards Mauriceville. And Mauriceville is in Texas, so I finally made it to Texas. That's another state, done and dusted. Texas is a big state. It's going to take me a long time, and it's going to be very hot. But it's nice to finally have reached it. Anyway, I walked into Mauriceville, and there really isn't much to the town. I don't know if I can say too much about it, but I actually I turned up there. I was looking for a restaurant. I wanted to have a steak, basically. I'm in Texas. I wanted steak. I wanted a big, nice, juicy steak, and I wanted a salad. And I couldn't really find anything there. So I ended up trying to find a place to camp. And I actually found a lot that was for sale, like an industrial lot that was for sale, more or less in the middle of town. And I sort of hid behind some bushes and made camp there. And again, it was very hot in the tent. And I actually put up not only the inner tent, but even the fly on the tent this time, because the inner tent's white, and the fly is green. So sort of with the green fly on it, it sort of melts into under the brush there a little bit, and people couldn't see I was there. But as I said, it was very hot in the tent. Next morning, I got up, and one of the reasons I decided to stay in Mauriceville, or tried to camp as close to Mauriceville as possible, was that there was a diner there that I could go in and have some breakfast, some bacon and eggs. And that was great. Bacon, eggs, coffee, and a lot of water. I'm drinking a lot of water. It's actually difficult to remember to drink enough water, but I think I'm sort of starting to get the hang of it. I more or less have to drink all the time, basically, to get enough water into me when it's this hot and humid. I am hoping that it won't be as humid when I move a little bit further west, but we'll see what happens. Next day was walking from Mauriceville to Silsbee. Not really much to say about this walk. Walking along the road, a lot of timber trucks. One thing that I can say, I'm now in Texas, as I said, and I would have thought there to be, Texas, you think about cowboys, and you think about horses, and you think about cattle, and the only thing I've seen so far is timber country. A lot of timber, pine trees everywhere, and a lot of pine tree plantations, a lot of timber trucks. The real Texas will probably be on the other side of Austin somewhere when I get that far. It was a hot and humid day, and there was a thunderstorm brewing. Towards the afternoon, I got caught in a little bit of a thunderstorm, nothing too bad, just it was actually quite refreshing, got a little bit wet, not too much, not too bad, and I kept walking. But as I got in closer to Silsbee, I wasn't very, very far from it, I actually saw a bit of a thunderstorm. I could actually see the front coming towards me on the road. It was a proper front, and I can actually see on the road coming towards me a wet line advancing towards me, and it was coming along at a fair sort of clip. I don't know, probably doing 10 miles an hour or something, coming along the road, and there was a very, very easily discernible line between where it was raining and when it was not. It was just if someone was just drawn a line and they were moving it. I saw it coming towards me, and I realized it was raining quite heavily, so I made sure I had my sun hat on to protect me, to stop the water from getting in my eyes, and advanced. I was walking towards this the front, advancing towards me on the road, and all of a sudden it was just sort of got up to me, and it passed me, and it was like stepping straight into a cold shower. Up until now, most of the rain and the thunderstorms I've been caught in have been reasonably warm, and I hadn't really reflected that much about it. But this was actually cold. It was probably, there was no hail in it, but a little bit colder than it would have been hail. So it was actually like stepping into a full-on cold shower, and it was a bit of a shock, actually. But after a bit of walking, I got the heat up, and it was actually quite refreshing. It cooled me down quite nicely. The only thing is, it was pissing down, really was. It was pouring down water, so everything got wet. And I actually ended up spending that night in a hotel room trying to dry everything that wasn't packed in my aluminium box, trying to dry it out. I even had to dry out my money. All my money got wet. So that's one of the beauties with the alu box that I use on the cart, the mule. It is completely waterproof, so no matter how much it rains, it never gets wet inside it. Yeah, I've used a few different so-called waterproof bags and so before, but I don't think I've anything that's this easy to use and waterproof at the same time. So it's really good. I'm really happy I'm using the box, and in these sorts of situations, it helps a lot. Next day, I headed off to Kunz, which is where I am now. It was a bit of a shorter walk, and I'd planned to come here, and I'm having a rest day here, and a lot of rest days here in the States, to get this podcast done, basically. I'm experimenting a little bit with my diet at the moment. When I was in Lake Charles, I actually bought some ketosis sticks where you can actually see if you are in dietary ketosis or not. And I'm experimenting with a no sugar, no grains diet to see if I can attain dietary ketosis and see what that does to my body as I walk. I probably have more to say on that later on as the experiment sort of develops. It's always fun to experiment a little bit and see what happens. I'm always interested in these sorts of things. Apart from that, everything's going really, really great. I feel good. I'm having a little bit of trouble sleeping. I've got a bit of restless leg syndrome. I just can't lie still at night. But apart from that, I'm feeling good, and I feel rested, and despite the heat, I'm often walking more than 40 kilometers a day when I'm walking. So everything's going really, really well. And tomorrow, I hope to get back on the road again and start heading towards Houston. It looks like I will be going through Houston, and I hope to have somebody to stay with on the west side of Houston by the time I get there. And then after that, it's onwards towards Austin. I'm really enjoying the walking still. It's really great, and I hope that you all keep following me. Whatever you do, just remember, keep walking. Hello, and welcome back to the Walk.se, the ongoing podcast about becoming a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. And we're back to the more usual program now after last week's episode. I hope you liked the last episode. It was a little bit different. It wasn't so much about the walk or what I'm doing now, more about some of the things I've been thinking about while during the walk and reflecting on some of the work I've done before, and with the new impressions and new ideas I keep getting from a lot of the content I have time to listen to now that I walk, podcasts and audio books and everything. You naturally think about a lot of things that you have done and how you've worked. Well, I hope you found a little bit of value in the, what shall I call it, the audio article. It's hardly long enough to be called a book. 5 thoughts on being a photographer. Because I didn't do a normal podcast last week, I've done a few kilometers since last time. I left Kunz, it's almost 2 weeks ago now, and headed off. And the first day I walked from there, I actually, towards the end of the evening, I had a little bit of rain during the day, but it'd been a hot, pretty nice sort of day, a nice days walking along some smaller roads. I came upon a man sitting on a horse. It wasn't the first one I'd seen in Texas. I've seen more horses here in Texas as I go along, which seems pretty natural, I suppose. But I have seen more horses. I stopped and spoke a little bit with him and asked him if I could take his picture, and we spoke for a while, and it turned out to be Talbot Husbeth. He asked me where I was staying, and he asked me all the usual questions, usually basically about the walk. And I told him that I was going to start looking for a campsite and was starting to get late. And he actually suggested a church a little bit further on down the road, a mile down the road. He said I was quite welcome to camp there for the night on the church site. We spoke for a while, and he said he'd probably come by a little bit later, and he asked me if I was all right for food and everything. He was very hospitable in every way, actually. And I walked to the church, and I was just setting up my tent in the church grounds when Talbot turned up. There was some thunderstorms approaching, and it looked like it was going to get pretty wet. So he actually invited me to sleep in the church, and I actually got a really nice camping space, really luxurious, in the comfort of the church, with plenty of room, out of the rain, and in the air-conditioned comfort. Now, the heat and humidity have been pretty hard. It takes a lot more out of you to walk a full day in the heat here. It's been averaging a little bit more than 30 degrees, usually between 30 and 32, 33 degrees, I'd say. And the humidity's been pretty high. There's been a fair bit of rain, so the humidity's been quite high. The one thing I am really, really appreciating now in my equipment is my new cooler flask. I bought for my birthday, I bought myself a half a gallon cooler flask that I can fill with ice and then top up with water, and it actually keeps that reasonably cool through the day. I mean, it doesn't keep it cool for a whole day, but it's a lot nicer than drinking lukewarm water anyway. And so I might look into getting an even bigger one. I might even try to see if I can find a gallon one to have with me as I walk across the rest of Texas. Ice is available more or less everywhere. Every service station sells ice, but a bag of ice is a bit much for my little cooler. So a larger cooler will probably keep the cool a bit better, and I'll also be able to get more of a full bag of ice in it. So I might look into that in Austin and see what's happened. I'm really appreciating it anyway, walking during the day, being able to drink some cool water. The day after, I left reasonably early from the church, and I walked to Dayton. Hot, long day, not really much to say apart from that. The one thing I can say is I passed through a town called Liberty. Yeah, even when I saw the name on the map, it just sort of really struck me as the sort of name that a town should have that's in one of the Reacher novels, the Jack Reacher novels. So I've seen a lot of really nice names and towns, but Liberty sounds like a town that should be in a Reacher novel. Leaving Dayton the next morning and just coming out of town, I met Tyler, a guy who was standing on the side of the road, and he turned out to be a walker, which is really great. I've only met 2 other walkers during the whole year. And you might remember them, 2 guys that were walking across America that I met about a month ago or something now. And now here's another one. And Tyler had set out. He'd been in Houston, and he'd been lucky. He'd been there for some music festivals, and he'd been having a time, and he was heading out from Houston, and he was on a bit of a test walk. It was like my test walk that I did in Sweden. He was out on his test walk, and he was planning to walk to America, and then depending on what he found out and how it all worked out, he was maybe planning to do a larger across America walk or something like that. He was having a bit of a problem. He had a cart, and it wasn't really a very good cart. It was like a cheap foldable shopping cart with very, very small front wheels, and one of the front wheels had broken, and I think he was a little bit despondent. I think he's actually a little bit down. It seemed a little bit like he wasn't all that cheerful. And he checked out the mule, and I think he was a bit envious of the mule compared to his cart, which is pretty standard. Mule's a good thing, And but we spoke, and we talked about what I had done and where I'd been, and what his plans might be, and what he might do, and where he might pick up a new cart. I think he sort of perked up a little bit, and felt a little bit more confident that it was doable, and I think he cheered up all around as we spoke. It seemed like a really nice guy, and I actually received an email from him the other day, and he just wanted to, shoot me an email, make sure that he had my info saved. He actually says that, he says here, the day I passed you, I was really starting to rethink my plan. Seeing you helped my resolve tremendously. For that, I don't know that I can thank you enough. Good luck. And good luck to you, Tyler. And I'm going to shoot an email back to him and try to encourage him as much as I can. He's out there, he's doing it, he's walking. All he really needs to do is get himself a better cart, and I think he'll enjoy it a lot more. And it's really great to see and to meet a few other people that are actually doing the same thing. there are long-distance travellers, but there are very, very few walkers. Most people are hitchhiking or riding the bus, or and there are a lot of cyclists out there, naturally. A lot of people all over the world are cycling long distances. So after I left Tyler, it was another 2 days walking in the heat, and I finally arrived in Houston. Now, I arrived there on a Sunday, not too late. I actually arrived there in the middle of the day. Even walking into Houston, I wasn't all that impressed. And I'd got myself a hotel in the downtown area, and it wasn't all that spectacular. What could I say? Just sort of like a downtown. It was a typical type of office area, downtown area, where a lot of offices where people worked during the weeks, and then it was just empty there on the Sunday. And the only thing that was there was that there were actually a lot of what appeared to be homeless people hanging about all over the place. They were all quite nice. There was nothing threatening or anything like that. But it just, wasn't very impressed. Now, I thought it might be a little bit better on Monday when all the people came into work, and sort of like the downtown area might sort of liven up and become more alive and more human, basically. And I was having a rest day. I'd recorded the 5 thoughts on being a photographer, and during that day, and I spent the day walking around town, but it was all still pretty empty and boring. My impressions of Houston, a lot of construction work and closed sidewalks, basically. Not all that impressed. I found a few bars. I sat around a little bit, and I watched some football, some soccer, but nothing much was happening there, really. And I had a nice rest. I needed the day to rest, and I needed to get the last podcast out there. But Houston in itself wasn't really all that much to talk about. So I left Houston on the Tuesday, and there seems to be a lot of construction work going on around Houston, a lot of road work, and I walked through some large areas of road construction. And the strange thing is that there's never any planning for any sort of walking or sidewalks. There's always plenty of roads, and there's these big cloverleaf constructions, and there's roads passing above each other and under each other, and then a lot of things happening, but there's never, ever any thought given to people that are walking, which is a little bit strange. More and more, when we think about the environment and everything else, people should be starting to consider stuff like that and make walking a better option. But in this area, it's definitely not happening. I walked through some very nice small towns. There are a lot of antique stores, and you can even find nice small old style diners and ice cream parlors, and some pretty nice areas here all around. Some small towns that have been very, very nice, and some small towns that haven't been much at all. But it's been quite a nice area, and it feels slightly different from Louisiana, and that it seems to have a slightly more of its own sort of feel here in Texas already. And I expect that as I go even further west, it'll change even more. So I'm really looking forward to that. I've spent a couple of hot nights in the tent, sweating. It gets very hot in the tent, and it's really important to drink a lot when you're out walking like this. I need to drink more than I think. I basically need to drink all the time, even when I'm not thirsty. I'm doing a pretty good job, I think. I don't have any problems. I haven't been dehydrated or anything like that, but it is something that you constantly have to think about when you walk in this weather. I am now in Bastrop, I think it's called, near Austin. It's not that far from Austin. One day, maybe day and a half to walk into Austin from here, depending on where I intend to stay in Austin. And when I get into Austin, I intend to take a break for a few days, do some sightseeing. I've heard a lot of nice things about Austin, so I'm quite looking forward to having a look around the town. And I'm also hoping to meet Kirk Tuck, a photographer who lives in Austin that I've sort of got into contact with through the internet. And I've basically been following his blog and a lot of stuff that he's written, and I've read several of his books on photography and lighting, and I've been following him for, I don't know, it must be getting close to 10 years now, I imagine. So it'd be very, very interesting to meet him, actually. I'm looking forward to doing that, and you never know, if I have enough time, I might even get my next little essay, I suppose I should call them. It sounds better than an article. 5 thoughts on long distance walking. I might even just get that close to finish if I have a day or two over. We don't know. I'll also be meeting up with Charlie, the guy who's going to be walking with me for the next 3 weeks or so, which will be very interesting, as we haven't had any contact at all, apart from the little contact we've had through the blog and like a few Facebook conversations. So it'll be interesting to get him, and I'll get him on the podcast, and I'll get him to introduce himself in the coming week, and I know he's got his own little project going. I'll get him to talk a little bit about that. And one thing I'm hoping I might be able to do with him is actually do an equipment podcast where I go through the equipment I have and what's been good and what hasn't been good and what works and what doesn't work. Because it'd be very good to do that sort of podcast with someone that might be able to ask some questions or a reasonable input from another side, ask the proper questions that you all might want to hear about. So we'll see how that goes. I definitely think that would be a good idea to do that with him. We'll see what he thinks about that. We'll see. Austin will mark the halfway point of my walk across America, especially the route I've planned at the moment. And that's probably one of the reasons I think I deserve a few days off. I've walked in America more than 2,500 kilometers. I've got a bit of a tally going on. I've got a bit of a spreadsheet going on, and I'm averaging about 40 kilometers a day on my walk days, and I'm averaging very, very close to 28. Actually, almost exactly 28 kilometers a day total, even taking into account all my rest days. So, which is more than I was expecting. I've always sort of expected that I would be averaging somewhere around 30 kilometers on the walk days and 20 kilometers on the total average. So I'm sort of way ahead on that. But I think that'll be somewhere around that average that I'll be trying to keep up for the rest of the journey across America. In one of the first podcasts from America, I said I was very unsure of what to think about the USA as a country. And I always have been a bit ambivalent about what I think about it. And it's still very early to give any sort of verdict about what I really think, but I'm starting to get a little bit more sure about what I think about the country. And what I think is that it's a country of contradictions. I mean, there are so many extreme contradictions in everything here. I mean, it's you might take a certain thing like how there is always the opposition between quality and quantity. Well, because of the extreme quantity of everything here, there is some quality here and everything as well, but you just have to look for it. There's extreme poverty and extreme richness. Everything is in extremes in this country, and there's a great span of everything. And it's very much a country of contradictions, the opposites, and things that will collide all the time. But if you look for things, you can usually find what you want. But at the same time, a lot of quality and good points are hidden by a lot of crap. The people have been great. Which is probably the most important thing. I've only met really nice people. I haven't had any problems at all. Service is not always great because people, I don't know, they don't seem to understand certain things. I don't know how to put that. But as a general rule, people are very friendly and very helpful. It's coming back a little bit to that contradiction that is here with everything here in the USA. People seem to be initially very, very paranoid, scared and afraid, but they release that very quickly and become extremely helpful and kind and generous. So I mean, as I say, it's a country of contradictions. I'm not really sure what that's going to mean for my final verdict, if I have to give any sort of verdict on the country, but it's an interesting place, definitely. You can find almost anything here, I think, and I think that's part of it too. Sometimes you have to look a little bit more carefully because a lot of it's like the television. If I have a hotel room and then you flick through the television, there are a lot of channels, but like that old Bruce Springsteen channel, Bruce Springsteen song, 57 channels of shit, 57 channels on the TV and nothing to look at, or I can't even remember the text, but you get the idea. There are a lot of high-quality programs naturally being made here, and I mean, we know that in Europe we get a lot of stuff that's really good and high-quality stuff, but there is so much shit on there as well that I can't understand that it gets on there, that anybody wants to watch it at all. It's pretty incredible. Well, that's about it for now. We'll be heading into Austin the next couple of days, and I hope to be taking it easy and hopefully enjoying Austin, meeting some new people. Keep listening, and whatever else you do, keep walking. Welcome to the Walk.se, the ongoing story about becoming a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. I'm in Austin. Last time I left you, I was in Bastrop. I had a 1 day long walk, almost 50 kilometers from there in pretty hot weather. But I was lucky. I was actually headed into Austin and I had a couch surfing host to stay with. And I arrived there just before 7 o'clock in the evening after a long hot day, and had just enough time to have a shower and then scoot into town with my couch surfing host to spend some time walking around downtown while he went to a yoga class, an acrobatic yoga class. And I've actually got my couch surfing host here with me. And I'm going to let him introduce himself.
Well, my name is Palmer Stevens, and I've been doing couch surfing for about 6 years now, and I think I'm up to about 70 references. And I've been hosting a lot now that I moved to Austin about 2 years ago. I live over down near next to the airport towards Bastrop. So.
Yeah. It was just on the right side of town for me to make it all in 1 day. It would have been really bad if you lived on the other side of town. It would have been a very long day.
Yes.
I've been really well taken care of after I arrived here. Well, as I said, I spent the first night walking around downtown having a look, and we rode around and went and had a pizza at
Home Slice.
Home Slice, because Torchy's was closed. We tried to go to Torchy's to have a taco first. Yeah, I have to say Austin is really great. There is so many small independent businesses and restaurants and things happening. And I've been here since Tuesday evening, and it's now Sunday afternoon. And there is something happening all the time. There is always somewhere to go, something to do, people to meet, small music, and I don't know. There's stuff happening all the time. And what have we done in the last few days, Palmer? What have we done?
All right. Well, we did social bike rides almost every night of the week, and we went on one of those, and then we peeled off and
we had a look at some dancing that we didn't really get into, but we had a look at it.
Yes, contra dancing.
Contra dancing.
It's a type of folk dancing that's done in New England.
And then after that, what did we do? Did we do anything else that evening, or I don't remember.
Peeled off. We just went biking. Yeah, we did. I'm trying to remember now.
So much has happened. It's almost impossible to remember everything we've done.
I know we got Home Slice Pizza.
We got again.
Down on South Congress.
Yeah. And we met your friend Max, and he went for a ride, and you taught him how to fix a flat tire, and a lot of things have happened. Yeah, with Max, we went through the Capitol building, had a look around the Capitol building.
We went down to that part in the back that's all underground. Yeah. It's quite a tunnel. They tunneled out the whole back side of the Capitol building.
Mm-hmm. We spent a few days running around, and then Palmer had to do some work, and I spent some time trying to find where I could buy some good outdoor equipment in town. So we spent a lot of time walking around and sort of exploring Austin. And as I say, Austin's a great place. It's not at all what I was expecting here in Texas, even though a lot of people have said that Austin is a great place. I think it's even better than what I was expecting. It's been really great. I think a lot of it has to do with the great help I've had here. Palmer's been a really great host, so taking a lot of time out to show me a lot of stuff. So he's been really, really good, and that helps a lot. So thanks for that.
You're welcome. Austin's a big bicycling city, and I've been corrupting my surfers here by giving them bicycles and letting them get around town. They have a lot of bicycle lanes here. Austin's hoping to be like the Netherlands someday with great biking paths.
Yeah. It's got a ways to go, but it's so much better than any other American city I've been in. But it's got a ways to go before it reaches Amsterdam levels, that's for sure. Yeah. And then on Friday morning, I had got in contact with a photographer here from Austin, a guy called Kirk Tuck that I've followed. I've been reading his blog and some of the books he's written for the last maybe 10 years or so. And when I knew I was going to Austin, I contacted him, and he actually met up and took me for a breakfast taco and coffee in the morning, and we sat around most of the morning talking about everything, basically. Had some really nice, interesting discussions about the future of photography and education and politics and, I don't know, just about everything in life, and minimalism and writing. I'm reading his new novel. He's just released his first fiction novel that I'm reading at the moment, so that's really cool. And we talked about a lot of stuff, actually, so it was a really, really nice, interesting discussion. And it's always so nice to meet someone that you think you know because you've read so much that they have written for such a long time that you have a sort of I mean, I've seen pictures of Kirk before, so I knew what he looked like, but I always had an impression he was taller than he was, and also I always thought that his voice was going to be darker than it was. So it was really interesting to meet someone and sort of realize how they are in real life. And Kirk's a real nice guy, so that was really, really interesting. Did we do something? Yes, and then we went to a couch surfing meetup that evening.
Yep. Got to meet a lot of the local couch
Yeah,
surfers.
the local couch surfers. What was that place called?
Gourmands.
Gourmands.
And it's a little neighborhood bar, and they were playing board games like Scrabble and Cards Against Humanity and things like that. And we had to leave a little bit early.
Yeah, we left because we had to go to the airport to pick up Charlie, who's finally arrived in Austin as well. And I've mentioned Charlie a few times on the podcast before. He's a Danish guy that I haven't met before, but that's contacted me through the website and has asked me a lot of questions about walking because he's got his own little walking project going. And anyway, we picked up Charlie, and Charlie's been here for the last couple of days, and we're preparing, and we're both going to walk tomorrow, and we're going to walk together for maybe up to 3 weeks. And Charlie, introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Charlie, as you heard, and I arrived here Friday, and since I've been bicycling around with my two hosts here and had a great time in Austin. The reason I'm here is to basically learn from Matt about life on the road, because I'm, as you said, planning a great walk myself for about 2.5 years, going down through Europe from Denmark and all the way around the western shore of Africa through Congo, ending up in Tanzania. And I'm doing this as a part of my project that I call Walking for Water. I have a website called www.walkingforwater.dk, where you can check out some details about that project.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, I'm here to learn from Matt some routines and
which would be
stuff.
interesting, since I don't have any routines. I just let everything happen as it happens. So this will be interesting.
But you are an experienced man.
And I've been listening.
Living on the streets.
I've been even listening to the conversations and learning a lot about what it's like to walk for days on end, and how you pack food, and what kind of shoes to have, and how you charge your cell phone, and all these things we take for granted when you live in a house.
Yeah.
We've had some interesting days because Charlie had to buy some equipment, and we've been checking through that, and I've been updating some of my equipment, and we've been talking about what works and what doesn't. So we've had a few, not a hectic day, but a few days of organising now. So we hope we are ready now tomorrow to lead. And we're carrying some food for the first time. I generally don't carry that much food with me, but I think we've got food for about 4 days with us now. So we've got heavy carts to start out with tomorrow.
Well,
About
Saturday,
14 kg each, maybe, the carts.
Yeah, 40, yeah. Mine probably weighs more than that with the water. Yours probably weighs, mine probably weighs 50, yours probably weighs 40.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I remember we made your big shopping lists of all your equipment, which you had most of it when you came already, especially on the plane. Charlie did, but I gave you all a nice American shopping experience by taking them to a super Walmart, and
Everything is that big over here.
Yeah.
That's what really hits you when you arrive here. I've been in America before, but it's a shock every time that everything is that big. The trucks are very big. The humans are very big. And
this is Charlie saying this when he's only been in Austin. Wait till he's been to some other parts of Texas.
Austin's more fit.
Yeah, humans here well, the people here, I shouldn't say, but the people here in Austin are active and fit, and it's very much different from a large part that I've seen of America so far. This is very much more like Europe, actually, in that way. That'll even get worse. You should wait, Charlie. We'll see next week. We'll see what it looks like then. It'll be very interesting.
Well, it's kind of odd because, it's so hot in Texas, you'd think it would be very uncomfortable to be that big,
exactly. It's strange, isn't it?
The American diet's full of sugar and such, and it's hard not to gain weight here.
And maybe it's because it's so hot that nobody wants to exercise as well. I mean, that could be a contributing factor. It's easier to sit in your car on air conditioning than it is to walk or run, but it's mainly the diet. All the other sugar, it's sugar everywhere. There's sugar in everything you buy here. It's difficult to find anything else.
But there's a lot of good vegetarian restaurants in Austin, at least, sort of like an oasis.
Yeah, Austin has a lot of health conscious. How many times have you been to the juice place? What's it called?
Yeah, Juice Land is one of our daily rituals.
Yeah.
They have great smoothies there. So I took you to Torchy's Tacos.
Yeah, and we went to Torchy's and tried out, and probably had some of the best guacamole I've ever had there at Torchy's. They had nice tacos, but the guacamole was really good. So
We've been to Whole Foods headquarters for soups.
Which is, and Whole Foods, I actually, when I was in town wandering around, I spent half an hour, maybe an hour wandering around in Whole Foods, and there's so much, it's so big, and there's such a big sort of range of stuff you could possibly buy that it becomes too much. You end up not buying anything because it's just, you can't choose. There's just so much stuff. It's just impossibly huge and large, and the choice of just different vitamin supplements is like, it's like an ordinary supermarket in Sweden, just with vitamin supplement.
We're getting back to our shopping. So one of our strategies, I guess, was to get you all the inexpensive stuff first. So we worked our way up the sort of
the
like
Costa chain.
the consumer food chain there, and I went to Walmart, and then we went to Target, and then a dollar store. And then we went to Costco, another huge store where everything's really expensive. Of course, the portions are really big. That's why their carts are so heavy now. But they got lots of good food. And then we finally went to REI to get the really nice stuff. But
the high quality stuff.
Which is an outdoor shop with all those.
And at REI, Charlie bought one of these new wood burning stoves with a fan that actually charges.
BioLite camp stove.
Yeah, it actually charges.
Check it out on there.
Generates electricity, and you can charge your phone with it by burning small twigs in it. And we played a little bit with it this afternoon, but it'd be very interesting to see how that works in the long run.
Yeah, it uses thermocouple technology. What was the name of that stove again? Do you remember?
BioLite camp stove.
Yeah. So
you mean BioLite?
BioLite.
BIOLITE.
Yeah.
Camp stove. If you want to look it up, it's really interesting.
We are actually planning to have a bit of an equipment update. I was planning to maybe make that with Charlie when we were here in Austin, but we've decided to do a bit later. We'll do sometime before Charlie leaves, we'll sit down and I'll go through all of my equipment, what I have and what I think about it and how I think it works. And Charlie will be there to be able to ask some questions, and it'll probably be a little bit more interesting with someone next to me rather than me just talking on about that stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll do that before we... And maybe Charlie was thinking maybe even doing a video.
I think I will do some video blogging as well. So if you are following Mads and you want to see how he acts on video instead of just listening to his voice all the time, I think there will be some videos on my website at least to find.
And we'll let you know. We'll put up links to everything when we have anything happening. Talk a little bit more about your project, Walking for Water. What is it you want to do? What's the sort of plan for the whole project?
Well, my own walk is about getting money for a water supply system for a specific village called Lengasti in Tanzania. I've been living in Lengasti for 6 months, returning to Denmark a year ago, and as I was leaving, I took with me the mission to find out how I could bring them water, because they don't have any water in this village. Their water system has been broken down for about a year now. So I came up with this idea that to make money for the water system, I would make an extreme event, and being adventurous and wanting to explore the world, the obvious thing to do was to walk down there. So that's basically what I decided to do. I want to walk the way down there and sell the idea to a TV channel, then use the commercializing for getting a big firm to sponsor the water project. So
what is it you need to use? Is it generators they need, or I think I remember read your, I can't remember, it was pumps or generators. It was the electricity that they needed. They
have, as it is now, they have 2 pumps leading the water from a lake to the village, and both of the pumps are breaking down all the time. It's all worn out system, and by the way, it's diesel driven pumps, so it's not very environmental good. So the idea is to change the whole system with green energy. My first idea was to make a electric pump. So 1 pump would be enough to pump the water all the way to the village, but that would require some to build some electricity poles all the way to where the pump is, and it would require to change all the pipes leading there because the pressure would be too high, and it will be about 12.5 million Danish kroners, and that's too much. And the engineers we had looking at it also says that it wouldn't be the best solution because the electricity system in Tanzania is not very stable. So the pump might break.
What about the Dutch? Aren't they into windmills? Everybody's into windmills now.
Yeah, that could be a solution as well. But what we are looking into right now is to do it with some solar power. So I've been speaking with some solar experts in Denmark who are looking into right now if they can invent a solution that will make it possible to drive this water system with solar power. If it turns out to be possible, it will be a pioneer project, and it will mean that it will be cheaper to make, it will be easier to maintain, and it will be pure green energy. So if it's possible, it can be used all over Africa, actually, and it would be a big step in changing the world for the better, both about bringing water to the ones in need and about bringing energy, green energy. So that's very interesting. But if it doesn't work out, the plan is just to replace the pumps that is already there with some new ones, so my village can get some water again.
Yeah. Oh, well, you'll keep us updated. You'll update your website.
Yeah.
So we'll know what happens there as you go. And when are you planning to start walking? Do you have any start date?
The plan is to start walking from Denmark at springtime, next spring. But it depends if I get sponsors at that time. If I do, I'm walking next spring. But if I don't, I might
have to wait a little bit.
I might have to wait. Yeah. But if you are listening now and you know some people who know some big companies who could be interested in sponsoring this,
just get in touch with Charlie at his side, or send a message to me and I'll forward it to him. Whatever. Just if you have anyone that can help in any way, just get in contact with one of us and we'll sort you out with the right contacts to.
And also, if you have questions for my project, write me an email and I will answer whatever you need informations about.
And last night we went out to 6th Street and cruised up and down the bars on 6th Street, didn't we?
Yep, 6th Street's the big tourist area here. They call it Dirty Six because it's sort of like Bourbon Street in New Orleans. But it's a little more, I think, natural than New Orleans. It was
nice. There was a lot of happening. There was a lot of bars, a lot of people, and a lot of action. I'm probably getting old saying this, but the music was too loud. There was nowhere you could sit and talk. There was loud music everywhere, wasn't there?
Yes.
Which could be cool, but you really need to have an ordinary pub where you can sit as well, don't you?
I did see you on the dance floor, though.
Yeah.
Shortly.
Yeah. I danced up on the dance floor to tell Charlie we were leaving. Yeah. It was good. I like to dance, so I wouldn't mind dancing. But I just wasn't in the mood yesterday. I'm saving my energy for walking tomorrow. Yeah.
It was a little bit fun. I took them to a place called the Vulcan Gas Company, like as in Star Trek, and they had a big techno dance being sponsored by one of the camps from Burning Man festival that was running the music and the DJ. Then after that, we walked down the street and went over a place called Cheer Up Charlie.
And did you get cheered up there, Charlie?
Well, it was an interesting place. Palmer told us before we came there that he would normally bring people to guess what gender the other guests on the place were, because it's actually a transsexual bar. So you never know what you will run into. And Mats and I had the same response, that we didn't mind going, but we probably wouldn't pick up girls that night from that place.
But you actually did, didn't you? You got the phone number of a girl.
No, yeah.
She's coming through Denmark.
Might be.
Might be good luck.
Yeah.
I think it was a girl at least.
We're not sure. She could be spatting for the other team, but that's
we'll find out.
We'll find out later. She was an engineer, remember, a civil engineer, so maybe she could help you with your project.
Yeah, you're going to help there.
But it was different. It wasn't a gay bar. It was, they don't really call them transgender bars. They're called gender queer bars. Yeah. And basically, if you don't fit in to your normal gender role, it's a good place to go and not have to worry about playing the usual women and men games, especially ones in Texas, which have a lot of machismo bravado evolved.
Yeah, as you were saying, a lot of the gay and transgender and people that are a bit unsure about it, they tend to sort of gravitate towards Austin because that's where it's sort of more liberal here that way, isn't it?
Yeah, Austin's like an oasis from all the very conservative Texas lifestyle. And I've been told there's almost 10,000 transgenders live in Austin. The only place that in the world that has more, I believe, is New York and Los Angeles. There's a lot of artists in Austin. It's very art-driven, a lot of hippies, all that kind of thing. That liberal, all the stuff that goes along with non-conservative American society.
Well, tonight I'm going to try to edit this, get some photos done, and get it uploaded while I'm here at Palmer's place because he's got a nice high-speed internet connection. And we don't really know when we'll have a nice high-speed internet connection next time because we don't really know how far we'll be traveling, how far we'll be walking in the next few days. It'll soon be the 4th of July. When was that, on Friday or something? Which is the American Independence Day, which will be a big holiday. So hopefully we want to make it to a city by then, or a small town at least, where they celebrate it so we can be a part of it. It would feel a bit strange to be camping out in the middle of nowhere on 4th of July, I think. So we'll see what happens. I'm not sure how we're going to do that.
Well, hopefully there'll be some good fireworks for you in Texas. They may still have their burn ban.
Yeah,
they may not
exactly.
allow fireworks because they're a fire hazard.
Yeah. But at least we find some place that we can drink a few beers and celebrate Independence Day. It would be great. So we'll see what happens. And we'll start walking. Tomorrow is the plan. It'll take us probably almost half a day just to reach Austin and then to the other side of Austin. And we'll see how far we get. Walking's not quick. You don't go very far very quickly. But that's sort of the point.
It's really hot here. It's hot, completely different than walking in Denmark, as I'm used to at least.
Yeah.
But
I
think it's good that we had a couple of days here acclimating.
Yeah. We'll see. Charlie's a fit guy, so we'll see how he holds up to the heat. That's about the only thing that's going to be a problem. I know that the heat has knocked me about in the last week or two. I haven't sort of done the sort of miles I probably do other days, especially the days when you spend in the tent, because it becomes if it's 30, 32 degrees and you crawl into the tent, it's like crawling into a sauna. So it's really, really hot. And it doesn't really cool down until after 12 o'clock at night. So it becomes hot and you need to drink a lot of water. That's going to be the only thing that might be a problem. But we've bought some electrolyte capsules, so we'll be all right. And we'll drink heaps of water and keep hydrated, and it shouldn't be a major problem. And we'll keep the distance down. That's the plan anyway. If Charlie feels good, maybe we'll up the distance. But we'll see what happens. We're going to take it easy the first few days anyway.
So what are you packing, like 4 to 6 liters per day to sweat out?
We want at least 2 gallons per day per person when we're walking, which is 1 gallon is 3.8 liters. Yeah. Right. So we're actually, we probably drink at least 2 gallons, and then you want the other 2 gallons as a sort of like a reserve. And we want to be able to cook and wash ourselves a little bit and that. So you need at least 2 gallons a day. I think that's pretty conservative, actually. You probably need more, but we'll be in the next few days. We'll still be in pretty populated areas. It'll be after that, after we get to the other side of Fredericksburg. Then it'll be more interesting. Then we'll be sort of out in the middle of nowhere in another way, I think.
You might have to carry water for 3 days. That could get pretty heavy.
It will get heavy, yeah. But that's the plan, and that's what we're here to experiment with and see how it works. And that's why I have the mule that can carry a lot of water. So that's sort of, it was the plan all along, even though the plan wasn't to walk across Texas. The plan was to walk through Iran, and now I'm in Texas instead. It's a bit of a change, but it'll be the same idea. And it'll give me a very good idea of how much water I need and can carry on the mule when I cross the deserts, going from Darwin out to the east coast of Australia. So that'll be interesting.
I'm curious to see how Charlie's rig works. It looks like a big golf cart.
Yeah, it's actually a golf bag wagon that is rebuilt a little bit. So
a bit custom modified to fit your backpack.
So the idea is that my backpack is on the golf bag wagon, and then I attach it to a smaller backpack which I'm wearing on my back, and I can drag the big backpack.
Yeah.
And the brilliant thing about this is that if I get places where it's not suited for wheels, I can pack it together and take my backpack on with the wagon on the back of the backpack. That's a lot of bags and packs.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's the idea of the wagon. So I guess now I'm getting a chance to test it for some long time and see if it will work for weeks.
It'd be very interesting to see. I mean, I decided to go with a cart because I didn't want to carry everything, and I had a look at three-wheel cart. I had a three-wheel cart on my test walk, and I've been thinking about two-wheel carts, especially when I get down to Asia. I've been thinking that I might send the mule straight to Darwin and have a smaller carrying system when I walk through Asia, because I won't need to carry as much water and stuff while I travel through there. So it'd be very interesting to see how Charlie's outfit works. It was always interesting to learn something from all these new ideas. So we'll all learn something somewhere, hopefully.
If you're doing that, and I decide that my wagon will not suit me, maybe I should just buy the mule at that time and use that instead on my own walk. Yeah. But the thing is that I think I will get places where
it'll be a problem. Yeah, Charlie's his walk is a bit more outdoorsy than mine. I mean, I've always said that mine is a bit more of a cultural walk. I intend to walk where there are roads and paths and people more as much as I can. Charlie will be a little bit more off-road, off-trail in areas that aren't as well developed, let's say. So you probably need to be able to go off-road more than I do. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But remember, keep listening. Whatever you do, just remember to keep walking. Welcome to the Walk.se, the ongoing chronicles about becoming a minimalist vagabond while trying to walk from Stockholm to Sydney. We're in Frederiksberg. It's gone about 5 or 6 days since you heard from us last, and we've done 4 days of hard walking with Charlie. I think we've decided we're going to call his cart the Emu. Is that right, Charlie?
Yeah. That must be the best.
I think it's the best because it looks sort of like an emu with short legs, doesn't it?
And it's wordless as well as a packing animal.
Yeah. Imagine if you wanted to pack something on something and carry it with you everywhere.
It would be a bird.
Yeah,
it would be a bird. A bird that couldn't fly.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be that.
So it seems like the emu is a really, really good choice. The first day, everything went really right, didn't it? We walked for about 37 kilometers the first day. We headed out of Austin. It was very nice, heading out of Austin. Walked past Barton Springs and through some of the outer western suburbs of Austin that were quite nice. And we walked through then we started getting out into the more sort of countryside, and then we ended up camping on the side of a highway, or a major highway intersection. We actually found a bit of shrub we could sort of hide behind right next to a service station.
Yeah.
And it was pretty good. And you did a video there, a first night video that you posted on your Facebook account.
It has been posted now. It is on my website, but I can maybe try to tag it.
No, I'll just link it to it from here. I'll put a link in it to here so you can see it. It was the first night. And what did you think of the first day's walking?
The first day's walking was a good start because it was easy compared to the other days. I think it was it felt a little cooler.
Yeah, it was. It was a nice day.
There was some breezes, and I think it was kind of flat.
Yeah, and it was a little bit cloudy too. There wasn't so much sun. It was sort of like it was a nice, cool day to walk. Yeah. It's strange, actually. The temperature was quite warm. It was close to 35 degrees, and yet that day felt cooler than the days that followed it. And we camped there the night, and we packed up the next day. And one of the reasons that Charlie is here is it is a test walk for him. So he's checking his equipment and what he needs to be able to access and how quickly and everything. So it's a really important thing to do. If you're going to do a long walk, either you have to do one of two things. You either have to do a test walk and get organized. Things change anyway, even if you do a test walk. Or you have to accept that you're going to change things as you go. And one of the things that really struck me in the last few days, and I think Charlie realizes this too, is that whereas I set camp and break camp in about 15 minutes, it takes Charlie almost half an hour to an hour, much, much longer. And that's not anything that he's doing wrong. It's just one of those things where you learn. I mean, I've been on the road now for a year, and I know exactly where to put everything and where to put my hands to get at everything. And it makes a big, big difference. It really does. Don't you think so, Charlie?
Yeah, indeed. But also, I think my tent just takes longer to put up because you only have this small one.
Yeah. And I mean, all the things adds up, and it doesn't really make any difference. We've got plenty of time to walk to make ourselves tired anyway. Day 2, we headed out.
Day 2, that was when we slept at at the water.
That's right. Yeah, we headed out from Austin, and we actually we found a just before we came to a state park. We had a sort of a goal that we were going to reach a state park and camp there. But before we reached the state park, we actually found a river crossing, where the river actually had, or a creek crossing. It actually had some water in it and was running there, and so we decided to camp.
It was a good place.
It was a good place because
and we were behind in time anyway, because on the way,
that's right.
we were stopped by a very gentle man called
Steve
Wolf.
Steve
Wolf.
Yes, we were actually we walked past a ranch, and it was called the Stunt Ranch.
Stunt Ranch.
And just as
we have an old stunt man among us here.
Yeah.
In case you didn't know, Matt is an old stunt man.
I think no, not everybody, but all my friends know that. But I don't think maybe some of the new listeners probably don't know that. But I spent 4 years probably working as a stunt man in the early '80s in Sydney. And as we walked past the Stunt Ranch, Steve Wolf pulled up in his car, and he said, "Oh, you guys look hot. Are you out walking? Don't you want to come and have a swim in the pool?" And he invited us back. And
a walk through Texas is not complete before you've been to the Stunt Ranch.
No, exactly. And we stopped there, and we had a swim in the pool. It was really nice. And not only that, we'd realized I'd been walking behind Charlie for a while, and I'd been really worried about
the emu.
The emu was looking a bit distressed. It was sort of like looking a bit bent. And so Steve actually helped us a lot to reinforce the wheel axles on the emu. So we've got a bit of pipe there and some hose clamp and stuff, and clamped it all together, so we reinforced it. And he did that, and he's so extremely helpful. It was really incredible. And when we were there, he asked if we wanted to have a jump in the airbag. And we started talking, and I said, well, I've already worked as a stuntman. I worked for a stuntman. And we started talking.
You didn't really dare to.
No, I was too scared. But we started talking about full body burns and all this sort of stuff. But anyway, it ended up with that Charlie had a jump in the airbag. And what do you think, Charlie? It was pretty easy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty easy.
Yeah. It was like only a 20-foot jump or something into an airbag, and I wasn't even going to be bothered climbing up to do it. I've done it so many times before. But we've got some pictures there. On the Instagram feed, there's a picture of Charlie both jumping into the airbag and with his happy smile afterwards when he realizes that he survived. So have a look at that.
I started crying after the picture was taken.
No, he didn't. No, he enjoyed it. And after that, we headed out, and we had quite a long rest there. We headed out. We were a little bit late, and we didn't quite reach the state park, Ponderosa State Park. We were planning to reach to camp, but we found this river, and I think that was a better campsite.
Yeah, much better, because that meant we could have a bath the next day before continuing, and we could wash the pot proper. And
it was quite nice, and we sort of hid behind some bushes. I mean, it's Texas. Everywhere is private property. You're not allowed to camp or do anything anywhere, but we sort of hid behind some bushes. And we
were hiding. It's like a boarding school. You have to sneak out to do things.
But it was nice. And then the next day we started off, and we headed up. And I think the next day was probably the day that I think, I don't know, Charlie, but I think you thought that was quite hard. Then.
It was pretty hard the next day, yes.
Yeah.
But my big concern is to run out of water.
Yeah.
We can only carry a certain amount of water, and I knew that we wouldn't be, we wouldn't have the opportunity to buy new water the next day, or maybe next day, but not this day. So there's a big concern about having enough water, and you don't want to drink too much, but on the other hand, you are sweating a lot.
It's really hot.
You're really thirsty all the time, so it's a stress factor not to be able to drink all the water that you want. But on the other hand, that's really what my project is about.
Yeah,
walking for water.
Walking for water.
This is not just walking for water for others. This is also walking for water for ourselves. Because you even sweat when you lie still. Yeah. So it's just about walking, get to the next goal so you can refill your water supplies.
And you realize how important water is.
Yes.
And how in this sort of climate when it's so hot that you can't really survive without it at all. And as Charlie said, I mean, we've been starting to have a few siestas. I'll say some more about that. But when you're lying down at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and you're lying in the shade, you're still sweating, even if you're lying still. So it's quite warm. But we made it. We actually made it into Johnson City that afternoon. We walked from there into Johnson City, and we got there about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And we had a very filling but terrible lunch at the Dairy Queen.
Which is something like a McDonald's.
Yeah,
Similar.
Fast food. Terrible fast food, basically.
They have a lot of fast food chains over here.
And then after that, we headed in towards the city. I was actually looking for a coffee shop. As everyone knows, I'm addicted to coffee, and I wanted to find a good coffee. We didn't find one, but we did find the library. So we actually sat down there for a couple of hours. That's when Charlie uploaded the video, and we did a few other things, the odds and ends, and
it took some time.
Yeah, it took some time. It didn't have the fastest connection there.
And at first, I don't think he was very pleased about spending all this time in the library. But as time got by and we moved on, we met some very gentle people who made it all worth the
more than worth the while. Now, I didn't really mind spending that much time in the library, but it's and actually that was our first unplanned siesta, and I think that's something that we'll be trying a little bit more now going forward, actually trying to have a rest between like 1:30 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or 1:30 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon when it's the hottest. I think it's actually better to have a rest during that time, have a good lunch, have a rest, and then walk a little bit later into the evening, because walking there around 3-4 o'clock really knocks you about a bit. It's quite warm. It's probably better to have a rest, even though it's difficult to sleep or rest when it's so hot. I think it's better to have that rest and continue walking, and then walk later into the evening. And that's something we're going to continue trying as we go forward. We'll see how that works.
Also, just to get some warm food.
Yeah, and also to eat a proper meal and have some time to rest after the food, because you always get tired after you eat as well. So that should be quite good. So we're going to try that. We'll see how that works. But we left the library and we wanted to restock on some ice and water. So we went to a service station and we restocked and we filled water, and we were talking to this really helpful, nice gentleman in the service station, and a few people stopped and said hello, and it was all very friendly and nice. And just as we were leaving, a really cool black Cadillac with side pipes and flames on it pulled up. And I had to say to the guy, it was a real cool car. I said,
custom-made American car.
Yeah. So we stopped and we talked, and it turned out to be Joe, and he was from the area, and he asked what we were doing and blah, blah. And he gave us a donation for the walk. So that was quite cool, quite nice, quite appreciated, and
not too bad.
Not too bad at all. And people are quite kind and helpful all along here.
I think the further we got away from Austin, the rarer it gets. But especially in Austin and around Austin, the people here are really helpful, and they wherever you have a break, they will stop and ask, "Do you need water? Are you okay? Yeah. Everything." Yeah. And it's not something that you would experience in Denmark, I think. I don't know about Sweden, but.
Maybe not in Sweden, not in a normal area. I think it's a typical thing where it's a hot and where it's a lot of open areas. In Australia, people always stop and ask if you're okay. So it might be one of those things. But yeah, it's a bit different. But people are very helpful, very kind. It's great. And then we continued on in the afternoon, and we walked and we walked, and we were trying to find some place to stop. And it wasn't really. There were a lot of fences, and we couldn't really get into any place. I mean, you're always a little bit stealth camping it's not legal, and I don't think anyone would really say much about it if they caught you doing it, but you always feel a little bit guilty doing it.
I do actually think they're legally allowed to shoot you down here if you're caught on the ground.
Yeah, it's a bit distressing when there are signs saying, "Don't mind the dog, watch out for the gun." It can be a bit distressing. So.
We are in Texas, though.
Yeah, we're in Texas. So. But we actually walked, and the sun was going down, and we actually found a field. There was a gate that there wasn't a padlock on, and we snuck in through the gate, and it It was a cow paddock or a cattle paddock or something full of cactus, and we found some bushes there and we hid there and we organised some food and we go. That was quite nice.
And every time a cow was driving by on the road, we were turning up
our lights. Always feeling a bit guilty. But I don't know if we really need to or not, but we can't help it. We feel a bit guilty. But that was nice. It was a nice camping site. It was actually worked out quite well there, didn't it? Next morning, we got up early, or tried to get up a little bit earlier.
That was a good idea, actually, to get up early. I think we planned to get up at 6 o'clock, but I take some time getting my stuff packed down, so we were probably leaving...
We're still on the road by 7:30, so I think...
Was it 7:30 before we were on the road?
Yeah, we didn't get up until... the alarm went at 6 o'clock, but I was a bit lazy. I don't think we got up till 6:30 or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still, it's nice to walk in the morning, and that's maybe the only time of day that it's very cool.
Yeah.
Because even in the afternoon, where at home it would be starting to cool down, it's not like that here.
No.
Because we are walking toward west, so we just have the sun in our faces until it's completely down.
It's seldom below 30 degrees before 9 o'clock. And even then, it's the coolest part of the day is like 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. That's the coolest part. It's been about 20 degrees the last 2 or 3 days. After that, it hots up quite quickly. Quite nice and cool in the morning. It's a nice time to walk.
Maybe we should talk about what we get to eat.
Mm-hmm.
You usually start by eating some peanut butter when you get up.
Yeah, I try to get some. I'm not much of a breakfast person,
Me neither.
But I realised that you need some sort of energy to get started in the morning. So nuts or peanut butter or something like a high density, high energy source is the easiest to eat in the morning. It doesn't need any cooking or anything like that. So I try to get something like that. If I'm not in a city, if I'm in a city, near a town or something, I like to get bacon and eggs, a real proper breakfast. But if I can't, when we're camping, it's often just peanut butter, nuts, something nice and simple like that. Something I don't have to cook.
And then Mats is really good to stop in before we have walked too long and say, now you need to get something to eat as well.
Yeah.
So we eat some nuts. We have bought this big, what do you call it, container of different kind of nuts, walnuts, peanuts.
Yeah, there's all mixed nuts, really good ones actually.
Cashew nuts, all kinds of nuts, which is full of good energy. So we eat some nuts, drink some water, and then we continue.
It's important actually, when we're walking like this, it's important to take breaks. I mean, you don't want to walk an hour and a half, possibly 2 hours, but you need a break to freshen up with some water and have a quick little break. It's better to walk a little bit slowly and have more breaks and be able to walk all day rather than to head out too hard and crash, because you can get pretty tired and then it's hard to recover after that. But we've been doing quite well, and Charlie's like a fit guy. He's got no problem doing the walking we're doing. The heat, he feels the heat, but so do I. So I mean, it's hot. There's nothing you can say about that. It takes a lot out of you. So we walked that day all the way to here in Fredericksburg, didn't we? It was a long day. I think we walked almost 47 kilometers the last day.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've been sleeping for 3 nights, camping for 3 nights.
Yeah, out in the tent, yeah. And it's the 4th night. And we were very lucky. I had sent out some couch surfing requests to Fredericksburg, and we're here on the 4th of July, which is the American Independence Day. It's a big celebration.
And which it was our goal to reach it here.
We wanted to reach here by the 4th of July, so we could actually be in a town that celebrated the 4th of July. And we were very, very lucky. A guy answered our couch surfing request, and we're actually staying. Actually, this is really strange. We're couch surfing in a motel. How is that? That sounds really strange. But
really?
Yeah.
Especially on the 4th of July, where all the hotels, and this is a city, a small city, there is 10,000 something in population, but they have like maybe 15 hotels. And they're all full.
Yeah, they're all full.
So we have to sleep in the conference hall. Yeah. But that's good. We don't complain. We have a cooler, a freezer. Just bought a bottle of bourbon. We are all good. No problem. But still, it just seems strange for a hotel manager for the 4th of July, the most busy day of the year, to host couch surfing guests on your hotel.
Incredible hospitality. We're eternally thankful and we love it, but it just blows our mind just a tiny
That's
little
the
bit.
sound hospitality.
Yeah. So that's really, really cool. And we got here. We arrived quite late, and it was full. All the rooms were full, and they put us in this meeting room. And so we're actually sleeping on our camping gear in here, but it's quite comfortable. It's air conditioned. It's very, very nice. And we got up this morning. Went into the town's only like half a kilometre away, like the centre of town. Went into Main Street. Tried to get some breakfast. There was people everywhere. It was really crowded. But we found one small place, we got some breakfast, and then the parade started, 4th of July parade. It's the first time I've ever seen one live, so that's pretty cool. And it was interesting, at the same time that it was very long, and in the end, people were slightly bored. So, but it was cool to be able to see, and we took a few shots and we followed it, so it was interesting. And after that we went to, and how's this, we are in Texas. We went to a German beer garden and watched Germany play France and drank a few beers. So that was quite nice.
And spent a little money on playing on it, but it didn't went very well.
Yeah, Charlie gambled a little bit, but didn't really go that well. I didn't gamble. I didn't mind, so I didn't worry.
You're not that kind of guy.
No, I'm not much into gambling. Always.
You need some more.
Yeah, I probably need some more. We're actually drinking, we're being very patriotic. Maybe not Texas patriotic, but definitely America patriotic. We're drinking Jack Daniels. We bought ourselves a bottle of bourbon. So we're drinking Jack Daniels, Tennessee whiskey. Charlie's drinking it straight, and I'm being very Australian and drinking it with Coke. So,
Diet Coke even.
Yeah, Diet Coke. Don't want to get too fat. And then we've run around, done some shopping for some small stuff we needed. Charlie's cart has had a few problems. We've been discussing how we're going to solve it.
Well, we're going to bury it.
The emu is going to be cooked and buried. We're going to try, we've decided we were thinking, or Charlie was thinking about buying some new wheels or getting some new wheels here for it. Unfortunately, the cycle shops are closed today and we haven't really seen any good things. And I'm afraid that buying new stuff for that cart might just be a waste of money. What we actually think we decided to do is just
repair with
just repair it with duct tape and just see how far we can leave it without spending any money. See, I mean, it only has to last for another 2 weeks, so maybe we can get it, sort of baby it through that period. We moved all the heavy water over to the mule, and you know the mule, it just sucks it up and carries it, no problem. The mule is a champ. So the mule's got about 50 litres of water. No, it hasn't. The mule's carrying about 20 litres of water, so it's severely overloaded, but it's still...
It's a good mule.
It's a good mule.
Good old mule.
The good old mule. It's still carrying on. That's about it. That's how far we've got. Charlie and I are enjoying, or I am. I hope Charlie's enjoying it so far as well. We're moving on, travelling, and we are going to head further west. We will hopefully reach Del Rio before Charlie has to head back towards Austin for his flight. We don't know exactly, but it's always hard to plan, so we'll see how far it goes. We're making good mileage the days we're walking. Today has been a really excellent rest day, and we hope to head into downtown and maybe go to a rock bar, listen to music, drink a beer or two this afternoon, or this evening rather.
We've also been talking about going to the church instead.
Well, sort of. I don't think that...
Praying for the grace of God.
Mm-hmm. But that's where we're at. And as always, I keep listening to the podcast, and whatever else you do, keep walking. Welcome to the Walk.se, the ongoing story about becoming a minimalist vagabond while trying to walk from Stockholm to Sydney. I'm sitting here in Camp Wood in an excellent, nice little caravan site. That we've been invited to stay in, and
green oasis.
Very green oasis.
In a dusty hole.
In a dusty hole, yeah. It's not that dusty. We actually had a bit of rain today, which is why we're still here. Charlie and I, we walked out of Fredericksburg, carried on westward, forever westward. We left Fredericksburg on the Saturday morning, and we going a nice, easy pace, not trying to do it too hard. We stopped for a beer on the edge of town.
Yeah.
And then as we moved a little bit further along, we walked past a produce and fruit stall on the edge of the road that was run by a family there from one of the family farms. And we stopped there and we started talking to the young lady there, Sarah, and we decided to buy a watermelon.
Mm.
We figured it would do two things: satisfy our thirst, we were starting to get a bit thirsty, and maybe help a little bit with our hunger as well. We didn't want to carry it. They were pretty big and heavy, so we asked if we could borrow a knife, chopped it up then and there, and started eating. And we ate.
And we ate.
And we ate.
And we kept eating.
Eating. And, I mean, Charlie did a pretty good job. He was really getting into it, eating and eating and eating, and I was doing as well as I could. But we didn't manage to eat the whole watermelon. We had about a quarter of it left when we gave up.
So we left some for the dog.
We left some for the dog,
And we
took
some with us
a
as well.
quarter of it with us that we enjoyed we had for dinner that night later on.
Yeah. That was the night we were camping in that place
We walked along.
with some old trees.
Yeah, that's right. We walked along. We were following the road, and the road was getting smaller and smaller. And we were following a road that sort of curved through some cattle paddocks. And
there was some really old ranches there.
yeah, old ranches
From back to before the Civil War. And
yeah, a very nice area. We found a small area just off the road, quite near the road, but next to a creek where we would camp. And we set up the campsite next to the creek. And we had a bit of problem trying to avoid the thistles there. There were a lot of thistles and thorns there, but we set up our camp, and it was a nice little camp. We had a nice sunset, and we enjoyed the rest of the watermelon, had a few bananas, and I think maybe an orange or something for dinner, and that was it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then it was pretty late. We didn't start setting up camp until about 8:30, 9 o'clock, so we had some dinner, and then we went to bed.
Yeah.
And it didn't really take all that long. I was trying to sleep, and then sometime during the middle of the night, I was woken by a car that turned off the road and sort of headed down towards our campsite. I was worried there. I thought someone was going to come and tell us that we couldn't camp there and kick us out of there. I mean, there's no trespassing everywhere here in Texas, so I was just expecting to get kicked out of there. But the car stopped about 50 meters away from us, and you could hear some voices talking in it, and they sat there for a while, and then after about half an hour, I suppose they drove off.
Yeah, I was just about to get up and tell them to piss off out of our turf, but then they went off by themselves.
Yeah.
So.
I think they actually, I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember the first time? Did you hear them coming twice,
No,
Charlie?
No, I only heard it.
Well, they came once, and then they came a second time. And then I thought, I was actually starting to get a bit worried then. I thought maybe they'd got more people.
Back up.
Yeah, got to back
Rest
up.
of the clan.
But again, it sounded like two younger guys and maybe a girl sitting there talking. They were a little bit far away to hear exactly what they were talking about, but there was a lot of bantering and a lot of thing going on, and I suspect they were just some young people, underage, not allowed to drink in the bar, and then they were just sort of finding a secluded place to maybe have a snuggle and drink a few beers. And I think the next morning we found a box of Bud Light or something like that there where they'd parked. So that's probably what they were doing. And they didn't come over to say hello or say anything to us. And they must have seen us. Our tents were quite visible. But half an hour, maybe an hour later, they were off again, and we were able to get back to sleep. Next morning, we continued into Kerrville. Mm-hmm. Not such a long walk, and we decided to camp at the Campgrounds of America campground, where we discovered a wonderful new use for my water cooler that I've been carrying water in. Yeah, it's absolutely perfect for keeping the beer cold in. So we just buy some ice, dunked some beers in there, and enjoyed a couple of really, really nice cool beers.
Maybe we should actually try to drink the American beer warm to get a little taste from them.
Yeah. Charlie's not too impressed with American beer.
And we tried quite a few now.
Yeah. The strange thing is that we up until now we haven't tried any light beers.
No.
But we did at one stage try light beer, and it didn't taste anything less than the normal beer. So I don't know what's supposed to be light about it.
No, and the alcohol percent is the same.
Yeah. So I don't know what's light with them. It's supposed to be fewer calories or something, but I don't know. I can't
but
work it out.
But that doesn't sound very American either.
No. No. We stayed at the campground at Kerrville for one night, and we got up and we headed towards Hunt, where we had a really, really large lunch, a gigantic pizza with everything there. Really filled me up. I was really full after that. Stocked up on ice and water. It was the last time we could do that for a while, we suspected. And again, kept going west And we walked along a river and it passed some really beautiful spots and some nice houses and nice farms, and it was green, and the river was flowing beside it. It was really
We had a
quite
good
nice.
siesta there.
Yeah, and we found this really, really nice green area where we had a siesta and had to lay down, and you went out for a swim, and I sort of just laid down back in the shade and had a nice relax.
I was almost sleeping a little bit out in the water. I found a nice rock to do some water meditation until the water got invaded by another family and turned into a pure kindergarten.
Yeah, the family came down with some small kids, and well, it got a bit noisy. And we stayed there for a little while longer, and then we basically, it was time for our siesta to end anyway. So we got up, packed up our gear, and headed off again.
And we had a good walk that day.
We had a good walk. We walked.
Was it 47?
No, I don't think that was that night, but it was 40 something, about 40 or something. It was quite a good long walk anyway. We headed up and we got into an area where there was really high fences on both sides of the road and no gates that we could sneak through, so we couldn't really find anywhere to camp.
No.
And
the thing is that even though it's far, far away from any towns or anything, there are fences along both sides of the way everywhere.
Yeah.
With those signs saying no trespassing, and we just learned the other day that some of them say posted, which means they're actually legally allowed to shoot you if you sneak camp on their ground. So in the future we will try to keep away from the posted one at least.
But we couldn't find a way to get off the road or the side of the road without climbing up one of these high fences. So we actually decided on a wider stretch there to camp on the side of the road, and there hadn't been much traffic, so we didn't really think there'd be much of a problem. So we camped on the side of the road, and I think I counted 3 or 4 cars during the whole night. No one stopped and said anything, so that worked out quite all right, and we had a good sleep there. Next day was a tougher day. There were some long hills to climb, and then once you climbed them, you had to descend the other side and then climb right back up again. So there was a fair few up and downs, and it got a little bit hot there for a while. When you started at the bottom of the hill, you were almost dry, and then by the time we got up to the top, your shirt and everything was absolutely soaked. Yeah, we drank a fair bit of water that day. Luckily, it hasn't been too hot. We've had some quite good walking days. It hasn't really been all that hot.
No, it has been quite good walking weather.
Good walking weather. I mean, it's hot, but it's not ridiculously hot.
No.
And once we got up to the top of the hill, there was a nice view. I don't know if it was worth the climb, but it was a nice view.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful nature in that whole area, actually.
Mm-hmm. This hills area is
a lot of the other places we have been walking has been a little boring. Not so much to watch.
But we continued up 2 of these really big hills. And on the top of the second one, it was starting to get a bit late, and we actually decided to camp on the top of one to just leave ourselves the downhill into the next town the next morning. It was quite nice. It was a nice, clear evening when we started setting camp. So I suggested we might try just sleeping under the stars, not even pitch our tents, which we did. I can't say I slept too well. I don't really know why. There were some bugs that were worrying us a bit. But
I don't think there was too many bugs there.
Well, not too bad, but a little bit. And I didn't really sleep. I was pretty restless all night. And in fact, at one time I woke up and I could hear the snorting and huffing of what I was pretty sure was a wild hog.
It wasn't me anyway.
He snorts and huffs, but it wasn't him. This was something else.
It was another hog.
So I tried to see him, but when I moved, he sort of shuffled off. I scared him away, so I'm not sure that it was a wild hog, but I'm reasonably certain it was. And we've heard that there are a few around in this area.
And that they can even eat people if they're hungry enough.
Yeah, well, we've heard some horror stories, but I don't know. And we've heard that they're dangerous.
We actually heard there's a mountain lion around
in the area as
with
well.
cubs.
Yeah. So. Which wouldn't have been good. So I'm lucky we didn't run into her. That could have been bad. Wednesday morning, we walked the last stage into Lakey and found the hog pen, where we had some food and tried to decide on a new beer to try. But we didn't really get a better result there, did we?
No, and the food wasn't excellent either, actually. No. But it was a nice place, though. There was some... it was like this biker bar with a lot of old tiny...
Yeah, so it was a nice, interesting place. Then it was off to the library to use the Wi-Fi and sort of get up to date with everything that's happened. And when we were there...
We met Gretchen.
Gretchen, who was working there. And she was very curious about what we were doing and saw the sign on the cart. And came over, said hello, and after checking us out just a little bit, she invited us to spend the night with her family. and they lived at the HEB camp just 12 miles north of Lakey.
Yeah.
And we packed our stuff into a car. She drove us up there, and we met the entire Lopez family, JJ and all the kids. And, they were great, weren't they?
Very great.
Oh, they were so nice, helpful, friendly. Showed us all around, took us.
We had a good safari around the whole camp, and there was some ancient Indian graveyard.
There's some Indian
we didn't see that, but there was a lot of places. They had some solar power as well, which I was very interested to see compared to my project.
Exactly. And
we had a look at that.
And then we had some of the nice nature spots and some of all the things going on there. The Blue Hole and everything, and it was a very, very nice evening, and we had dinner at the camp and everything, so it was excellent. Very friendly, helpful people. What can you say? The hospitality people are showing here is incredible, isn't it?
Really.
After breakfast, Gretchen drove us back to Leakey, and we continued walking west towards Camp Wood. And we headed up the last big long hill, and then we just sort of crested the hill and we're cruising along at the top of it. And it was reasonably hot, and this little red car, a red car pulled up, and out jumped a gentleman, and he came over to us and said, "Oh, I've seen you walking along here, and I just wanted to give you some beer." And he handed us a cold 6-pack of Bud Light.
Yeah, that was when we tried the light beer for first time and realized that
it's not light
really
beer.
beer.
And the gentleman was named Roger, a true gentleman of the road, and he just stopped and just wanted to help us. Really nice guy.
Yeah.
And it was very much appreciated, and a couple of cold ones slanked down straight away, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. Not far from Camp Wood, we found a farm equipment graveyard called Rust in Peace. Nice looking place. They had old tractors and equipment rusting away there. And I like old cars and tractors that are rusting away, and I would really have liked to have been able to get a bit closer. And
there was no trespassing there as well.
As always, there was a no trespassing sign and a barbed wire fence. And Charlie started his own little collection of trespassing signs, so he photographed it and added it to his collection. You've got a few already, haven't you?
I already got a few, and we actually only been doing it for one day. But I think I have
so many.
I have close to 10 different kind of signs already.
Yeah. And as we were walking into Camp Wood, there was a gentleman on the other side of the road carrying a screen door, and he sort of he looked at us and asked us where we were from, and I think he asked you, Charlie, if you were from Germany.
Yeah. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Yeah. And what did you say?
Nein, nicht viel.
No. But anyway, it turned out it was Casey, a guy who lives in the area, and he has actually lived in Denmark for 5 years when his father was stationed in the Air Force there.
Yeah.
Yep. It didn't take him long to offer us to stay in the small caravan campground we are now, that he and his wife are building here in Camp Wood. And it's a charming little place. It's really well planned and has everything you need, and it's got all these small vintage caravans. There's one from 1952, and there's even a really nice Airstream.
And Matt really has a thing for those Airstream models, don't you?
Yeah, they're really cool looking Airstreams. They are the coolest looking caravans. If I ever wanted to live in a caravan, if I could ever afford it, which I don't think I could afford an Airstream, I think they're quite expensive. They're becoming a bit of a collector's item.
So Matt's insisted to stay here, even though I tried to drag him out of bed this morning to get out walking, but he insisted he wanted to stay.
I don't think that was quite true. That was quite true, but because it was raining this morning, wasn't it? And we didn't really, it was pretty dismal weather, so we decided to take it easy and get things like this update to the blog done. Yeah. And Casey proved to be a wonderful host. Made sure we were comfortable, had everything we needed, and we had a look around and looked at all the old caravans and everything. And later on, his wife and his mother-in-law came down, and we sat around chatting with them for a little while. And we even met their dogs, one of them which has a hind leg problem and has a special carriage with wheels that he hobbles around with. A charming little dog, didn't seem to be annoyed by that at all. It seemed to be having a real good time anyway, didn't he?
It's even chasing cats, they say.
Yeah, they say he chases cats with the little wheels. What else have we done here? We went down the bar.
Yeah, we went to the bar, had a play of pool, and got to talk with some of the local people, nice people as everywhere friendly. Else. We only been meeting nice people wherever we go.
Yeah, we've been very, very lucky. The strange thing that we've discovered is that both Gretchen and JJ were from Austin.
Yeah,
and
That's quite fun.
And Casey here is from Austin.
Yeah.
So it seems that
all the nice people we meet are from Austin.
Strange.
We always been knowing that Austin was a special place in Texas, right? But it seems to be it's just such a strange thing that the ones who invites us in straight away seems to be from Austin.
Yeah.
And the coincidence of meeting them and end up where we do, because if we hadn't got to that library, we wouldn't meet Gretchen and all those people, and then we would probably not come to Camp Hunt
Camp Wood at the same time,
and then we wouldn't meet Casey, and it's just so many coincidences that leads us into to where we are now.
Yeah. And we have to get going tomorrow, so if we're going to make it to Del Rio before Charlie has to catch his flight back to get back to Austin for his flight back to Denmark. So it's pretty important to keep rolling. And it's actually something that we've had a bit of a problem with, because we have to repair Charlie's cart all the time. The Emu is not the best carrier, is it?
No. It's meant to fly. It's
meant to fly. It's just a flightless bird that's meant to fly. Yeah. We've been repairing it. I mean, it's held together with a hose clamp, a bit of pipe, some stick, duct tape, small rocks, and a great deal of hope at the moment.
And some mustard as well.
Yeah, that's right. We even used some cashew butter to lubricate it. I think MacGyver would be really, really proud of us at the moment. But it only needs to last for another possibly 4 days.
Yeah, and then it will.
Yeah, we'll make it last those last few days.
It has to, and it has proven to be a loyal servant. It hasn't been giving up yet. It's really struggling, even though it cries, and I just put my earphones on so I can't hear it cry. It waits dropping the wheels until we are downhill, and
until we are down. Yeah, it's really kind. It doesn't throw off the wheel until we're going downhill at least. Yeah, I don't really want to jinx myself. I don't want to sort of say something and have something terrible happen. But after walking with Charlie for 10 days and having to stop twice a day to repair the Emu, I'm even more impressed by how well the mule works. I mean, it's gone more or less faultless for close to 9,000 kilometers at this stage.
You're going to miss the Emu.
Yeah, in a very good way. But anyway, keep following my journey towards Sydney, and keep following how I try to become a minimalist. We'll see how that works out. But as always, just remember to keep walking.
Hello and welcome to the Walk.se, the ongoing podcast about becoming a minimalist vagabond while trying to walk from Stockholm to Sydney. I'm in Sanderson, Texas, and I'm having a rest day. Actually, I've had so far 3 rests, my 3rd rest day, and you might be able to hear why. I've got a really bad head cold. There was a cough on cue there. So this podcast might sound a little bit strange. I'll try to sound as good as possible, but there might be a bit of coughing and a bit of interruption in here, and I'll probably be a little bit shorter than normal, but I'll get you up to date and let you know what's happening and what's going to happen in the future. Now, Charlie and I, we left Camp Wood. We're heading towards Brackettville, and we were pretty much sure that we wouldn't make it all the way in one day, and we were planning to camp somewhere along the road. And it was a pretty long, hot day, and we had some problems with the water. Actually, had the big cooler actually leaked a bit of water. I hadn't put the lid on properly, but we're doing all right, and we had enough water to get by to get into Brackettville. And later that afternoon, Casey, who'd been our host in Camp Wood, came out on his motorcycle to check that we were doing okay, and he was quite amazed at the distance we had made it already. And it was also pretty interesting to see him in his motorcycle colours. Later that night, or evening, as we were starting to look for a suitable campsite, a car pulled up alongside and asked us if we were okay and if we needed any water or anything. And it was Anita, and we explained what we were doing and that we were okay. But as always, a bit of cold water would be okay if she had some. She said she was actually going into the local store in Brackettville, and if she saw us on the way back, she'd make sure to get some cold water for us. A short while later, a truck pulled up next to us, and it actually turned out to be Anita's husband. She'd called him and asked him to bring us some water. We talked to him for a while there on the side of the road and explained what we were doing, and we ended up being invited back to the Kennedys, to their home, to camp next to their house. It's probably just another example of the incredible hospitality that we've been experiencing here in Texas.
in fact, that I've been experiencing in all of the USA, actually. So instead of eating packaged food and camping next to the road, which was what we were expecting to do, we spent the evening eating pizza, drinking beer and tequila, and having a great evening with our hosts. Even tried to play a bit of guitar, and we had a bit of a sing-along and everything. A really, really great evening. And the next day, Sunday, we were back on the road, and we made it into Bracketville, where we spent the afternoon having lunch and watching the World Cup final on my MacBook Air. We were at the local Subway, and let's just say the Wi-Fi connection was not really great, but we could at least see what was happening, sort of, anyway. I'm not really surprised at the result. I've been tipping Germany to win more or less from the beginning, so it was more or less as expected. After lunch, we continued along the highway towards Del Rio, and about 45 kilometers from Del Rio, it was starting to get dark, and although we'd been looking, we hadn't really seen any good places to camp, so we decided to try our luck under a bridge. It was okay, but there was a fair bit of noise from the road during the night, and once again I heard a wild hog sniffing around outside the tent, but luckily this time it was on the other side of the fence. But he stayed around for a while, sniffing and snorting and making a fair bit of noise. We had a long, hot walk into Del Rio on Monday, but we knew that we were heading towards a couch surfing host and we would have a place to stay, which always makes things a bit easier. We had a late lunch at a Thai restaurant before we finally managed to reach Greg, our host. Oh, and as always, we repaired the emu a few times. We've been repairing it at least twice a day, and it was through its wheels a couple of times during the last day. But it did finally make it to Del Rio, just after a lot of help and a lot of duct tape. But that was going to be the end point for Charlie's walk with me, so, well, that was enough. Greg was a great host, and before long he'd offered to take us shooting on his ranch outside of Del Rio. And as we were in Texas, it seemed to be the right thing to do. We went out there in his truck, and he brought along a shotgun and an M4 rifle and a .45 caliber automatic handgun. And we played around shooting them and generally just had some fun. And then it was back to Del Rio to enjoy some homemade chili. And we were definitely in Texas. We'd planned all along to visit Mexico the next day, if it was possible, and we did a short crossing into the border town to have a look around and get some lunch. It was pretty dead, with not a lot of things happening. It seemed that all the so-called problems lately around the border has affected the amount of people visiting, and a lot of bars and restaurants were boarded over. Getting into Mexico was no problem at all, but getting back to the USA was not quite as easy. We had actually stopped at the USA border to make sure we had all the right papers and everything was okay before we went into Mexico, and we explained what we were doing. Despite that, it took a long time to get back in, and we had to answer some really strange questions about why we had visited Mexico. It seems that the concept of never having been there and wanting to take the chance to visit seemed to be completely foreign to them. Nevertheless, after a bit of talk and mucking around, we were eventually allowed to return. Greg picked us up at the border, and after a short rest, we all went to a real Texas barbecue, which was okay, and the Texas barbecue were nice, but, I'd prefer to have a real Aussie one any day. On Wednesday, it was time for Charlie to return to Austin, and in the end, he hired a car to get there. It was the easiest and strangely cheapest way in the end. I drove, and we covered the distance back to Austin, a distance that had taken us 14 days to walk in just 4 hours. We met Palmer, who Charlie was going to stay with before his flight the next morning, and I headed back. Driving back, especially motoring along the same roads that we walked, I was acutely aware of how boring the landscape zipping by outside the window was. The strange thing was that it was not as boring when you are walking. It must be because you have the time to see all the variations and differences when you walk, whereas when you speed by in a car, it all blurs into a big sameness. It had never struck me as much before that paying even more attention to something that appears dull and boring can bring out all the detail and differences that are there, bringing out a whole new perspective and adding new insight. I got back to Del Rio late that evening and prepared to move on the next day. I had been having a bit of problem with a cough and a sore throat, but I still wanted to get going to get some kilometres done. Next morning I said goodbye to Greg, who'd been a perfect host, and with a slight headache and a sore throat, headed west again. It was a long day's walking, actually crossing the Pecos River and moving into the real Wild West. I talked to some of the border guards along the way, both when crossing a control and when they stopped to check me along the road. They were all really kind and helpful, and before long they were all waving to me as they passed me during the next few days. In fact, a couple of times they stopped to give me cold water and make sure I was okay. I reached Comstock the first night and stopped at the motel there. Spent a night coughing and turning and headed towards Langtree the next day. Yet another long hot day, and when I arrived in Langtree, the motel store was closed. I was lucky that 2 other guests, or workers, happened to be there and could give me a room that I could pay for in the morning. Another rather sleepless night followed, and after some breakfast I headed out, having learned that my next planned stop, Dryden, was going to be closed on Sunday when I got there. I spent Saturday walking Highway 90, feeling spent and trying to eat. I had no appetite, especially for the food I had with me, and my so-called go-to emergency food, peanut butter, was especially repugnant in the heat. I had no problems with hydrations, though. I was drinking plenty of water and had ample supplies with me, and was also taking electrolyte pills, which was just as well, because after a day of walking, my shirt was white with salt deposits. I camped beside the road and spent a restless night in the tent, coughing and being slightly feverish. I reached Dryden on Sunday around 1 p.m, and as I had been warned, the store was closed. No problem. I had everything I needed, so I lay down in the shade of the store for a short siesta before continuing. An hour or so later, a truck pulled up behind the store and a man came round and asked me if I needed anything. I'd love to be able to buy some ice, I said. No problem, he said. I'll just open up. Great. I was able to get ice, a cold drink, and a Snickers bar, which was about the only thing I could force myself to eat at the moment. The cold water is so much nicer on a hot day, and I continued on in good spirits. I thought I could make it into Sanderson by late evening if all went well, even though that would be a long walk. But with a new stash of ice water, anything was possible. As the afternoon progressed, I got more and more tired. I just didn't have any reserves. The lack of sleep and the lack of food was really starting to get to me. I had thought that a few days on the road in the open air would help me with the cold, but I was actually sicker than ever. I decided to try to force myself to make Sanderson, and then I was going to have a rest day. I was glad I had the hydration issue under control, though. That is so important out in the heat, but that was working out just fine. As the sun was setting, the sheriff pulled up beside me and asked me how I was doing, if I wanted to ride into Sanderson. How far to go, I asked. About 3 miles, he said. I'll walk it, I said. Turned out to be a long 3 miles, and I was totally wrecked by the time I reached the Budget Inn in Sanderson. The owner there was super kind and even cooked me an Indian meal so I could get some food into me before I crashed into oblivion on my bed. I've been here for 3 days now, trying to recover from my cold, and I hope I'm finally getting slightly better. I haven't done much, not that there's much of anything to do in Sanderson, other than short forays out of my room to find food. Haven't even had the energy to write much. This is the first time I've been really sick on the walk, which is not bad, but I hope it's the last. I hope to get started tomorrow, Thursday again. It's a 2-day walk from here to Marathon and then a long day's walk to Alpine. It'll be very interesting to see how I cope with that tomorrow. For now, I'm going to get this published and then try to get some more rest. You know that I've been listening to a lot of audiobooks and podcasts on my walk. One that I listened to just recently was an old favourite, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. It's a book I first read in the early 80s and I've read several times after that, but I think the last time might have been sometime in the late 90s. A lot's happened since then, and I've worked both as a creative and a teacher, both experiences that have helped me relate even more to the contents of the book. It's a great book, and it's interesting to see how the core concepts in the book are becoming more and more popular in a lot of modern writing. The concepts of quality and awareness are easy to see in the discussions of flow and awareness, of living purposefully, and even minimalism that are more and more common these days. So I really recommend it read or listen. The landscape around me during the last few days has inspired me to download another classic to listen to as well, June. It's a while since I read it, and I hope it's going to be as good as I remember, and I'll start listening tomorrow and I'll let you know. Anyway, that'll have to be the end, but as always, just remember that the important thing is to keep walking. Welcome to the Walk.se, the ongoing story about trying to become a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. Well, I've finally made it through Texas, and it's a big state, so it feels really great to have that done. It's been a while. It's almost a bit more than 2 weeks since I was in Sanderson and I did a last podcast. I'm feeling a lot better, and I've more or less managed to get rid of my cold. And it's surprising. It makes a huge difference to how it feels when I'm walking, especially in the heat. Since leaving Sanderson, I've been doing a bit of serious walking and I've been covering a fair bit of mileage. In fact, this has been my first rest day since then. Although I've had a couple of shorter days, most of them have been between 45 and 50 kilometres, and I am really going to enjoy a day off. I need a day of rest, basically. Rather than give you a sort of a day-by-day rundown, I'll give you a few highlights of what's happened in the last couple of weeks. And a lot has happened. I've met some really great people, and in many ways, my already pretty optimistic view of humankind has gotten even rosier. I almost hate to write that or say that, as I'm afraid to jinx myself for the future. It's now been 15 months on the road, and I've only had positive experiences, which is really great. In the last 2 weeks, I've slept on picnic tables, several times actually, in the dirt on the side of the road, behind bushes, at really great couch surfing hosts, in a shed, and even in a few hotels, all the while trying to get some mileage done during the day. One of the best parts of the last couple of weeks was visiting Marfa, a town I knew nothing about and had really no expectations on at all. And as is nearly always the case, the big reason that it was a great experience was the great people that I met there. About 13 kilometres outside of Marfa, there is an observation building where you can sometimes see something called the Marfa lights. And they're a light phenomenon that sometimes appears at night, and nobody really seems to be able to explain what causes them. There have been all sorts of explanations, everything from atmospheric conditions to UFOs, basically. Now, I didn't get to see them because I was there during the daytime, and there was no way I was walking back out there at night to see them. So apparently they don't appear all the time either. But anyway, as I was pulling the mule into the observation centre, there was a truck parked there, and a guy jumped out of the truck and he came over to talk. And it turned out to be Josh, and with him was his wife, Lynn. And they'd seen me walking along the road earlier when they were heading off towards Alpine. And now as they were heading back, they stopped and they were waiting for me to arrive, and they wanted to talk to me. It turned out that Josh had done his own walk across Texas, walking from Galveston to Marfa. And he wanted to hear what I was doing. His walk was from Galveston to Marfa. It was between his home cities. He's actually moving to Marfa and trying to establish himself there. And it's pretty much the same as I'm doing. I'm walking between my two home cities, Sydney and Stockholm. It's just that his were a little bit closer. So it took him about a month or something to do it, 30 days or something, and it's going to probably take me close to 3 years. Anyway, we talked for a little while, and they invited me to stay with them when I arrived in Marfa. So I set off, and then 2.5 hours later, I finally made it into Marfa and met Josh, and he had organised an interview for me at Marfa Public Radio. And I even got to sit down and do one of those station intros. I won't try to do it here again. You'll just have to try to find Marfa Public Radio and see if you can hear me on there. Then Josh and Lynn took me to dinner at an incredible restaurant. It was just a small, tiny restaurant, and I could have walked past it without noticing it, but it was a really, really good restaurant. It could have sort of probably made a name for itself in any major city in the world. And we talked a lot, and it turns out that Marfa is a very special little town. There's a lot of arts and a lot of big art community, and apparently it's been featured quite a lot in the news lately. And on the blog, there is a post to an article about Marfa. You can check that out. Josh has even published a book. When he did his walk, he actually took a photograph every hour during his walk, and he's published that as a book. And again, there's a link to that at the blog. I left Marfa in the morning after a very quick grand tour of Marfa. Leaving Marfa, I was faced with a 120-kilometre section where there weren't any service at all. And now that means it's going to be 3 days of walking for me without being able to stock up on water or food. So I had a fair bit of water and food with me. And there is a town more or less halfway, a small town called Valentine, but everything there is closed. The only service station that exists there closed down a while ago, and all the other shops and that, everything is just closed down. And although Valentine doesn't have a functioning service station, they actually have a Prada store, which is pretty weird. But like everything else in Valentine, it's never open. And it's actually an art installation, and it's called the Prada Marfa, rather than Prada Valentine. And you can just Google Prada Marfa and you'll find out all about it. 3 days after leaving Marfa, I reached Van Horn and actually got rained on. Van Horn is a little bit more in the mountains. I've been walking across a pretty flat, pretty dry area, and it was quite refreshing, after the heat and dryness to feel a bit of rain. And the next few days were a bit cooler, and I walked down through Sierra Blanca and a couple of other towns towards El Paso, where Josh had put me in contact with the Howell family, and he actually organized for me to stay there with them, which was great. And as I walked through El Paso, I stopped for a coffee at a Starbucks, and while I was there, a gentleman called Charles started talking to me. He'd seen the mule and he was fascinated by the walk, and after we talked for a while, he sat down at his computer and he promptly wrote a press release for the local media explaining what I was doing, and he put my telephone number in there. It turns out that he runs a marketing company called Frontera Marketing. Well, not only that, one of his customers actually markets compression socks, and he was really interested in getting me to try them, and he made sure I got a couple. So I've now got a couple of compression socks, and I haven't really used compression socks before, and it's going to be really interesting to try them and really see what they do. Now, compression socks are meant to sort of keep swelling and aid in circulation. So you put on compression socks and your feet basically aren't supposed to swell as much as they do otherwise. And when in long-distance walking, your feet do swell. If you do any sort of long-distance running or long-distance walking, you know that your feet will swell, and you generally end up with like one shoe size larger than normal. I've only tried them for 1 day so far. I'm going to try them a little bit more, and I'll just let you know what I think about them and how they work. I continued on my way, and it didn't really take long before I got my first call from a local reporter, and it was Louise from the El Paso Times, and he caught up with me, and he walked with me the last bit up to the Howells, and as he did, he interviewed me for his piece, and you can check out the link there at the blog, and you can read the story he wrote for me for the El Paso Times. I arrived at Nancy and John Howell's place, and it was a really warm, welcoming house, and it sort of was full of children, grandchildren, nieces, neighbors, friends. There just seemed to be a lot of things happening all the time, and people were coming and going and doing things, and it was a really great, warm, welcoming family. And they had planned to go to a baseball game on the Tuesday evening when I arrived there. They even had an extra ticket for me, which was really great. So I got to go to a real American baseball game, drink a beer, eat a hot dog, and cheer on the El Paso Chihuahuas. And they won, which was great. So the Chihuahuas are a pretty new team, apparently. This is their first season, and a fair few people turned up to cheer them on, and it was a great family event, basically. The next morning, I set off again, and I was met on the road by Christian from KFox14, and her cameraman. They did a short story and filmed me a little bit, but it ran on the evening news, and it must have been seen by a fair few people, because in the last day or two, a lot of people have started honking their horns at me and waving, and one or two people have even stopped to give me some water or talk to me about being on the news and what I'm doing. That's quite fun. I continued on, and later that evening, I finally reached the end of Texas and could cross the border into New Mexico. As I said, it's a bit of a relief. Texas has been a large state. It's taken a long time to cross. But now I've finally reached a stage. I've only got 3 states to go before I reach the western coast of USA. And I'm having, as I said, a bit of a rest day here. I am in Las Cruces. I'm having a little bit of a rest day. And I'm more or less busy just trying to plan my continued route westward. What can I say? Whatever else I'm going to do, I guess it's just a matter of keep walking. Welcome back to the Walk.se, the ongoing story about becoming a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. I left Las Cruces on Saturday morning with a dark, rain-heavy thundercloud hanging over my shoulder. To the southeast, the sky was dark and there were occasional forks of lightning, but to the northwest, where I was heading, the sky gradually cleared up through lighter and lighter cloud cover to what was eventually a blue sky. I was glad to be heading in the right direction, even though I expected the storm front to catch up with me pretty quickly, and I was more or less resigned to getting rained on. But it never happened. And I kept walking, sort of in the area just between heavy rain and blue sky, and it made for some pretty comfortable, nice walking weather, actually. I walked on past chili plantations and pecan orchards, and before long I had actually left the rainstorm behind me. Mid-afternoon, I reached Fort Selden State Monument, in more or less full sunshine and sat down in the shade of the museum to do some writing. Heading out in the afternoon was warm, even hot. But that was not the biggest problem. There seemed to be a million of tiny bugs swarming all around me, and they were driving me mad. There's not much to do against them. I mean, you can use some bug spray, but it just never seems to work. And you just have to get used to them. But they really get to me. Most people would say I'm usually a pretty calm and collected guy, but when it comes to small, annoying, biting bugs, all the calm goes out the window and they really drive me mad. They seem to be worst near the pecan orchards, and I'm actually starting to dislike pecans just because of that. The road was twisting and turning more now as we made our way along the Rio Grande and through the hills. Around 6 p.m, I started looking for a suitable camping spot, but there wasn't really a lot to choose from. Just as I was starting to accept that I might have to camp beside the road again, I spotted an opening in the fence along the road. Turned off and I found a great secluded camping spot in amongst some small trees along a water runoff from the Rio Grande. I quickly pitched a tent, crawled inside, mainly to get away from the bugs, and then spent the evening trying to reread Riamdi. I don't know how to say that. Read me, but they're spelled wrongly. It's a novel I'm reading. But I actually dozed off pretty quickly. It's been a long day and I was pretty tired. Sunday morning was slightly overcast, but the cloud cover soon burned away, and after a breakfast of bananas, oranges and kiwis, I set off towards Hatch. I reached Hatch around noon and looked for a place to get some lunch. I found a place that advertised the world's best hamburgers, and I decided to try it. There was a group of motorcycle riders sitting outside, and I asked them if the burgers really were great. Yes, they said, and then they asked me if I was a guy they'd seen on the news. They proceeded to buy me my lunch, and I sat down to watch what was a pretty okay burger, but not much more. All these places that claim they make the best burgers in the world have obviously not been to the Milk Bar in Kiama, on the south coast of New South Wales, Australia. I've so far never tasted a burger that comes anywhere near a Kiama burger. And I've had burgers more or less in most places in the world, it feels like now. And I sort of wonder if the Milk Bar's still there. I'm going to have to try to find out when I get back to Sydney and go for a ride down the south coast and see if the Kiama Milk Bar still makes the world's best hamburgers. After lunch, I continued northwest along Road 187, and I passed through Salem and then Garfield. And there's even a town called Truth and Consequences a bit further up the road. So interesting names, but the names are much more interesting than the towns. They're really small and there's nothing really there, and anything that might have been open was closed when I passed through there on a Sunday. I walked on through the afternoon and into the evening, reaching Arry around 8 p.m. Luckily, the convenience store there was open, and I was able to buy a sandwich and something to drink. It was starting to get dark as I headed out of town, and just a few miles down the road, I came across the Array RV park, and I decided I'd walked enough for the day, and I turned in and stayed there. It felt good to use a proper toilet and wash off some of the road grime, even if there wasn't a proper shower there for me to use. I rinsed out my clothes, pitched my tent, and I was ready for a good night's sleep. Around 1 a.m, I woke up to the sound of rain on the tent. Not much, but the drops were big, if infrequent, and the sky looked really black. I'd only pitched the inner tent, not expecting any rain, and I had to crawl out and add the outer fly. It only takes a minute, so it was not a real big hassle, and I could crawl back into a totally waterproof tent and fall back asleep. Monday morning dawned with just a bit of cloud cover, easing away to a bright blue sky. I packed up and headed towards Caballo, where I intended to get some breakfast. At the intersection with Road 152, I stocked up with enough food for the day, some snacks, and had breakfast. Road 152 turns west here, and it felt really good to be heading in the right direction again. I mean, west is where I need to be headed. I was warned that there was really nothing along the road until Hillsborough, which was more than 30 kilometres away, and it was actually upwards most of the way there as well. I spent the day counting down the miles and taking a few breaks, and the road headed up through the hills, and the scenery was a bit of a relief after all the flat lands I've been walking through lately. And it was actually worth the extra effort to push the mule up a few hills to get the better scenery. When I arrived in Hillsborough around 5 p.m, everything was closed. And by everything, I mean the cafe, general store that's there, that was the only thing that's open. And it was only open between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. And the problem was that I couldn't really continue without restocking on water and food. I had a good 50 kilometres ahead of me with no services at all, and I only had, had about 2 litres of water left. I had nuts and fruit that I could survive on, even if it would get pretty boring, but I had to get some more water. There was a small park in the centre of town where overnight camping was permitted, and I decided to spend the night there and have breakfast and restock when the cafe opened the next morning. I climbed the hill on the southern part of town to check if the library was open, but it was closed on Mondays, so I sat down on the steps outside and tried to get some writing done before it was time to pitch the tent. After putting up the tent, I sat down on one of the park benches and continued reading my book. After a while, an old VW camper van pulled in and a guy and a dog got out. It turned out to be Bob, a local, who was out walking or driving his old dog. We talked for a while, and Bob warned me that the cafe store where I was planning on getting food and water in the morning was really only a cafe, more of a restaurant, not much of a store. The problem was that I really needed water to make it over the mountains. But Bob very kindly offered to fill up my bottles with some excellent well water from his house. He took off in the van and was back in about 30 minutes. It'd take him a while because he'd also taken the time to make me a bologna and pickle sandwich, a Caesar salad, and brought along some chips. Not a bad dinner at all. Just as I was about to crawl into the tent for the night, another gentleman came over from across the street. He introduced himself as Jim, Cactus Jim. He just wanted to make sure I had water and also to warn me that if it started raining during the night, the spot I had chosen just might get flooded. Now, I moved the tent to a higher spot and crawled in to get some sleep. Next morning, I was up bright and early and waiting for the cafe to open. I had what was called a Monday minor breakfast, a stack of pancakes topped with 2 eggs and served with butter and syrup. Sounds a bit strange, but it was just the calorie bomb I needed for the coming day. I talked a bit with some of the locals that had come in for their breakfast, loaded up on snacks and drinks, put on my dorky compression socks and set off up the mountain. I had a 28-kilometre long uphill stretch leading up to Emery Pass to look forward to. I trundled along at a pretty good pace, making sure to take a few breaks, and before long I was at the top. The pass is actually a bit more than 2,500 metres high, which is actually 500 metres higher than the tallest mountain in both Sweden and Australia. And I think it's going to be the highest point in my crossing of the USA. I rested a short while, enjoyed a muffin I'd bought in Hillsborough, and I was pretty ready to head on down the other side. About 15 kilometres later, I found a nice campsite at the Lower Galenas campground and set up the tent next to a stream of running water. Quick wash and into the tent, and just as I got into the tent, the rain started, and I had no problem falling asleep that night. My next stop was going to be San Lorenzo, about 18 kilometres down the road, and I needed to stop there to get some more food. And as I was heading into town, I met Justin, who was hitchhiking on his way from Silver City. I stopped and talked for a while, and it turned out that he'd done a fair bit of travelling in Central and South America. As one of the routes I really wanted to travel one day is the Pan American Highway, I took the chance to ask him a lot of questions. But my stomach was also grumbling, and I headed off to the restaurant store, leaving Justin to continue thumbing a ride. After my lunch breakfast, I slowly started west again. I wasn't planning to reach Silver City that day, and I took it pretty easy. I stopped at the Manhattan Bar in Hanover for a beer, maybe 2, and relaxed among a few of the locals. It felt good to just sit there and sort of be included in conversation without really having to say too much. I left Hanover and started looking for a campsite. Before I knew it, I was in Central, and there was a sign there for the Campgrounds of America campground 2 miles ahead. I walked into the Campgrounds of America as the sun was setting behind the mountains, and I asked for a tent site. Now, the lady there told me it was going to be $33-something for the night, and there was no way I was paying that for a simple campsite, but they didn't have anything cheaper. She claimed that it was because of the 11% sales tax that was so expensive. I didn't really say anything, but to my way of thinking, it's not the problem, it's not the $3 something in tax that adds up to it. The problem was the other $30 to begin with. Anyway, I decided to keep going. It was only 3 miles to Silver City, and I'd rather pay $50 for a hotel room because then at least you get something more tangible for your money. And as I returned out to the highway, darkness fell completely, and then the rain started. I spent another hour walking through a thunderstorm and arrived soaked through at the outskirts of Silver City, and I just found the first cheaper hotel I could find. Another long day, and it was really wonderful to have my first shower in 5 days and know that I was only going to walk into Silver City tomorrow, just a short walk. I'm enjoying a cafe latte as I write this, and I've just been adding up my mileage. I've actually only got 75 kilometres to go before I have walked 10,000 kilometres on the walk. That's not a bad total, is it? And yet, I'm not even halfway yet. So I guess the only thing to do is to just keep walking. Welcome to the Walk.se, the ongoing story about becoming a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. I've had a good week, or a bit more than a week's walking since last time. I took my time leaving Silver City. I had a really long, relaxing breakfast, and I slowly packed the clothes that I'd washed. I knew there was going to be a few very, very long days ahead where there wouldn't be much in the way of towns, and I would have to make sure that I had enough food and water to be comfortable between the restocking possibilities. There were some stores marked on my map. I'm using the American Adventure Cycling Association map for the Southern Tier, and it's actually got marked on the maps where there are supposed to be stores. But I have found that they're not always still in existence and not always open. So I was just hoping that it would be enough and make it a bit more comfortable so I wouldn't have to carry too much water. I had decided that day to cover some distance, and I had my sights set on making it to Cliff, or rather just past Cliff and just camping outside of Cliff. It was easy going and nice scenery, sort of like green rolling hills, a reasonably wide shoulder to walk on, and not too hot weather. I've been very lucky with the weather so far. It's not been as hot as I expected it can be during a typical summer. I have had some hot days, well, they have been very hot and slightly uncomfortable some days, but it hasn't been like day after day of 40 plus degrees, so it's actually made life a lot easier for me. I rolled through Cliff as the sun was starting to set, and I started looking for some place to camp. Didn't really have much luck and was getting darker and darker. Walking along the road as it was getting darker, I finally spotted a small road off to the left that led over a cattle grid and then into what we call open pastures on both sides. Now, pastures might be a bit of an exaggeration. It was basically just some sturdy brush vegetation and then just sand and gravel. And I turned down there and I walked about 20 metres down the road, and there was a small fenced enclosure, and I decided to camp just behind that, and it actually turned out to be a cemetery. Next morning, I started early, and I had my sights set on making it to Buckhorn, where there was, according to the map, supposed to be a store, and have breakfast there. I arrived there by about 9 o'clock, and I walked into what's called the Last Chance store, and found a group of elderly locals having morning coffee. I ordered a pizza, grabbed some coffee, and sat down for a rest. It was only like a 7-inch pizza, not very big, and it was very, very nice, so I ended up ordering one more. I was really hungry. After spending some time talking to Yona and buying supplies for the coming day, it was time to keep going. I decided to try to make it to New Mexico, make it to the New Mexico-Arizona border before stopping for the day. And there was also another important line to cross during the day. I was just about to pass the 10,000 kilometre mark. In fact, I passed that point just 3 hours later at the intersection of Road 180 and 78. I haven't been celebrating the 1,000 kilometre marks the way I did early on during the walk, but this really felt like a big deal, I sat down, enjoyed some drink, some fruit and some biscuits, and reflected on the journey that had brought me here. Here I was, sitting on a lonely corner in New Mexico, in the gravel, with close to 16 months of walking behind me and innumerable experiences. The thing is, I'm not even halfway yet. Whatever happens from here, I've come to realise that I am proud and content with what I've done so far. I'm still very, very much looking forward to any future adventures. It was hot sitting in the sun, and there was no shade, so I sat with my thoughts for a while and then hopped up and started walking towards Arizona. I spent the afternoon walking through some rainstorms, which were nice after the heat, and finally arrived at the border just before the sun started setting. I headed into Arizona, the second last state on my USA crossing, and I found a nice campsite there in the state forest. Nice, that is, apart from all the bugs. Next day, Sunday, I walked over the mountains through some really nice scenery and made my way down to Freeway. Along the way, several cars stopped to talk to me and asked me what I was doing. Loneliness is never a problem when you're out walking. I resupplied at Freeway and walked up to the ranger station. They have a really nice picnic camping area set up there for bicycle riders, and I sat at one of the tables and enjoyed some of the food I'd bought. Before I knew it, the wind was blowing really hard and there appeared to be a big thunderstorm heading towards me. It arrived with a lot of smattering on the roof, and I realised that it was not just a rainstorm, it was actually hailing. Now, talk about luck. I've essentially been out in the open without shelter for the last 3 days, and the first time I sit down under a proper roof, it starts hailing. It only lasted a while, and as it was already late in the afternoon, I decided to stay the night at the ranger station, even though I'd only walked about 30 kilometres that day. I mean, I had shelter from the rain, there were toilets, there was a water tap to wash under, and it was all just too much luxury to pass up, basically. I spent a comfortable night sleeping on soft grass and spent Monday walking from Freeways to Safford. A long day, but once there I spent the night in a hotel feeling luxurious. Tuesday I set off towards Fort Thomas, where I was hoping to restock before a long stretch without shops. I spent the last 2 hours walking through a very heavy thunderstorm. At one stage I was taking 1 step forward and being blown 2 steps back. At least it wasn't hailing. I finally arrived in Fort Thomas to find the store closed. I hid from the rain under the shop's awning and tried to figure out what I was going to do for food and water during the next coming days. I had enough water to get by with if I was careful, and I basically just have to survive on the nuts that I have packed with me. When the rain finally stopped, I headed out, and I'd only walked a few steps when a car stopped and a friendly couple looked out. They'd seen me earlier and they'd come down and brought me some dinner. Now, talk about timing, eh? Warm potato soup with cheese, some bread, drinks and some snacks. It was just what I needed. I told them that they'd made my day, and I sat down at a local park to enjoy. Then later on, heading out of town, I found a family dollar store just on the edge of town that was not marked on my map, and I was actually able to restock anyway. It was getting dark, and I didn't walk far before finding a camping spot behind an old ruined building. Spent the night looking up at the stars and listening to the cattle. Next day, I passed through Geronimo and Bayless, Apache country. It was a long, hot day of walking, and I wandered off the road just before Peridot to try to find a campsite that was a little bit secluded. I ended up amongst the shrubs, just about 100 metres so off the road. Another night looking up at the stars. They really are something special out here in the desert. Peridot to Globe was an easy day, cloudy and not too hot, but the next day was far from perfect. Globe to Superior. The scenery was great, all these hills and sandstone mountains, up and down, and plenty of variation. The problem was the traffic and the lack of a wide shoulder to walk on. I essentially had to swap sides to walk on depending on which side had the wider shoulder, or if there was a shoulder at all. And I really hate walking on the right side of the road and not being able to see the oncoming traffic and having the traffic that's coming behind me just whizzing past just inches from you. It's not very, very much fun at all. I made it to Superior unharmed and was able to check into a hotel to get some solid rest in preparation for what I expected would be a long, hard day the next day. The road was actually a lot better to walk the next day, but the scenery wasn't as nice. It wasn't bad, but just not as spectacular. The shoulder was wide and there was plenty of room to walk safely and just sort of relax and enjoy. I made it to Gold Canyon and stopped at yet another hotel. Not really good for the economy. Sunday was a slow walk into Mesa and the end of another map. I now only have 1 map left before I reach the Pacific Ocean. 3 weeks or so of walking before I reach an ocean that I thought I would see first when I'd walk through Asia and parts of Australia. The next 2 days were hot walking through Phoenix and surrounding towns. Interesting as a change from the more rural walking I've been doing lately. No need to carry a lot of water and food was accessible almost all the time. But I didn't really cover as much distance as I would have liked because I've been feeling a bit tired. Hopefully I'll be a bit more rejuvenated tomorrow after a few easier days. Time will tell. Now for the big question. I've been trying compression socks, and do they work? Well, yeah, they do. I've been trying them on and off to get an idea of what they do and what they don't do. After a long, hard day, I don't necessarily feel less tired. The big difference is really in the following day. Less swelling and soreness. A hard day of walking can leave my calves feeling very pumped and a bit sore the next day. But with the compression socks, there is nearly no pump at all and much less soreness. The problem is they do look a bit dorky, but they work. I'll just have to remember to push them down every time I get a photograph taken. But the one thing they will hopefully help me do is to keep walking. Welcome to the Walk.se, the ongoing podcast about becoming a minimalist vagabond while walking from Stockholm to Sydney. Well, I'm now in San Diego, California, and I've actually finished my walk across the USA. A bit more than 5.5 months have passed since I started in Miami, and I've walked 5,211 kilometers. Not bad, and faster than I had planned and anticipated when I started. And one of the reasons it's gone faster is I didn't visit all the places that I thought I would along the way, and I took a more direct route, deciding instead that I will return at another time to enable me to spend more time in certain places. Boulder, Colorado, which was one of the reasons I chose to go the USA route. But I'll come back and I'll spend time there later. I'm definitely going to try to return and explore more of the USA, maybe not exclusively on foot though. The last few weeks have been hot. Maybe the hottest part of my crossing. I've had several days with temperatures above 40 degrees and it seldom fell below 38. It was first when I had reached the mountains above San Diego that it started to get milder. But it's hot even here in San Diego, and as I sit and write this, the temperature is above 40. There's a heat advisory warning, and some schools, the ones that don't have air conditioning, are closed for the day. But the walking's gone well since last time I posted. I guess I've started to acclimatise and I've learned to drink plenty of water. One sad note though, I finally wore through my Merrell sandals. They've been with me since the start of the USA crossing and they've come to become my favourite and most comfortable shoes. But just 3 days before I reached San Diego, I wore through the sole. They were starting to wear out all over the place and I just had to accept the fact that they were bound to the trash can. My Teva sandals are looking rather worse for wear as well, despite the fact that they are much newer than the Merrells, and I've used them much less. Same with my ultra minimalist shoes. They're more or less worn out as well, despite costing 4 times as much and being used much, much less. Even though I like them a lot, with the amount of walking I'm doing, they just work out to be too expensive. I've been doing a fair bit of camping in the desert by the side of the road. It's easy to stealth camp. You just turn off the road, walk a short distance into the desert, and set up camp behind a suitable bush or dune. The biggest problem has been the heat. The tent gets very hot and doesn't cool down until past midnight. Sleeping outside the tent does not feel like an option as there are rattlesnakes, scorpions, and tarantulas in the desert. Now, I'd rather be a little bit hot than get bitten by any one of them. Friday was the last day of serious walking, and I walked from Santee down through Mission Gorge and finally onto the bike path that was going to lead me to Ocean Beach and the Pacific Ocean. Heading down the path, I was met by Liz, who's been following my journey and wanted to say hello. We walked the last mile or so down to the beach, and there I was. I had officially walked across the USA. Add that to my walk through Europe, and I think I can say I've done more than just a little bit of walking in the last 16 months. I'm calling San Diego the halfway point of the walk. I'm not sure how exact that is in kilometres counted, but I think it's going to be close enough, which means I'm now halfway between Stockholm and Sydney. Once I start walking in Asia, I will, for the first time, have less distance remaining to walk than I've already covered. That feels pretty good. I sat down and I reflected on that for a while, and then I had a nice, refreshing dip in the Pacific Ocean. And I have to say, it was almost worth the long walk. I'm staying with Alina and Frederick and their kids here in San Diego, and they came down to pick me up at the beach and took me to a San Diego institution. Hodad's, yet another place that would like to claim the title for the world's best burger. And okay, they were probably the best I've had here in the USA, but they're still not in the Kayama class. Great place though, with a real beach atmosphere. We were lucky to get there before the crowd. Apparently the line outside can stretch across the block at times. On Saturday, we were lucky to go to a test opening of a native foods restaurant and enjoy some fresh, healthy vegan food. After a short rest, we went to a birthday party. Sunday was very much the same, with a party at a neighbour's place and then some sightseeing around San Diego. People have been telling me that San Diego is a wonderful town for a long time, and I really couldn't agree more. It has a wonderful feel to it and it's really beautiful. But I'm sitting here at my computer trying to decide how and when I will be leaving, chasing the best price on tickets to Bangkok and trying to decide how minimalistic I dare to be in Asia. I'm playing with the idea of letting the mule have a break and carrying a backpack through Asia, but I'm very undecided as yet. Somehow I think I would like the challenge of having even less stuff with me, and if I'm going to do that, then I think Asia is a good place. I mean, there's no way I'm going to walk through the Australian outback without my trusty mule. I'll have to make up my mind in the next day or two, but whatever happens, don't worry. I intend to keep walking.